Chapter 60 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 60. Being a chapter of hoops, feathers, and brilliance, and bucks and fiddlers. It was a mighty grand affair, this ball of the Royal Irish Artillery. General Chatsworth had arrived that morning just in time to preside over the hospitalities. He could not contribute much to the dancing, and his advent still a little lame, but looking, as his friends told him, 10 years younger for his snug little fit of the gout at Buxton, reinstated Aunt Becky in her place of power, to the secret disappointment of Madame Strafford, who had just set her heart on doing the honors and rehearsed for weeks, over her toilette, and even in bed, her little speeches, airs, and graces. Lord Castle Mallard was there, of course, and the gay and splendid Lady Moira, whom I mention because General Chatsworth opened the ball in a minuet with her ladyship, hobbling with wonderful grace, and beaming with great ceremonious smiles through his honorable martyrdom. But there were more than a score of peers there beside, with their peeresses in tall feathers, diamonds, and monstrous hoops, and the Lord Lieutenant was very near coming. And a Lord Lieutenant in those days, with a Parliament to open, and all the regalia of his office about him, was a far greater personage than in any democratic age, the sovereign in person. Captain Clough had gone down in a chair to Puddock's lodgings, to borrow a pair of magnificent knee-buckles. Puddock had a second pair, and Clough's own had not, he thought, quite recovered their good looks since that confounded ducking on the night of the serenade. The gallant captain, learning that Puddock and Devereux intended walking, it was only a step across to the barrack-yard, and finding that Puddock could not at the moment lay his hand upon the buckles, and not wishing to keep the chair longer, for he knew delay would inflame the fare, and did not like dispensing his shillings. "Hey! Walk? I like the fancy," cried the gay captain, sending half-a-crown downstairs to his two-legged ponies, as people pleasantly called them. "I'd rather walk with you than jog along in a chair by myself, my gay fellows, any day." Most young fellows of spirit, at the eve of a ball, have their heads pretty full. There is always some one bright particular star to whom, even as they look at their own handsome features in the mirror, their admiration is paid. Puddock's shoe buckles flashed for Gertrude Chatsworth as he turned out his toes. For her his cravat received its last careless touch. His ruffles shook themselves and fell in rich elegance about his plump little hands. For her his diamond ring gleamed like a burning star from his white little finger, and for her the last fragrance was thrown over his pocket handkerchief, and the last ogle thrown upon his looking-glass. All the interest of his elaborate toilet, the whole solemn process and detail, was but a worship of his divinity at which he officiated. Much in the same way was Clough affected over his bedizenment in relation to his own lady-love, but in a calmer and more long-headed fashion. Devereux's toilet most of the young fellows held to be perfection, yet it seemed to trouble him less than all the rest. I believe it was the elegant and slender shape that would have set off anything, and that gave to his handsome costume and properties an undefinable grace, not their own. Indeed, as he leaned his elbow upon the window-sash, looking carelessly across the river, he did not seem much to care what became of the labours of his toilet. I have not seen her since I came, and now I'm going to this stupid ball on the chance of meeting her there. And she'll not come. She avoids me. The chance of meeting her, and she'll not come? Well, if she not be kind to me, what care I for whom she be? And what great matter, after all, if she were there? She'd be, I suppose, on her high horse, and 'tis not a feather to me. Let her take her own way. What care I? If she's happy, why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I? 5 minutes after. Who the plague are these fellows in the Phoenix? How the brutes howl over their liquor, said Devereux, as he and Puttock, at the doorsteps, awaited Clough, who was fixing his buckles in the drawing-room. The Corporation of Tailors, answered Puttock, a little loftily, for he was not inwardly pleased that the precincts of the Phoenix should be profaned by their mechanical orgies. Through the open bow window of the great oak parlour of the inn was heard the mighty voice of the President, who was now in the thick of his political toasts. "Odds, Bud," lisped little Puttock, "what a stentorian voice!" "Considering it issues from a tailor," acquiesced Devereux, who thought he recognized the accents, and hated tailors, who plagued him with long bills and dangerous menaces. "May the friends of the Marquis of Kildare be ever blessed with the tailor's thimble," declaimed the portentous toastmaster. "May the needle of distress be ever pointed at all mock patriots, and a hot needle and a burning thread to all sowers of sedition." And then came an applauding roar. "And may you ride into town on your own goose, with a hot needle behind you, you roaring pygmy," added Devereux. The Irish cooks that can't relish French sauce enunciated the same grand voice that floated, mellowed over the field. "Sauce, indeed," said Puttock, with an indignant lisp, as Clough having joined them, they set forward together. "I saw some of them going in, sir, and to look at their vulgar, unthinking countenances, you'd say they had not capacity to distinguish between the taste of a quail and a goose. But, by Jove, sir, they have a dinner. You're a politician, Clough, and read the papers. You remember the bill of fare, don't you, at the Lord Mayor's entertainment in London?" Clough, whose mind was full of other matters, nodded his head with a grunt. "Well, I'll take my oath," pursued Puttock, "you couldn't have made a better dinner at the Prince of Travendall's table. Spanish olea, if you please, ragout royal, cardoons, tendrons, shellfish in marinade, ruffs and rees, wheat ears, green morels, fat livers, combs, and knots. 'Tis rather odd, sir, to us who employ them, to learn that our tailors, while we're eating the dinners we do, our tailors, sir, are absolutely gorging themselves with such things, with our money, by Jove." "Yours, Puttock, not mine," said Devereux. "I haven't paid a tailor these 6 years. But hang it, let's get on." So in they walked by the barrack yard, lighted up now with a splendid red blaze of torches, and with different emotions entered the already crowded ballroom. Devereux looked round the room, among the nodding plumes and flashing brilliants, and smirking old bucks and simpering young ones, amidst the buzz of 200 or 300 voices, and the thunder and braying of the band. There were scores of pretty faces there, blondes and brunettes, blue eyes and brown, and more spirit and animation, and I think more grace too, in dance and talk, than the phlegmatic affectation of modern days allows. And there were some bright eyes that, not seeming to look, yet recognized, with a little thrill at the heart, and a brighter flush, the brilliant proud Devereux, so handsome, so impulsive, so unfathomable, with his gypsy tint, and great enthusiastic eyes, and strange melancholy sub-acid smile. But to him the room was lifeless, and the hour was dull, and the music but a noise and a jingle. I knew quite well she wasn't here, and she never cared for me, and why should I trouble my head about her? She makes her cold an excuse. Well, maybe yet she'll wish to see Dick Devereux, and I far away, no matter. They've heard slanders of me, and believe them. Amen, say I. If they're so light of faith and false in friendship to cast me off for a foul word or an idle story, curse it. I'm well rid of that false and foolish friendship, and can repay their coldness and aversion with a light heart, a bow, and a smile. One slander I'll refute, yes, and that done, I'll close this idle episode in my cursed epic, and never, never think of her again. But fancy will not be controlled by resolutions. Though ne'er so wise and strong, and precisely as the captain vowed never, away glided that wild, sad sprite across the moonlit river, and among the old black elms, and stood unbidden beside Lilias. Little Lily, as they used to call her 5 years ago, and Devereux, who seemed to look so intently and so strangely on the flash and whirl of the dancers, saw but an old-fashioned drawing-room, with roses clustering by the windows, and heard the sweet, rich voice, to him the music of Ariel, like a far-off dirge, a farewell, sometimes a forgiveness, and sometimes the old pleasant talk and merry little laugh. All old remembrances or vain dreams now. But Devereux had business on his hands that night, and about 11 o'clock he had disappeared. 'Twas easy to go and come in such a crowd, and no one perceive it. But Puttick was very happy and excited. Mervyn, whom he had once feared, was there, a mere spectator, however, to witness that night's signal triumph. He had never danced so much with Miss Gertrude before. That is to say, at a great ball like this, at which there was a plenty of bucks, with good blood and lots of money, and indeed it seemed to favour the idea of his success that Aunt Rebecca acknowledged him only with a silent and by no means gracious curtsy. She was talking to Toole about Lilias, and saying how much better she had looked that evening. "She's not better, Mom. I'd rather she hadn't the bright flush you speak of. There's something, you see, not quite right in that left lung. And that bright tint, Madam, is hectic. She's not better, Madam. Not that we don't hope to see her so, heaven forbid, but 'tis an anxious case." And Toole shook his head gravely. When Aunt Becky was getting on her hood and mantle, she invariably fell into talk with some crony who had a story to tell, or a point to discuss. So, as she stood listening to old Colonel Bligh's hard, reedy gabble, and popping in her decisive word now and then, Gertrude, equipped for the night air, and with little Puttick for her escort, glided out and took her place in the great state coach of the Chatsworths, and the door being shut, she made a little nod and a faint smile to her true knight, and said with the slightest possible shrug, "How cold it is tonight! My aunt, I think, will be obliged for your assistance, Lieutenant Puttick. As for me, I must shut up my window, and wish you good night." And with another smile she accordingly shut up the window, and when his best bow was accomplished, she leaned back with a pale and stricken countenance and a great sigh, such a one as caused Lady Macbeth's physician long ago to whisper, "What a sigh is there! The heart is sorely charged." The footmen were standing by the open door. through which Aunt Becky was to come, and there were half a dozen carriages crowded side by side, the lackeys being congregated with links lighted. About the same place of exit, and things being so, there came a small sharp tapping at the far window of the carriage, and with a start Gertrude saw the identical mantle and the three-cocked hat with the peculiar corners, which had caused certain observers so much speculation on another night, and drawing close to the window, whereat this apparition presented itself, she let it down. "I know, beloved Gertrude, what you would say," he softly said, "but be it frenzy or no, I cannot forbear. I am unalterable. Be you the same." A white slender hand glided in and seized hers, not resisting. "Yes, mordaunt the same. But oh, how miserable!" said Gertrude, and with just the slightest movement in the fingers of her small hand, hardly perceptible, and yet how fond a caress. "I'm like a man who has lost his way among the catacombs, among the dead," whispered this muffled figure close to the window, still fervently holding her hand, and sees at last the distant gleam that shows him that his wanderings are to end. "Yes, Gertrude, my beloved. Yes, Gertrude, idol of my solitary love. The mystery is about to end. I'll end it. Be I what I may, you know the worst, and have given me your love and troth. You are my affianced bride. Rather than lose you, I would die. And I think, or I am walking in a dream, I've but to point my finger against two men, and all will be peace and light, light and peace, to me long strangers." At this moment Aunt Becky's voice was heard at the door, and the flash of the flambeau glared on the window. He kissed the hand of the pale girl hurriedly, and the French cocked hat and mantle vanished. In came Aunt Rebecca in a fuss, and it must be said in no very gracious mood, and rather taciturn and sarcastic. And so away they rumbled over the old bridge towards Belmont. End of chapter 60. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 61 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 61, in which the ghosts of a bygone sin keep tryst. Devereux, wrapped in his cloak, strode into the park through Parsons Gate, up the steep hill, and turned towards Castle Knock, and the firs and hawthorn wood that interposes. The wide plain spread before him in solitude, and the thin vapours of night lying over it like a film in the moonlight. 2 or 3 thorn trees stood out from the rest, a pale and solitary group, stooping eastward with the prevailing sweep of 100 years or more of westerly winds. To this the gypsy captain glided, in a straight military line, his eye searching the distance, and after a while, from the skirts of the wood, there moved to meet him a lonely female figure, with her light clothing fluttering in the cold air. At first she came hurriedly, but as they drew near, she came more slowly. Devereux was angry, and like an angry man, he broke out first with, "So your servant, Mistress Nan? Pretty lies you've been telling of me, you and your shrew of a mother. You thought you might go to the rector and say what you pleased, and I hear nothing." Nan Glen was undefinably aware that he was very angry, and had hesitated and stood still before he began, and now she said imploringly, "Sure, Master Richard, it wasn't me. Come, m'lady, don't tell me. You and your mother, curse her, went to the elms in my absence, you and she, and said I had promised to marry you. There, yes or no, didn't you? And could you, or could she have uttered a more utterly damnable lie? 'Twas she, Master Richard, truth and faith. I never knew she was going to say the like. No more I didn't. A likely story, truly, Miss Nan, said the young rake bitterly. Oh, Master Richard, by this cross, you won't believe me. 'Tis as true as you're standing there, until she said it to Miss Lily. Hold your tongue, cried Devereux, so fiercely that she thought him half wild. Do you think 'tis a pin's point to me which of you first coined or uttered the lie? Listen to me. I'm a desperate man, and I'll take a course with you both you'll not like, unless you go to-morrow and see Dr. Walsingham yourself, and tell him the whole truth. Yes, the truth. What the devil do I care? Speak that, and make the most of it. But tell him plainly that your story about my having promised to marry you, do you hear, was a lie, from first to last. A lie, without so much as a grain of truth mixed up in it. All a cursed, devil's, woman's invention. Now mind ye, Miss Nan, if you don't, I'll bring you and your mother into court, or I'll have the truth out of you. But there's no need to threaten. Sure you know, Master Richard, I'd do anything for you, I would. I'd beg, or I'd rob, or I'd die for you, Master Richard. And whatever you bid me, your poor wild Nan'll do. Devereux was touched. The tears were streaming down her pale cheeks, and she was shivering. You're cold, Nan. Where's your cloak and riding hood? He said gently. I had to part them, Master Richard. You want money, Nan? He said, and his heart smote him. I'm not cold when I'm near you, Master Richard. I'd wait the whole night long for a chance of seeing you. But oh, she was crying as if her heart would break, looking in his face, and with her hands just a little stretched towards him. Oh, Master Richard, I'm nothing to you now, your poor wild Nan. Poor thing. Her mother had not given her the best education. I believe she was a bit of a thief, and she could tell fibs with fluency and precision. The woman was a sinner, but her wild, strong affections were true, and her heart was not in pelf. Now don't cry. Where's the good of crying? Listen to me, said Devereux. Sure, I heard you were sick last week, Master Richard, she went on, not heeding, and with her cold fingers just touching his arm timidly, and the moon glittered on the tears that streamed down her poor imploring cheeks. And I'd like to be carrying you. And I think you look bad, Master Richard. No, Nan, I tell you, no. I'm very well, only poor. Just now, Nan, or you should not want. Sure, I know, Master Richard. It is not that. I know you'd be good to me if you had it, and it does not trouble me. But see, Nan, you must speak to your friends and say, Sora a friend I have, Sora a friend, Master Richard, and I did not spake to the priest this year or more, and I daren't go near him, said the poor Palmerstown lass that was once so merry. Why won't you listen to me, child? I won't have you this way. You must have your cloak and hood. 'Tis very cold, and by heavens, Nan, you shall never want while I have a guinea. But you see, I'm poor now, curse it. I'm poor. I'm sorry, Nan, and I have only this one about me. Oh, no, Master Richard, keep it. Maybe you'd want it yourself. No, child, don't vex me. There, I'll have money in a week or two, and I'll send you some more, Nan. I'll not forget you." He said this in a sadder tone. "And, Nan, I'm a changed man. All's over, you know, and we'll see one another no more. You'll be happier, Nan, for the parting. So here and now, Nan, we'll say good-bye." "Oh, no, 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 not good-bye. You couldn't, your poor wild Nan." And she clung to his cloak, sobbing in wild supplication. "Yes, Nan, good-bye it must be, no other word." "And oh, Master Richard, is it in earnest? You wouldn't? Oh, sure you wouldn't." "Now, Nan, there's a good girl. I must go. Remember your promise, and I'll not forget you, Nan. On my soul, I won't." Well, mayn't I chance to see you, maybe? Mayn't I look at you marching, Master Richard, at a distance only? I wouldn't care so much, I think, if I could see you sometimes." "Now there, Nan, you must not cry. You know 'tis all past and gone, more than a year ago. 'Twas all damned folly, all my fault. I'm sorry, Nan, I'm sorry, and I'm a changed man, and I'll lead a better life. And so do you, my poor girl." "But mayn't I see you? Not to spake to you, Master Richard, only sometimes to see you far off, maybe." Poor Nan was crying all the time she spoke. Well, I'll go, I will indeed, Master Richard. Only let me kiss your hand. And, oh, no, don't say good-bye, and I'll go. I'm gone now, and maybe, just maybe, you might sometime chance to wish to see your poor wild Nan again, only to see her, and I'll be thinking of that." The old feeling, if anything so coarse deserved the name, was gone, but he pitied her with all his heart, and that heart, such as it was, though she did not know it, was bleeding for her. He saw her, poor creature, hurrying away in her light clothing, through the sharp moonlight chill, which even in the wrapping of his thick cloak he felt keenly enough. She looked over her shoulder, then stopped. Perhaps, poor thing, she thought he was relenting, and then she began to hurry back again. They cling so desperately to the last chance. But that, you know, would never do. Another pleading, another parting, so he turned sharply and strode into the thickets of the close brushwood, among which the white mists of night were hanging. He thought as he stepped resolutely and quickly on, with a stern face and heavy heart, that he heard a wild sobbing cry in the distance, and that was poor Nan's farewell. So Devereux glided on like a ghost through the noiseless thicket, and scarcely knowing or caring where he went, emerged upon the broad open plateau, and skirting the 15 acres, came at last to a halt upon the high ground overlooking the river, which ran partly in long trains of silver sparkles, and partly in deep shadow beneath him. Here he stopped, and looked towards the village, where he had passed many a pleasant hour, with a profound and remorseful foreboding that there were no more such pleasant hours for him. And his eye wandered among the scattered lights that still twinkled from the distant windows, and he fancied he knew, among them all, that which gleamed pale and dim through the distant elms, the star of his destiny, and he looked at it across the water. A greater gulf severed them, so near, and yet a star in distance, with a strange mixture of sadness and defiance, tenderness and fury. End of chapter 61. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 62 of A House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 62 of a solemn resolution which Captain Devereux registered among his household gods with a libation. When Devereux entered his drawing room and lighted his candles, he was in a black and bitter mood. He stood at the window for a while and drummed on the pane, looking in the direction of the barrack, where all the fun was going on, but thinking in a chaotic way of things very different, and all toned with that strange sense of self-reproach and foreboding which of late had grown habitual with him, and not without just cause. This shall be the last. 'Twas dreadful, seeing that poor Nan, and I want it. I can swear I really and honestly want it. Only one glass to stay my heart. Every one may drink in moderation, especially if he's heartsick, and has no other comfort. One glass, and no more. Curse it! So one glass of brandy, I'm sorry to say, unmixed with water. The handsome misanthropist sipped and sipped to the last drop, and then sat down before his fire, and struck and poked and stabbed at it in a bitter personal sort of way, until here and there some blazes leaped up, and gave his eyes a dreamy sort of occupation, and he sat back with his hands in his pockets and his feet on the fender, gazing among the plutonic peaks and caverns between the bars. I've had my allowance for tonight. Tomorrow night, none at all. 'Tis an accursed habit, and I'll not allow it to creep upon me. No, I've never fought it fairly, as I mean to do now. 'Tis quite easy, if one has but the will to do it. So he sat before his fire, chewing the cud of bitter fancy only, and he recollected he had not quite filled his glass, and up he got with a swagger, and says he, "We'll drink fair, if you please. One glass, one only, but that, hang it, a bumper." So he made a rough calculation. We'll say so much, here or there. 'Tis no great matter. A thimbleful won't drown me. Phew! That's too much. What am I to do with it? Hang it. Well, we can't help it. 'Tis the last. So whatever the quantity may have been, he drank it too, and grew more moody, and was suddenly called up from the black abyss by the entrance of little Puddock, rosy and triumphant from the ball. "Ha, Puddock, then the fun's over. I'm glad to see you. I've been tete-a-tete with my shadow. Cursed bad company, Puddock. Where's Clough? Gone home, I believe. So much the better. You know Clough better than I, and there's a secret about him I never could find out. You have, maybe." "What's that?" lisped Puddock. "What the deuce Clough's good for?" "Oh, tut, we all know Clough's a very good fellow." Devereux looked from under his finely penciled brows with a sad sort of smile at good little Puddock. "Puddock," says he, "I'd like to have you write my epitaph." Puddock looked at him with his round eyes a little puzzled, and then he said, "You think, maybe, I've a turn for making verses, and you think also I like you. And there you're quite right." Devereux laughed, but kindly, and shook the fat little hand he proffered. "I wish I were like you, Puddock. We've the knowledge of good and evil between us. The knowledge of good is all yours. You see nothing but the good that men have. You see it, and I dare say truly, where I can't. The darker knowledge is mine." Puddock, who thought he thoroughly understood King John, Shylock, and Richard III., was a good deal taken aback by Devereux's estimate of his penetration. "Well, I don't think you know me, Devereux," resumed he with a thoughtful lisp. "I'm much mistaken, or I could sound the depths of a villain's soul as well as most men." "And if you don't find it full of noble qualities," said Dick Devereux, "what book is that?" "The Tragical History of Dr. Faustus," answered Puddock. "I left it here more than a week ago. Have you read it? Faith, Puddock, I forgot it. Let's see what 'tis like, said Devereux. Heyday! And he read, Now, Faustus, let thine eyes with horror stare into that vast perpetual torture house. There are the Furies, tossing damned souls on burning forks. Their bodies boil in lead. There are live quarters, broiling on the coals, that ne'er can die. This ever-burning chair is for o'er-tortured souls to rest them in. These that are fed with sops of flaming fire were gluttons, and loved only delicates, and laughed to see the poor starve at their gates. Tailors, by Jupiter! Serve 'em right, the rogues! Tailors lining upon ragout royal, Spanish olde, Puddock, fat livers, and green morels in the Phoenix. The scoundrels! And laughing to see poor gentlemen of the Royal Irish Artillery starving at their gates. Hang 'em! Well, well, listen to the good angel, said Puddock, taking up the book and declaiming his best. Oh, thou hast lost celestial happiness, pleasures unspeakable, bliss without end. Hadst thou affected sweet divinity, hell or the devil had no power on thee. Hadst thou kept on that way, Faustus, behold, in what resplendent glory thou hadst sat, on yonder throne, like those bright shining spirits, and triumphed over hell. That hast thou lost, and now, poor soul, must thy good angel leave thee. The jaws of hell are open to receive thee. Stop that! 'Tis all cursed rant, said Devereux. That is the thing itself. You make the most it. Why, truly, said Puddock, there are better speeches in it, but 'tis very late, and parade, you know. I shall go to bed, and you? No, I shall stay where I am. Well, I wish you good night, dear Devereux. Good night, Puddock. And the plump little fellow was heard skipping downstairs, and the hall door shut behind him. Devereux took the play that Puddock had just laid down, and read it for a while with a dreary kind of interest. Then he got up, and, I'm sorry to say, drank another glass of the same strong waters. Tomorrow I turn over a new leaf. And he caught himself repeating Puddock's snatch of Macbeth. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. Devereux looked out, leaning on the window sash. All was quiet now, as if the rattle of a carriage had never disturbed the serene cold night. The town had gone to bed, and you could hear the sigh of the river across the field. A sadder face the moon did not shine upon. That's a fine play, Faustus, Marlowe, he said. Some of the lines he had read were booming funereally in his ear, like a far-off bell. I wonder whether Marlowe had run a wild course like some of us here, myself, and could not retrieve. That honest little mountebank, Puddock, does not understand a word of it. I wish I were like Puddock, poor little fellow. So after a while Devereux returned to his chair before the fire, and on his way again drank the waters of the Leith, and sat down, not forgetting, but remorseful over the fire. I'll drink no more tonight. There. Curse me if I do. The fire was waxing low in the grate. Tomorrow's a new day. Why, I never made a resolution about it before. I can keep it. 'Tis easily kept. Tomorrow I begin. And with fists clenched in his pockets, he vowed his vow, with an oath into the fire, and 10 minutes were not past and over when his eye wandered thirstily again to the flask on the middle of the table, and with a sardonic, flushed smile, he quoted the good angel's words, O Faustus, lay that damned book aside, and gaze not on it lest it tempt thy soul. And then pouring out a dram, he looked on it, and said, with the evil angel, Go forward, Faustus, in that famous art, wherein all nature's treasure is contained. Be thou on earth as Jove is in the sky, lord and commander of the elements. and then with a solitary sneer he sipped it, and after a while he drank one glass more. They were the small glasses then in vogue, and shoved it back with "There, that's the last." And then, perhaps, there was one other last, and after that the very last. Hang it, it must be the last, and so on, I suppose. And Devereux was pale and looked wild and sulky on parade next morning. End of chapter 62. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 63 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 63, in which a liberty is taken with Mr. Nutter's name, and Mr. Dangerfield stands at the altar. Poor Mrs. Nutter continued in a state of distracted and flighty tribulation, not knowing what to make of it, nor indeed knowing the worst, for the neighbors did not tell her half they might, nor drop a hint of the dreadful suspicion that dogged her absent helpmate. She was sometimes up rummaging among the drawers and fidgeting about the house without any clear purpose, but oftener lying on her bed, with her clothes on, crying. When she got hold of a friend, she disburdened her soul and called on him or her for endless consolations and assurances, which for the most part she herself prescribed. There were, of course, fits of despair as well as starts of hope, and bright ideas accounting for everything, and then clouds of blackness and tornadoes of lamentation. Father Roach, a good-natured apostle, whose digestion suffered when anyone he liked was in trouble, paid her a visit, and being somehow confounded with Dr. Toole, was shown up to her bedroom, where the poor little woman lay crying under the coverlet. On discovering where he was, the good father was disposed to flinch and get downstairs, in tenderness to his character, and thinking what a story them villains of the world 'd make of it down at the club there. But on second thoughts, poor little Sally being neither young nor comely, he ventured and sat down by the bed, veiled behind a strip of curtain, and poured his mellifluous consolations into her open ears. And poor Sally became eloquent in return, and Father Roach dried his eyes, although she could not see him behind the curtain, and called her my daughter and dear lady, and tendered such comforts as his housekeeping afforded. Had she bacon in the house, or maybe she'd like a fat fowl, she could not eat? Why, then, she could make elegant broth of it, and drink it, and he'd keep another fattening until Nutter himself came back. And then, my honey, you and himself'll come down and dine with old Father Austin, and we'll have a grand evening of it entirely, laughing over the remembrance of these blackguard troubles. Acushla. Or maybe you'd accept of a couple of bottles of claret or canaries. I see you don't want for wine. So there was just one more offer the honest fellow had to make, and he opened with assurances 'twas only between himself and her, and not a soul on earth 'd ever hear a word about it. And he asked her pardon, but he thought she might chance to want a guinea or two, just till Nutter came back, and he brought a couple in his waistcoat pocket. Poor Father Roach was hard up just then. Indeed, the being hard up was a chronic affection with him. 2 horses were not to be kept for nothing, nor for the same moderate figure was it possible to maintain an asylum for unfortunates and outlaws, pleasant fellows enough, but endowed with great appetites, and an unquenchable taste for consolation in fluid forms. A clerical provision in Father Roach's day and church was not by any means what we have seen it since. At all events, he was not even troubled with the possession of money, and when half a dozen good weddings brought him in 50 or 100 pounds, the holy man was constrained forthwith to make distribution of his assets among a score of sour and sometimes dangerous tradespeople. I mention this in no disparagement of Father Roach. Quite the contrary. In making the tender of his 2 guineas, which, however, Sally declined, the worthy cleric was offering the widow's mite, not like some lucky dogs who might throw away 1,000 or 2 and be nothing the worse. And you may be sure the poor fellow was very glad to find she did not want it. "Rather hard measure, it strikes me," said Dangerfield in the club, "to put him in the hue and cry." But there he was, sure enough, Charles Nutter, Esquire, formerly of the Mills, near Knockmaroon, in the county of Dublin, and a full description of the dress he wore, as well as of his height, complexion, features, and all this his poor little wife, still inhabiting the Mills, and quite unconscious that any man, woman, or child who could prosecute him to conviction for a murderous assault on Dr. Stirk should have £50 reward. "News in today, by Jove," said Toole, bustling solemnly into the club, "by the packet that arrived at 1 o'clock. A man taken, answering Nutter's description exactly, just going aboard of a Jamaica brig at Gravesend, and giving no account of himself. He's to be sent over to Dublin for identification." And when that was thoroughly discussed 2 or 3 times over, they fell to talking of other subjects, and among the rest of Devereux, and continued what his plans were, and there were no brother officers by, whether he meant to keep his commission, and various speculations as to the exact cause of the coldness shown him by General Chatsworth. Dick Speight thought it might be that he had not asked Miss Gertrude in marriage, but this was pooh-poohed. Besides, they knew at Belmont, said Toole, who was an authority upon the domestic politics of that family, and rather proud of being so, just as well as I did, that Gypsy Dick was in love with Miss Lilias, and I lay you 50 he'd marry her tomorrow if she'd have him. Toole was always a little bit more intimate with people behind their backs, so he called Devereux Gypsy Dick. "She's ailing, I hear," said old Slow. "She is indeed, sir," answered the doctor, with a grave shake of the head. "Nothing of moment, I hope?" he asked. "Why, you see, it may be. She had a bad cough last winter, and this year she took it earlier, and it has fallen very much on her lungs, and you see we can't say, sir, what turn it may take, and I'm very sorry she should be so sick and ailing. She's the prettiest creature and the best little soul, and I don't know, on my conscience, what the poor old parson would do if anything happened to her, you know. But I trust, sir, with care, you know, 'twill turn out well." The season for trout fishing was long past and gone, and there were no more pleasant rambles for Dangerfield and Irons along the flowery banks of the devious Liffey, their rods and nets hung up, awaiting the return of genial spring, and the churlish stream, abandoned to its wintry mood, darkled and roared savagely under the windows of the brass castle. One dismal morning, as Dangerfield's energetic step carried him briskly through the town, the iron gate of the churchyard and the door of the church itself standing open, he turned in, glancing upward as he passed at Stirk's bedroom windows, as all the neighbors did, to see whether General Death's white banners were floating there, and his tedious siege ended, as end it must, and the garrison borne silently away in his custody to the prison house. Up the aisle marched Dangerfield, not abating his pace, but with a swift and bracing clatter, like a man taking a frosty constitutional walk. Irons was mopping softly about in the neighborhood of the reading desk, and about to mark the places of psalms and chapters in the great church Bible and prayer book, and sidelong he beheld his crony of the angle marching with a grim confidence and swiftness up the aisle. "I say, where's Martin?" said Dangerfield cheerfully. "He's gone away, sir." "Hey, then you've no one with you?" "No, sir." Dangerfield walked straight on, up the step of the communion table, and shoving open the little balustraded door, he made a gay stride or two across the holy precinct, and with a quick, right-about face, came to a halt. The white, scoffing face, for exercise never flushed it, and the cold, broad sheen of the spectacles looked odd in the clerk's eyes, facing the church door from beside the table of the sacrament, displayed as it were in the very frame, foreground, background, and all, in which he was wont to behold the thoughtful, simple, holy face of the rector. "Alone among the dead, and not afraid," croaked the white face pleasantly. The clerk seemed almost to writhe and sweat silently under the banter of his comrade of the landing net, and he answered, without lifting his head, in a constrained and dogged sort of way, like a man who expects something unpleasant. "Alone? Yes, sir. There's none here but ourselves." And his face flushed, and the veins on his forehead stood out, as will happen with a man who tugs at a weight that is too much for him. "I saw you steal a glance at Charles when he came into the church here, and it strikes me I was at the moment thinking of the same thing as you. To wit, will he require any special service at our hands?" "Well, he does, and you or I must do it. He'll give £1,000, mind ye, and that's something in the way of fellows like you and me. And whatever else he may have done, Charles has never broke his word in a money matter. And hark'ee, can't you thumb over that Bible and prayer book on the table here, as well as there? Do so. Well," and he went on in a lower key, still looking full front at the church door, and a quick glance now and then upon Irons across the communion table. "'Tis nothing at all, don't you see? What are you afraid of? It can't change events. 'Tis only a question of today or tomorrow, a whim, a maggot, eh? You can manage it this way, mark ye." He had his pocket handkerchief by the two corners before him like an apron, and he folded it neatly and quickly into four. "Don't you see? And a little water. You're a neat hand, you know, and if you're interrupted, 'tis only to blow your nose in it, ha, 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 and clap it in your pocket, and you may as well have the money, hey? Good mornin'." And when he had got halfway down the aisle, he called back to Irons in a loud, frank voice, "And Martin's not here. Could you say where he is?" But he did not await the answer, and glided with quick steps from the porch, with a side leer over the wavy green mounds and tombstones. He had not been 3 minutes in the church, and across the street he went, to the shop over the way, and asked briskly where Martin, the sexton, was. Well, they did not know. "Ho, Martin!" he cried across the street, seeing that functionary just about to turn the corner by Stirk's Hall doorsteps. "A word with you. I've been looking for you. See, you must take a foot rule and make all the measurements of that pew, you know. Don't mistake a hair's breadth. Do you mind? For you must be ready to swear to it, and bring a note of it to me at home today at 1 o'clock, and you shall have a crown piece. From which the reader will perceive, as all the world might, if they had happened to see him enter the church just now, that his object in the visit was to see and speak with Martin, and that the little bit of banter with Irons the clerk was all by-play and parenthesis, and beside the main business, and of course of no sort of consequence. Mr. Irons, like most men of his rank in life, was not much in the habit of exact thinking. His ruminations, therefore, were rather confused, but perhaps they might be translated in substance into something like this: "Why the blank can't you let them alone that's willing to let him alone? I wish he was in his own fiery home, and better people at rest. I can't mark them places. I don't know whether I'm on my head or heels." And he smacked the quarto prayer book down upon the folio Bible with a sonorous bang, and glided out, furious, frightened, and taciturn, to the Salmon House. He came upon Dangerfield again, only half a dozen steps from the turn into the street. He had just dismissed Martin, and was looking into a note in his pocket-book, and either did not see or pretended not to see the clerk. But someone else saw and recognized Mr. Irons, and as he passed, directed upon him a quick, searching glance. It was Mr. Mervyn, who happened to pass that way. Irons and Dangerfield and the Churchyard. There was a flash of association in the group, and the background which accorded with an old suspicion. Dangerfield, indeed, was innocently reading a leaf in his red and gilt leather pocket-book, as I have said. But Irons's eyes met the glance of Mervyn, and contracted oddly, and altogether they gleamed out something indefinable in his look. It was only for a second, a glance and an intuition, and from that moment it was one of Mervyn's immovable convictions that Mr. Dangerfield knew something of Irons's secret. It was a sort of intermittent suspicion before. Now it was a monstrous but fixed belief. So Mr. Irons glided swiftly on to the Salmon House, where in a dark corner he drank something comfortable, and stalked back again to the holy pile, with his head aching, and the world round him like a wild and evil dream. End of chapter 63. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 64 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 64. Being a night scene in which Miss Gertrude Chatsworth, being adjured by Aunt Becky, makes answer. In Aunt Becky's mind, the time could not be far off when the odd sort of relations existing between the Belmont family and Mr. Dangerfield must be defined. The Crassus himself, indeed, was very indulgent. He was assiduous and respectful, but he wisely abstained from pressing for an immediate decision, and trusted to reflection and to Aunt Becky's good offices, and knew that his gold would operate by its own slow but sure gravitation. At one time he had made up his mind to be peremptory, and politely to demand an unequivocal yes or no. But a letter reached him from London. It was from a great physician there. Whatever was in it, the effect was to relieve his mind of an anxiety. He never, indeed, looked anxious, or moped like an ordinary man in Blue Devils. But his servants knew when anything weighed upon his spirits by his fierce, short, maniacal temper. But with the seal of that letter the spell broke. The evil spirit departed for a while, and the old jocose, laconic irony came back and glittered whitely in the tall chair by the fire, and sipped its claret after dinner, and sometimes smoked its long pipe, and grinned into the embers of the grate. At Belmont there had been a skirmish over the broiled drumsticks at supper, and the ladies had withdrawn in towering passions to their nightly devotions and repose. Gertrude had of late grown more like herself, but was quite resolute against the Dangerfield alliance, which Aunt Becky fought for, the more desperately that in their private confidences under the poplar trees she had given the rich cynic of the silver spectacles good assurance of success. Puttock drank tea at Belmont, nectar in Olympus, that evening. Was ever lieutenant so devoutly romantic? He had grown more fanatical and abject in his worship. He spoke less, and lisped in very low tones. He sighed often and sometimes mightily, and ogled unhappily, and smiled lackadaisically. The beautiful damsel was, in her high, cold way, kind to the guest, and employed him about the room on little commissions, and listened to his speeches without hearing them, and rewarded them now and then with a gleam of a smile, which made his gallant little heart flutter up to his solitaire, and his honest powdered head giddy. "I marvel, brother," ejaculated Aunt Becky, suddenly appearing in the parlor, where the general had made himself comfortable over his novel, and opening her address with a sharp stomp on the floor. The veteran's heart made a little jump, and he looked up over his gold spectacles. "I marvel, brother, what you can mean, desire, or intend by all this ogling, sighing, and love-making. 'Tis surely a strange way of forwarding Mr. Dangerfield's affair." He might have blustered a little, as he sometimes did, for she had startled him, and her manner was irritating. But she had caught him in a sentimental passage between Lovelace and Miss Harlowe, which always moved him, and he showed no fight at all, but his innocent little light blue eyes looked up wonderingly and quite gently at her. "Who? I? What ogling, Sister Becky?" "You, Tut. That foolish, ungrateful person, Lieutenant Puttock. What can you propose to yourself, brother, in bringing Lieutenant Puttock here? I hate him." "Why, what about Puttock? What has he done?" asked the general, with round eyes still, and closing his book on his finger. "What has he done? Why, he's at your daughter's feet," cried Aunt Becky, with scarlet cheeks and flashing eyes. "And she, artful gypsy, has brought him there by positively making love to him." "Sweet upon Tooty," the general's old pet name for Gertrude. "Why, half the young fellows are, you know, poo-poo." And the general stood up with his back to the fire, looking uneasy, for, like many other men, he thought a woman's eyes saw further in such a case than this. "Do you wish the young hussy, do you, to marry Lieutenant Puttock?" "I should not wonder." "Why, of course, her fortune you and she may give away to whom you like, but remember she's young, and has been much admired, brother, and may make a great match, and in our day young ladies were under direction, and did not marry without apprising their parents or natural guardians. Here's Mr. Dangerfield, who proposes great settlements. Why won't she have him? For my part, I think we're a little better than cheats, and I mean to write to-morrow morning and tell the poor gentleman that you and I have been bamboozling him to a purpose, and meant all along to marry the vixen to a poor lieutenant in your corps. Speak truth, and shame the devil, brother. For my part, I'm sick of the affair. I'm sick of deception, ingratitude, and odious fools." Aunt Becky had vanished in a little whirlwind, leaving the General with his back to the fire, looking blank and uncomfortable. And from his little silver tankard he poured out a glassful of his mulled claret, not thinking, and smelled it deliberately, as he used to do when he was tasting a new wine, and looked through it, and set the glass down, forgetting he was to drink it, for his thoughts were elsewhere. On reaching her bedroom, which she did with impetuous haste, Aunt Becky shut the door with a passionate slam, and said, with a sort of choke and a sob, "There's naught but ingratitude on earth. The odious, odious, odious person!" And when 10 minutes after her maid came in, she found Aunt Rebecca but little advanced in her preparations for bed, and her summons at the door was answered by a fierce and shrilly nose-trumpeting, and a stern, "Come in, huzzy. Are you deaf, child?" And when she came in, Aunt Becky was grim and fussy, and her eyes red. Miss Gertrude was that night arrived just on that dim and delicious plateau, that debatable land upon which the last waking reverie and the first dream of slumber mingle together in airy dance and shifting colors, when on a sudden she was recalled to a consciousness of her grave bedposts and damask curtains by the voice of her aunt. Sitting up, she gazed on the redoubted Aunt Becky through the lace of her bonnet de nuit for some seconds in a mystified and incredulous way. Mistress Rebecca Chatsworth, on the other hand, had drawn the curtains and stood, candle in hand, arrayed in her nightdress like a ghost, only she had on a pink and green quilted dressing-gown loosely over it. She was tall and erect, of course, but she looked softened and strange, and when she spoke it was in quite a gentle, humble sort of way, which was perfectly strange to her niece. "Don't be frightened, sweetheart," said she, and she leaned over, and with her arm round her neck, kissed her. "I came to say a word, and just to ask you a question. I wish, indeed, I do, heaven knows, to do my duty. And, my dear child, will you tell me the whole truth? Will you tell me truly? You will, when I ask it as a kindness." There was a little pause, and Gertrude looked with a pale gaze upon her aunt. "Are you," said Aunt Becky, "do you, Gertrude, do you like Lieutenant Puttock?" "Lieutenant Puttock," repeated the girl, with a look and gesture of a person in whose ear something strange has buzzed. "Because if you really are in love with him, Gertie, and that he likes you, and that, in short—" Aunt Becky was speaking very rapidly, but stopped suddenly. "In love with Lieutenant Puttock," was all that Miss Gertrude said. "Now do tell, Gertrude, if it be so. Tell me, dear love. I know 'tis a hard thing to say." And Aunt Becky considerately began to fiddle with the ribbon at the back of her niece's nightcap, so that she need not look in her face. "But, Gertie, tell me truly, do you like him? And why, if it be so? I will mention Mr. Dangerfield's suit no more. There now, there's all I want to say." "Lieutenant Puttock," repeated young Madam in the nightcap, and by this time the film of slumber was gone, and the suspicion struck her somehow in altogether so comical a way that she could not help laughing in her aunt's sad, earnest face. Fat, funny little Lieutenant Puttock was ever so diverting a disgrace? Oh, dear aunt, what have I done to deserve so prodigious a suspicion? It was plain from her heightened color that her aunt did not choose to be laughed at. "What have you done?" said she quite briskly. "Why, what have you done?" And Aunt Becky had to consider just for a second or two, staring straight at the young lady through the crimson damask curtains. "You have. You. Why, what have you done?" And she covered her confusion by stooping down to adjust the heel of her slipper. "Oh, it's delightful! Plump little Lieutenant Puttock." And the graver her aunt looked, the more irrepressibly she laughed, till that lady, evidently much offended, took the young gentlewoman pretty roundly to task. "Well, I'll tell you what you have done," she said almost fiercely. "As absurd as he is, you have been twice as sweet upon him as he upon you, and you have done your endeavor to fill his brain with the notion that you are in love with him, young lady. And if you're not, you have acted, I promise you, a most unscrupulous and unpardonable part by a most honorable and well-bred gentleman. For that character I believe he bears. Yes, you may laugh, madam, how you please, but he's allowed, I say, to be as honest, as true, as fine a gentleman as ever surprised a weaver," said the young lady, laughing till she almost cried. In fact, she was showing in a new light and becoming quite a funny character upon this theme. And indeed this sort of convulsion of laughing seemed so unaccountable on natural grounds to Aunt Rebecca that her irritation subsided into perplexity, and she began to suspect that her extravagant merriment might mean possibly something which she did not quite understand. "Well, niece, when you have quite done laughing at nothing, you will perhaps be so good as to hear me. I put it to you now, young lady, as your relation and your friend, once for all, upon your sacred honor. Remember you're a Chatsworth, upon the honor of a Chatsworth," a favorite family form of adjuration on serious occasions with Aunt Rebecca. "Do you like Lieutenant Puttock?" It was now Miss Gertrude's turn to be nettled, and to remind her visitor by a sudden flush in her cheek and a flash from her eyes that she was indeed a Chatsworth, and with more disdain than perhaps was quite called for, she repelled the soft suspicion. "I protest, madam," said Miss Gertrude, "'tis too bad, truly, madam. It is vastly vexatious to have to answer so strange and affronting a question. If you ever took the trouble, aunt, to listen to or look at Lieutenant Puttock, you might—" "Well, niece," quoth Aunt Becky, interrupting with a little toss of her head, "young ladies weren't quite so hard to please in my time, and I can't see or hear that he's so much worse than others." "I'd sooner die than have him," said Miss Gerty peremptorily. "Then I suppose, if ever and whenever he asks you the question himself, you'll have no hesitation in telling him so?" said Aunt Becky with becoming solemnity. "Laughable, ridiculous, comical, and absurd, as I always thought and believed Lieutenant Puttock to be. I yet believe the asking such a question of me to be a stretch of absurdity from which his breeding, for he is a gentleman, will restrain him. Besides, madam, you can't possibly be aware of the subjects on which he has invariably discoursed whenever he happened to sit by me. Plays and players and candied fruit. Really, madam, it is too absurd to have to enter upon one's defense against so incredible an imagination." Aunt Rebecca looked steadily for a few seconds in her niece's face, then drew a long breath, and leaning over, kissed her again on the forehead, and with a grave little nod, and looking on her again for a short space, without saying a word more, she turned suddenly and left the room. Miss Gertrude's vexation again gave way to merriment, and her aunt, as she walked sad and stately upstairs, heard one peal of merry laughter after another ring through her niece's bedroom, She had not laughed so much for 3 years before, and this short visit cost her, I am sure, 2 hours' good sleep at least. End of chapter 64. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 65 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 65. Relating some awful news that reached the village, and how Dr. Walsingham visited Captain Richard Devereux at his lodgings. And now there was news all over town to keep all the tongues there in motion. News, great news, terrible news. Peter Fogarty, Mr. Tresham's boy, had it that morning from his cousin Jim Redmond, whose aunt lived at Ring's End, and kept a little shop over against the Plume of Feathers, where you might have your pick and choice of all sorts of nice and useful things. Bacon, brass snuff-boxes, penny ballads, eggs, candles, cheese, tobacco pipes, pinchback buckles for knee and instep, soap, sausages, and who knows what beside. No one quite believed it. It was a tradition at third hand, and Peter Fogarty's cousin, Jim Redmond's aunt, was easy of faith. Jim, it was presumed, not very accurate in narration, and Peter not much better. Though, however, it was not actually intelligence, it was a startling thesis. And though some raised their brows and smiled darkly and shook their heads, the whole town certainly pricked their ears at it, and not a man met another without, "Well, anything more? You've heard the report, sir, eh?" It was not till Dr. Toole came out of town early that day that the sensation began in earnest. There could be no doubt about it. 'Twas a wonderful, strange thing, certainly, after so long a time, and so well preserved, too. What was it? What is it? Why, Charles Nutter's corpse is found, sir. Corpse, eh? So Toole says. Hullo, Toole. Dr. Toole, I say. Here's Mr. Slow. Hasn't heard about poor Nutter. Ho, neighbor Slow. Give you good day, sir. Not heard it? By Jove, sir. Poor Nutter. 'Tis true. His body's found. Picked up this morning, just at sunrise, by 2 Dunleary fishermen off Bullock. Justice Lowe has seen it, and Spate saw it too. I've just been speaking with him, not an hour ago, in Thomas Street. It lies at Ring's End, and an inquest in the morning. And so on in Dr. Toole's manner until he saw Dr. Walsingham, the good rector, pausing in his leisurely walk just outside the row of houses that fronted the turnpike, in one of which were the lodgings of Dick Devereux. The good Dr. Toole wondered what brought his reverence there, for he had an inkling of something going on. So he bustled off to him and told his story, with the stern solemnity befitting such a theme, and that pallid, half-suppressed smile with which an exciting horror is sometimes related. And the good rector had many ejaculations of consternation and sympathy, and not a few inquiries to utter. And at last, when the theme was quite exhausted, he told Toole, who still lingered on, that he was going to pay his respects to Captain Devereux. "Oh," said cunning little Toole, "you need not, for I told him the whole matter." "Very like, sir," answered the doctor, "but 'tis on another matter I wish to see him." "Oh, certainly, very good, sir. I beg pardon, and he's just done his breakfast. A late dog, sir." "Ha! Your servant, Dr. Walsingham." Devereux puzzled his comrade Puttock more than ever. Sometimes he would descend with his blue devils into the abyss, and sit there all the evening in a dismal sulk. Sometimes he was gayer even than his old gay self, and sometimes in a bitter vein, talking enigmatical ironies with his strange smile, and sometimes he was dangerous and furious, just as the weather changes without rhyme or reason. Maybe he was angry with himself, and thought it was with others, and was proud, sorry, and defiant, and let his moods, one after another, possess him as they came. They were his young days, beautiful and wicked, days of clear, rich tints, and sanguine throbbings, and Gloria Mundi, when we fancy the spirit perfect, and the body needs no redemption, when fresh from the fountains of life, death is but a dream, and we walk the earth like heathen gods and goddesses, in celestial egotism and beauty. O fair youth, gone forever! The parting from thee was a sadness and a violence, sadder, I think, than death itself. We look behind us, and sigh after thee, as on the pensive glories of a sunset, and our march is toward the darkness. It is twilight with us now, and will soon be starlight, and the hour and place of slumber, till the reveille sounds, and the day of wonder opens. O grant us a good hour, and take us to thy mercy. But to the last, those young days will be remembered and worth remembering. For be we what else we may, young mortals we shall never be again. Of course, Dick Devereux was now no visitor at the Elms. All that, for the present, was over. Neither did he see Lilias, for little Lily was now a close prisoner with doctors, in full uniform with shouldered canes, mounting guard at the doors. 'Twas a hard winter, and she needed care and nursing, and Devereux chafed and fretted, and in truth 'twas hard to bear this spite of fortune, to be so near and yet so far, quite out of sight and hearing. A word or two from General Chatsworth in Dr. Walsingham's ear as they walked to and fro before the white front of Belmont had decided the rector on making this little call, for he had now mounted the stair of Devereux's lodging, and standing on the carpet outside knocked, with a grave, sad face on his door panel, glancing absently through the lobby window and whistling inaudibly the while. The doctor was gentle and modest and entirely kindly. He held good Master Felton's doctrine about reproofs. A man, says he, had better be convinced in private than be made guilty by a proclamation. Open rebukes are for magistrates and courts of justice, for steel chambers and for scarlets. In the thronged hall private are for friends, where all the witnesses of the offender's blushes are blind and deaf and dumb. We should do by them as Joseph thought to have done by Mary, seek to cover blemishes with secrecy. Public reproof is like striking of a deer in the herd. It not only wounds him to the loss of enabling blood, but betrays him to the hound, his enemy, and makes him by his fellows be pushed out of company. So on due invitation from within, the good parson entered, and the handsome captain in all his splendors. When you saw him after a little absence, 'twas always with a sort of admiring surprise. You had forgot how very handsome he was. This handsome slender fellow, with his dark face and large unfathomable violet eyes, so wild and wicked, and yet so soft, stood up surprised, with a look of welcome quickly clouded and crossed by a gleam of defiance. They bowed and shook hands, however, and bowed again, and each was the other's servant. And being seated, they talked de generabilis. For the good parson would not come like an executioner and take his prisoner by the throat, but altogether in the spirit of the shepherd, content to walk a long way about, and wait till he came up with the truant, and entreating him kindly, not dragging or beating him back to the flock, but leading and carrying by turns, and so awaiting his opportunity. But Devereux was in one of his moods. He thought the doctor no friend to his suit, and was bitter and formal and violent. End of chapter 65. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 66 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 66. Of a certain tempest that arose and shook the captain's spoons and teacups, and how the wind suddenly went down. "I'm very glad, sir, to have a few quiet minutes with you," said the doctor, making then a little pause, and Devereux thought he was going to reopen the matter of his suit. "For I've had no answer to my last letter, and I want to know all you can tell me of that most promising young man, Daniel Loftus, and his most curious works." "Dan Loftus is dead, and I'm sorry to say," he added something else, "and his works have followed him, sir," said the strange captain savagely, for he could not conceive what business the doctor had to think about him when Captain Devereux's concerns were properly to be discussed. So, though he had reason to believe he was quite well, and in Malaga with his honorable and sickly cousin, he killed him offhand, and disposed summarily of his works. There was an absolute silence of some seconds after this scandalous explosion, and Devereux said, "In truth, sir, I don't know. They hold him capable of taking charge of my wise cousin, hang him, so I dare say he can take care of himself, and I don't see what the plague ails to happen to him." The doctor's honest eyes opened, and his face flushed a little, but reading makes a full man, not a quick one, and so while he was fashioning his answer, the iron cooled. Indeed, he never spoke in anger. When, on sudden provocation, he carried his head higher and flushed a little, they supposed he was angry. But if he was, this was all he showed of the old Adam, and he held his peace. So now the doctor looked down upon the tablecloth, for Devereux's breakfast china and silver was still on the table, and he marshalled some crumbs he found there, sadly with his finger, in a row first, and then in a circle, and then goodness knows how, and he sighed profoundly over his work. Devereux was in his mood. He was proud. He had no notion of apologizing, but looking another way, and with his head rather high, he hoped Miss Lilias was better. Well, well, the spring was coming, and Parson Walsingham knew the spring restored little Lily. She's like a bird, she's like a flower, and the winter is nearly past, and the beautiful words of the Song of Songs, which little Lily so loved to read, mingled like a reverie in his discourse, and he said, "The flowers will soon appear in the earth, the time of the singing birds will come, and the voice of the turtle be heard in our land." "Sir," said Dick Devereux in a voice that sounded strangely, "I have a request. May I make it? A favor to beg. 'Tisn't all things remembered very much. If I write a letter and place it open in your hand, a letter, sir, to Miss Lily, will you read it to her, or else let her read it? Or even a message, a spoken message, will you give it?" "Captain Devereux," said the doctor, in a reserved but very sad sort of way, "I must tell you that my dear child is by no means well. She has had a cold, and it has not gone away so soon as usual. Something, I think, of her dear mother's delicacy. And so she requires care, my little Lily, a great deal of care. But thank God the spring is before us. Yes, yes, the soft air and sunshine, and then she'll be out again. You know the garden, and her visits, and her little walks. So I don't fret or despair. Oh, no." He spoke very gently in a reverie after his wont, and he sighed heavily. "You know, 'tis growing late in life with me, Captain Devereux," he resumed, "and I would fain see her united to a kind and tender partner, for I think she's a fragile little flower, poor little Lily. Something I often think of her dear mother's delicacy, and I have always nursed her, you know. She has been a great pet," and he stopped suddenly and walked to the window. "A great pet, indeed. If she could have been spoiled, I should have spoiled her long ago. But she could not. Ah, no, sweet little Lily." Then, quite firmly but gently, Parson Walsingham went on. "Now, the doctors say she mustn't be agitated, and I can't allow it, Captain Devereux. I gave her your message. Let me see. Why, 'tis 5 months ago. I gave it with a good will, for I thought well of you." "And you don't any longer? There, 'tis all out," broke in Devereux fiercely. "Well, you know her answer. It was not lightly given, nor in haste, and first and last 'twas quite decided, and I sent it to you under my own hand." "I thought you were a friend to me, Dr. Walsingham, and now I am sure you're none," said the young fellow in the same bitter tone. "Ah, Captain Devereux, he can be no friend to you who is a friend to your faults, and you no friend to yourself if you be an enemy to him that would tell you of them. Will you like him the worse that would have you better?" "We've all faults, sir. Mine are not the worst, and I'll have neither shrift nor absolution. There's some reason here you won't disclose. He was proud, fierce, pale, and looked damnably handsome and wicked." "She gave no reason, sir," answered Dr. Walsingham. "No, she gave none. But, as I understand, she did not love you, and she prayed me to mention it no more." "She gave no reason, but you know the reason," glared out Devereux. "Indeed, sir, I do not know the reason," answered the rector. "But you know, you must. You meant, you at least had heard some ill of me, and you no longer wish my suit to prosper." "I have indeed of late heard much ill of you, Captain Devereux," answered Dr. Walsingham in a very deliberate but melancholy way. "Enough to make me hold you no meet husband for any wife who cared for a faithful partner, or an honourable and a quiet home." "You mean, I know you do, that Palmerstown girl who has belied me?" cried Devereux. "That unhappy young woman, Captain Devereux, her name is Glynn, whom you have betrayed under a promise of marriage." That moment Devereux was on his feet. It was the apparition of Devereux, a blue fire gleaming in his eyes, not a word from his white lips. While 3 seconds might have ticked from Mrs. Irons's prosy old clock on the stairhead, his slender hand was outstretched in appeal and defiance, and something half celestial, half infernal, the fallen angelic, in his whole face and bearing. "May my merciful Creator strike me dead here at your feet, Dr. Walsingham, but 'tis a lie," cried he. "I never promised. She'll tell you. I thought she told you long ago. 'Twas that devil incarnate, her mother, who forged the lie. Why or wherefore, except for her fiendish love of mischief, I know not." "I cannot tell, sir, about your promise," said the doctor gravely. "With or without it, the crime is heinous, the cruelty immeasurable." "Dr. Walsingham!" cried Dick Devereux, a strange scorn ringing in his accents. "With all your learning, you don't know the world. You don't know human nature. You don't see what's passing in this very village before your eyes every day you live. I'm not worse than others. I'm not half so bad as 50 older fellows who ought to know better, but I'm sorry, and 'tisn't easy to say that, for I am as proud as the devil, proud as you, and if it were to my Maker, what more can I say? I'm sorry, and if heaven forgives us when we repent, I think our wretched fellow mortals may. Captain Devereux, I have nothing to forgive, said the parson kindly. But I tell you, sir, this cruel, unmeaning separation will be my eternal ruin, cried Devereux. Listen to me. By heaven, you shall. I fought a hard battle, sir. I've tried to forget her, to hate her. It won't do. I tell you, Dr. Walsingham, 'tis not in your nature to comprehend the intensity of my love. You can't. I don't blame you. But I think, sir, I might make her like me, sir. They come at last, sometimes, to think those that love them so desperately. That may not be for me, 'tis true. I only ask to plead my own sad cause. I only want to see her, gracious heaven, but to see her, to show her how I was wronged, to tell her she can make me what she will, an honorable, pure, self-denying, devoted man, or leave me in the dark alone, with nothing for it but to wrap my cloak about my head and leap over the precipice. Captain Devereux, why will you doubt me? I've spoken the truth. I've already said I must not give your message, and you are not to suppose I dislike you, because I would fain have your faults mended. Faults, have I? To be sure I have. So have you more, sir, and worse than I, maybe, cried Devereux, wild again. And you come here in your spiritual pride to admonish and to lecture and to insult a miserable man, who's better perhaps than yourself. You've heard ill of me. You hear I sometimes drink maybe a glass too much. Who does not? You can drink a glass yourself, sir. Drink more, and show it less than I, maybe. And you listen to every damned slander that any villain, to whose vices and idleness you pander with what you call your alms, may be pleased to invent, and you deem yourself charitable. Save us from such charity. Charitable, and you refuse to deliver my miserable message. Hard-hearted Pharisee. It is plain poor Captain Devereux was not quite himself. Bitter, fierce, half-mad, and by no means so polite as he ought to have been. Alas, as Job says, ye imagine to reprove words as the speeches of one that is desperate, which are as wind. Yes, hard-hearted, unrelenting Pharisee. The torrent roared on, and the wind was up. It was night and storm with poor Devereux. You who pray every day, O damnable hypocrisy, lead us not into temptation. You neither care nor ask to what courses your pride and obstinacy are driving me, your fellow creature. Ah, Captain Devereux, you are angry with me. And yet it is not my doing. The man that is at variance with himself will hardly be at one with others. You have said much to me that is unjust and perhaps unseemly, but I won't reproach you. Your anger and trouble make wild work with your words. When one of my people falls into sin, I ever find it is so through lack of prayer. Ah, Captain Devereux, have you not of late been remiss in the duty of private prayer? The captain laughed, not pleasantly, into the ashes in the grate, but the doctor did not mind, and only said, looking upward, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died. There was kindness and even tenderness in the tone in which simple Dr. Walsingham spoke the appellative brother, and it smote Devereux now, as sometimes happens with wayward fellows, and his better nature was suddenly moved. I'm sorry, sir, I am. You're too patient. I'm very sorry. 'Tis like an angel. You're noble, sir. and I such an outcast. I wish you'd strike me, sir. You're too kind and patient, sir, and so pure. And how have I spoken to you? A trial, sir. If you can forgive me one trial, my vice, you shall see me changed, a new man. Oh, sir, let me swear it. I am, sir. I'm reformed. Don't believe me till you see it. Oh, good Samaritan, don't forsake me. I'm all one wound. Well, they talked some time longer, and parted kindly. End of chapter 66. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 67 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard. Chapter 67, in which a certain troubled spirit walks. Mr. Dangerfield was at the club that night, and was rather in spirits than otherwise, except indeed when poor Charles Nutter was talked of. Then he looked grave, and shrugged, and shook his head, and said, "A bad business, sir. And where's his poor wife?" "Spending the night with us, poor soul," said Major O'Neill mildly, "and hasn't an idea, poor thing. And, indeed, I hope she mayn't hear it." "Pooh! Sir, she must hear it. But you know she might have heard worse." "Sir, eh?" rejoined Dangerfield. "True for you, sir," said the Major, suspending the filling of his pipe to direct a quiet glance of significance at Dangerfield, and then closing his eyes with a nod. And just at this point, in came Spate. "Well, Spate?" "Well, sir?" "You saw the body, eh?" And a dozen other interrogatories followed, as cold and wet with melting snow, dishevelled and storm-beaten. For it was a plaguy rough night. The young fellow, with a general greeting to the company, made his way to the fire. "'Tis a tremendous night, gentlemen, so by your leave I'll stir the fire. And yes, I seen him, poor Nutter, and paw, an ugly sight he is, I can tell you. Here, Larry, bring me a rummer glass of punch. His right ear's gone, and almost all his right hand, and screeching hot, do you mind? Ah, phew! Altogether, 'tis sickening, them fishes, you know. I'm almost sorry I went in. You remember Darty's whiskey shop in Ringsend? He lies in the back parlour, and wonderful little changed in appearance." And so Mr. Spate, with a little round table at his elbow, and his heels over the fender, sipped his steaming punch and thought inwardly and outwardly, as he answered their questions, and mixed in their speculations. Up at the mills, which had heard the awful news, first from the widow Mackin, and afterwards from Pat Moran, the maids sat over their tea in the kitchen in high excitement and thrilling chat. "The poor master! Oh, the poor man! Oh, la, what's that?" with a start and a peep over the shoulders. "And oh dear, and how in the world will the poor little mistress ever live over the news?" and so forth, made a principal part of their talk. There was a good accompaniment of wind outside, and a soft pelting of snow on the window panes. And, oh my dear life, but wasn't it dark? Up went Mogi with her thick-wicked kitchen candle to seek repose, and Betty, resolving not to be long behind, waited only to wash up her plates and slack down the fire, having made up her mind, for she grew more nervous in solitude, to share Mogi's bed for that night. Mogi had not been 20 minutes gone, and her task was nearly ended, when, "Oh, blessed saints!" murmured Betty, with staring eyes, and dropping the sweeping brush on the flags, she heard, or thought she heard, her master's step, which was peculiar, crossing the floor overhead. She listened, herself as pale as a corpse, and nearly as breathless, but there was nothing now but the muffled gusts of the storm, and the close, soft beat of the snow. So she listened, and listened, but nothing came of it. "'Tis only the vapors," said Betty, drawing a long breath, and doing her best to be cheerful. And so she finished her labors, stopping every now and then to listen, and humming tunes very loud, in fits and starts. Then it came to her turn to take her candle and go upstairs. She was a good half-hour later than Mogi. All was quiet within the house. Only the sound of the storm, the creak and rattle of its strain, and the hurly-burly of the gusts over the roof and chimneys. Over her shoulder, she peered jealously this way and that, as with flaring candle she climbed the stairs. How black the window looked on the lobby, with its white patterns of snowflakes in perpetual succession sliding down the panes. Who could tell what horrid face might be looking in close to her as she passed, secure in the darkness and that drifting white lace veil of snow? So nimbly and lightly up the stairs climbed Betty, the cook. If listeners seldom hear good of themselves, it is also true that peepers sometimes see more than they like, and Betty, the cook, as she reached the landing, glancing askance with ominous curiosity, beheld a spectacle, the sight of which nearly bereft her of her senses. Crouching in the deep doorway on the right of the lobby, the cook, I say, saw something, a figure or a deep shadow, only a deep shadow, or maybe a dog. She lifted the candle, she peeped under the candlestick. 'Twas no shadow, as I live, 'twas a well-defined figure. He was draped in black, cowering low, with the face turned up. It was Charles Nutter's face, fixed and stealthy. It was only while the fascination lasted, while you might count 1, 2, 3, deliberately, that the horrid gaze met mutually. But there was no mistake there. She saw the stern, dark picture as plainly as ever she did. The light glimmered on his white eyeballs. Starting up, he struck at the candle with his hat. She uttered a loud scream, and flinging stick and all at the figure, with a great clang against the door behind, all was swallowed in instantaneous darkness. She whirled into the opposite bedroom, she knew not how, and locked the door within, and plunged head foremost under the bedclothes, half mad with terror. The squall was heard, of course. Mogi heard it, but she heeded not, for Betty was known to scream at mice and even moths, and as her door was heard to slam, as was usual in panics of the sort, and as she returned no answer, Mogi was quite sure there was nothing in it. But Mogi's turn was to come. When spirits walk, I've heard they make the most of their time, and sometimes pay a little round of visits on the same evening. This is certain. Mogi was by no means so great a fool as Betty, in respect of goblins, witches, banshees, pookas, and the world of spirits in general. She eat heartily, and slept soundly, and as yet had never seen the devil. Therefore such terrors as she that night experienced were new to her, and I can't reasonably doubt the truth of her narrative. Awaking suddenly in the night, she saw a light in the room, and heard a quiet rustling going on in the corner, where the old painted press showed its front from the wall. So Mogi popped her head through her thin curtains at the side, and blessed hour! There she saw the shape of a man looking into the press, the doors being wide open, and the appearance of a key in the lock. The shape was very like her master. The saints between us and harm! The glow was reflected back from the interior of the press, and showed the front part of the figure in profile with a sharp line of light. She said he had some sort of thick slippers over his boots, a dark coat with the cape buttoned, and a hat flapping over his face, coat and hat and all, sprinkled over with snow. As if he heard the rustle of the curtain, he turned toward the bed, and with an awful ejaculation she cried, "'Tis you, sir!" "Don't stir, and you'll meet no harm," he said, and over he posts to the bedside, and he laid his cold hand on her wrist, and told her again to be quiet, and for her life to tell no one what she had seen, and with that she supposed she swooned away. For the next thing she remembered was listening in mortal fear, the room being all dark, and she heard a sound of the press again, and then steps crossing the floor, and she gave herself up for lost. But he did not come to the bedside any more, and the tread passed out at the door, and so, as she thought, went downstairs. In the morning the press was locked and the door shut, and the hall door and back door locked, and the keys on the hall table, where they had left them the night before. You may be sure these two ladies were thankful to behold the grey light and hear the cheerful sounds of returning day, and it would be no easy matter to describe which of the two looked most pallid, scared, and jaded that morning, as they drank a hysterical dish of tea together in the kitchen, close up to the window, and with the door shut, discoursing and crying and praying over their teapot in miserable companionship. End of chapter 67. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 68 of The House by the Churchyard. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 68. How an Evening Passes at the Elms, and Dr. Toole Makes a Little Excursion, and Two Choice Spirits Discourse, and Hebe Trips in with the Nectar. Up at the Elms, little Lily that night was sitting in the snug old-fashioned room with the good old rector. She was no better, still in doctor's hands and weak, but always happy with him, and he more than ever gentle and tender with her. For though he never would give place to despondency, and was naturally of a trusting, cheery spirit, he could not but remember his young wife, lost so early, and once or twice there was a look, an outline, a light, something in little Lily's fair, girlish face, that with a strange momentary agony brought back the remembrance of her mother's stricken beauty and plaintive smile. But then his darling's gay talk and pleasant ways would reassure him, and she smiled away the momentary shadow. And he would tell her all sorts of wonders, old-world gaieties, long before she was born, and how finely the great Mr. Handel played upon the harpsichord in the music hall, and how his talk was in German, Latin, French, English, Italian, and half a dozen languages besides, sentence about, and how he remembered his own dear mother's dress when she went to Lord Wharton's great ball at the castle. Dear, oh dear, how long ago that was! And then he would relate stories of banshees, and robberies, and ghosts, and hairbreadth escapes, and rapparees, and adventures in the wars of King James, which he heard told in his nonage by the old folk long vanished, who remembered those troubles. "And now, darling," said little Lily, nestling close to him with a smile. "You must tell me all about that strange, handsome Mr. Mervyn, who he is, and what his story." "Tut, tut, little rogue! Yes, indeed, you must, and you will. You've kept your little Lily waiting long enough for it, and she'll promise to tell nobody. Handsome he is, and strange, no doubt. It was a strange fancy, that funeral." "Strange indeed," said the rector. "What funeral, darling?" "Why, yes, a funeral, the bringing his father's body to be laid here in the vault in my church. It is their family vault. 'Twas a folly, but what folly will not young men do?" And the good parson poked the fire a little impatiently. "Mr. Mervyn, not Mervyn. That was his mother's name. But see, you must not mention it, Lily. If I tell you, not Mr. Mervyn, I say, but my Lord Dunnoran, the only son of that disgraced and blood-stained nobleman, who, lying in jail under sentence of death for a foul and cowardly murder, swallowed poison, and so closed his guilty life with a tremendous crime, in its nature inexpiable. There, that's all, and too much, darling." "And was it very long ago?" "Why, 'twas before little Lily was born, and long before that I knew him, only just a little. He used the tiled house for a hunting lodge, and kept his dogs and horses there. A fine gentleman, but vicious always, I fear, and a gamester, an overbearing man, with a dangerous cast of pride in his eye." "You don't remember Lord Dunnoran?" "Pooh, pooh! What am I thinking of? No, to be sure you could not. 'Tis from her chiefly, poor lady, he has his good looks. Her eyes were large, and very peculiar, like his. His, you know, are very fine. She, poor lady, did not live long after the public ruin of the family." "And has he been recognized here? The townspeople are so curious." "Why, dear child, not one of them ever saw him before. He's been lost sight of by all but a very few friends. My Lord Castle Mallard, who was his guardian, of course, knows, and to me he disclosed himself by letter. And we keep his secret, though it matters little who knows it, for it seems to me he's as unhappy as aught could ever make him. The townspeople take him for his cousin, who squandered his fortune in Paris. And how is he the better of their mistake? And how were he the worse if they knew him for whom he is? 'Tis an unhappy family. A curse haunts it. Young in years, old in vice, the wretched nobleman who lies in the vault, by the coffin of that old aunt, scarcely better than himself, whose guineas supplied his early profligacy. Alas, he ruined his ill-fated, beautiful cousin, and she died heartbroken, and her little child, both there, in that melancholy and contaminated house." So he rambled on, and from one tale to another, till little Lily's early bed-hour came. I don't know whether it was Dr. Walsingham's visit in the morning, and the chance of hearing something about it, that prompted the unquiet Tom Toole to roll his cloak about him, and buffet his way through storm and snow to Devereux's lodgings. It was only a stone's throw, but even that, on such a night, was no trifle. However, up he went to Devereux's drawing-room, and found its handsome proprietor altogether in the dumps. The little doctor threw off his sleety cloak and hat in the lobby, and stood before the officer fresh and puffing, and a little flustered and dazzled after his romp with the wind. Devereux got up and received him with a slight bow and no smile. "And pray take a chair, Dr. Toole." "Well, this is a bright fit of the Dismals," said little Toole, nothing overawed. May I sit near the fire? Upon it, said Devereux sadly. Thank ye, said Toole, clapping his feet on the fender, with a grin, and making himself comfortable. May I poke it? Eat it. Do as you please. Anything, everything. Play that fiddle, pointing to the ruin of Puddock's guitar, which the lieutenant had left on the table, or undress and go to bed, or get up and dance a minuet, or take that pistol with all my heart and shoot me through the head. Thank ye again. A fine choice of amusements, I vow, cried the jolly doctor. There, don't mind me, nor all I say, Toole. I suppose, in the vapours, but truly I'm glad to see you, and I thank you indeed, I do, heartily, for your obliging visit. 'Tis very neighbourly. But hang it, I am weary of the time. The world is a dull place. I'm tired of this planet, and should not mind cutting my throat and trying a new star. Suppose we make the journey together, Toole. There's a brace of pistols over the chimney, and a fair wind for some of them. Rather too much of a gale for my taste. Thanking you again, answered Toole, with a cosy chuckle. But if you're bent on the trip and can't wait, why, at least let's have a glass together before parting. With all my heart. What you will. Shall it be punch? Punch be it. Come, hang saving. Get us up a ha'porth of whiskey, said little Toole gaily. Hello, Mrs. Irons, madam. Will you do us the favour to make a bowl of punch as soon as may be? Cried Devereux over the banister. Come, Toole, said Devereux. I'm very dismal. Losses and crosses and deuce knows what. Whistle or talk, what you please. I'll listen. Tell me anything. Stories of horses, dogs, dice, snuff, women, cocks, parsons, wine, what you will. Come, how's Stirk? He's beaten poor Nutter and won the race, though the stakes after all were scarce worth taking. And what's life without a guinea? He's grown, I'm told, so confoundedly poor. Quis pauper, avarice. A worthy man was Stirk, and in some respects resembled the prophet Shylock. But you know nothing of him. Why the plague don't you read your Bible, Toole? Well, said Toole candidly, I don't know the Old Testament as well as the New, but certainly, whoever he's like, he's held out wonderfully. 'Tis 9 weeks since he met that accident, and there he's still above ground. But that's all. Just above ground, you see. And how's Clough? Pooh! Clough indeed. Nothing ever wrong with him, but occasional overeating. Sir, you'd have laughed today had you seen him. I gave him a bolus, twice the size of a gooseberry. What's this? Said he. A bolus, says I. The devil, says he. Diabolus, then, says I. Hey, said I. Well? Ha ha! And by Jove, sir, it actually half stuck in his esophagus, and I shoved it down like a bullet, with a probang. You'd have died a laughing. Yet 'twasn't a bit too big. Why, I tell you, upon my honour, Mrs. Rebecca Chatsworth's black boy only t'other day swallowed a musket bullet twice the size. Ha ha! He did, and I set him to rights in no time with a little powder. Gunpowder? Said Devereux. And what about Flaherty? I'm told he was going to shoot poor Miles O'More. Ha ha! Hey! Well, I don't think either remembered in the morning what they quarrelled about, replied Toole. So it went off in smoke, sir. Well, and how is Miles? Why, ha ha! He's back again with a bill, as usual, and a horse to sell, a good one, the black one, don't you remember? He wants 35 guineas. 'Tisn't worth £2.10. Do you know anyone who wants him? I would not mind taking a bill with a couple of good names upon it, says he. Upon my credit, I believe he thought I'd buy him myself. Well, says I think I do know a fellow that would give you his value and pay you cash besides, says I. 'Twas as good as a play to see his face. Who is he, says he, taking me close by the arm. The knacker, says I. 'Twas a bite for Miles, hey? Ha, ha, ha! And is it true old Tresham's going to join our club at last? He? Hang him. He's like a brute beast, and never drinks but when he's dry, and then small beer. But I forgot to tell you, by all that's lovely, they do say the charming Magnolia, a fine bouncing girl that, is all but betrothed to Lieutenant O'Flaherty. Devereux laughed, and thus encouraged, Toole went on with a wink and a whisper. Why, the night of the ball, you know, he saw her home, and they say he kissed her, by Bacchus, on both sides of the face, at the door there, under the porch. And you know, if he had not a right, she'd have knocked him down. Pshaw! The girl's a Christian, and when she's smacked on one cheek, she turns the other. And what says the Major to it? Why, as it happened, he opened the door precisely as the thing occurred, and he wished Lieutenant O'Flaherty good night, and paid him a visit in the morning. And they say 'tis all satisfactory, and by Jove, 'tis good punch. And Mrs. Irons entered with a china bowl on a tray. End of chapter 68. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 69 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 69. Concerning a second hurricane that raged in Captain Devereux's drawing room, and relating how Mrs. Irons was attacked with a sort of choking in her bed. And the china bowl with its silver ladle and fine fragrance of lemon and old malt whiskey, and a social pair of glasses, were placed on the table by fair Mistress Irons. And Devereux filled his glass, and Toole did likewise, and the little doctor rattled on, and Devereux threw in his word and finally sang a song. 'Twas a ballad with little in the words, but the air was sweet and plaintive, and so was the singer's voice. A star so high in my sad sky I've early loved and late, a clear lone star, serene and far, doth rule my wayward fate. Though dark and chill the night be still, a light comes up for me. In eastern skies my star doth rise, and fortune dawns for me. And proud and bold my way I hold, for o'er me high I see, in night's deep blue, my star shine true, and fortune beams on me. Now onward still, through dark and chill, my lonely way must be. In vain regret, my star will set, and fortune's dark for me. And whether glad or proud or sad, or howsoever I be, in dawn or noon, on setting soon, my star, I'll follow thee. And so there was a pause and a silence. In the silvery notes of the singer there was a ring of a prophecy, and Toole half read its meaning. And himself loving a song, and being soft over his music, he remained fixed for a few seconds, and then sighed, smiling, and dried his light blue eyes covertly. And he praised the song and singer briskly, and sighed again, with his fingers on the stem of his glass. And by this time Devereux had drawn the window curtain, and was looking across the river through the darkness towards the elms. perhaps for that solitary distant light, his star, now blurred and lost in the storm. Whatever his contemplations, it was plain, when he turned about, that the dark spirit was upon him again. "Curse that punch," said he, in language still more emphatic. "You're like Mephistopheles in the play. You come in upon my quiet to draw me to my ruin. 'Twas the devil sent you here, to kill my soul, I believe. But you shan't. Drink, will you? Ay, I'll give you a draught. A draught of air will cool you. Drink to your heart's content." And to Toole's consternation, up went the window, and a hideous rush of eddying storm and snow whirled into the room. Out went the candles, the curtains flapped high in air, and lashed the ceiling. The door banged with a hideous crash. Papers, and who knows what beside, went spinning hurry-scurry round the room, and Toole's wig was very near taking wing from his head. "Hey, hey, hey, hullo!" cried the doctor, out of breath, and with his artificial ringlets frisking about his chops and eyes. "Out, sorcerer! Temptation begone! Avaunt! Mephistopheles! Cauldron away!" thundered the captain, and sure enough, from the open window, through the icy sheet, whirled the jovial bowl, and the jingle of the china was heard faint through the tempest. Toole was swearing in the whirlwind and darkness like a trooper. "Thank heaven 'tis gone," continued Devereux. "I'm safe, no thanks to you, though. And hark ye, doctor, I'm best alone. Leave me, pray, and pray forgive me." The doctor groped and stumbled out of the room, growling all the while, and the door slammed behind him with a crash like a cannon. "The fellow's brains disordered, delirium tremens, and jump out of that cursed window, I wouldn't wonder," muttered the doctor, adjusting his wig on the lobby, and then calling rather mildly over the banisters. He brought up Mrs. Irons with a candle, and found his cloak, hat, and cane, and with a mysterious look beckoned that matron to follow him. And in the hall, winking up towards the ceiling at the spot where Devereux might at the moment be presumed to be standing. "I say, has he been feverish, or queer, or anyway humorsome, or out of the way?" And then, "See now, you may as well have an eye after him, and if you remark anything strange, don't fail to let me know, you see. And for the present, you had better get him to shut his window and light his candles." And so the doctor, wrapped in his mantle, plunged into the hurricane and darkness, and was sensible, with a throb of angry regret, with a whiff of punch rising from the footpath, as he turned the corner of the steps. An hour later, Devereux, being alone, called to Mrs. Irons, and receiving her with a courteous gravity, he said, "Madam, will you be so good as to lend me your Bible?" Devereux was prosecuting his reformation, which, as the reader sees, had set in rather tempestuously, but was now settling in serenity and calm. Mrs. Irons only said, "My," and then paused, doubting her ears. "Your Bible, if you please, madam." Oh, my Bible? To be sure, Captain, Jewel." And she peeped at his face, and loitered for a while at the door, for she had unpleasant misgivings about him, and did not know what to make of his request, so utterly without parallel. She'd have fiddled at the door some time longer, speculating about his sanity, but Devereux turned full upon her with a proud stare, and rising, he made her a slight bow, and said, "I thank you, madam," with a sharp curtsy, that said "Avaunt," and quit my sight so sternly, though politely, that she vanished on the instant, and downstairs she marvelled with Juggy Byrne what the pluck the captain could want of a Bible. Upon my conscience, it sounds well. It's what he's not right in his head, I'm afeard. A Bible?" And an aerial voice seemed to say, "A pistol," and another, "A coffin." And I'm sure I wish that quare little Lieutenant Puttock 'ud come up and keep him company. I don't know what's come over him." And they tumbled about the rattle traps under the cupboard and rummaged the drawers in search of the sacred volume. For though Juggy said there was no such thing, and never had been in her time, Mrs. Irons put her down with asperity. It was not to be found, however. The matron thought she remembered that old Mrs. Legg's cook had borrowed it some time ago for a charm. So she explained the accident to Captain Devereux, who said, "I thank you, madam. 'Tis no matter. I wish you a good night, madam," and the door closed. "No Bible," said Devereux, "the old witch!" Mrs. Irons, as you remember, never spared her rhetoric, which was fierce, shrill, and fluent, when the exercise of that gift was called for. The parish clerk bore it with a cynical and taciturn patience, not perhaps so common as it should be in his sex. And this night, when she awoke, and her eyes rested on the form of her husband at her bedside, with a candle lighted, and buckling on his shoes, with his foot on the chair, she sat up straight in her bed, wide awake in an instant. For it was wonderful how the sight of that meek man roused the wife in her bosom, especially after an absence, and she had not seen him since 4 o'clock that evening. So you may suppose his reception was warm, and her expressions every way worthy of her feelings. Meek Irons finished buckling that shoe, and then lifted the other to the edge of the chair, and proceeded to do the like for it, serenely after his wont, and seeming to hear nothing. So Mrs. Irons proceeded, as was her custom, when that patient person refused to be roused. She grasped his collar near his cheek, meaning to shake him into attention. But instantly as the operation commenced, the clerk gripped her with his long horny fingers by the throat, with a snap so sure and energetic that not a cry, not a gasp even, or a wheeze could escape through the trachea, as medical men have it, and her face and forehead purpled up, and her eyes goggled and glared in her head, and her husband looked so insanely wicked that as the pale picture darkened before her, and she heard curse after curse, and one foul name after another hiss off his tongue like water off a hot iron in her singing ears, she gave herself up for lost. He closed this exercise by chucking her head viciously against the board of the bed 6 times, and leaving her thereafter a good deal more confused even than on the eventful evening when he had first declared his love. So soon as she came a little to herself, and saw him coolly buttoning his leggings at the bedside, his buckles being adjusted by this time, her fear subsided, or rather her just indignation rose above it, and drowned it, and she was on the point of breaking out afresh, only in a way commensurate with her wrongs, and proportionately more formidable, when on the first symptom of attack he clutched her, if possible, tighter. The gaping, goggling, purpling, the darkening of vision, and humming in ears all recommenced, likewise the knocking of her head with improved goodwill. And spite of her struggles and scratching, the bewildered lady, unused to even a show of insurrection, underwent the same horrid series of sensations at the hands of her rebellious lord. When they had both had enough of it, Mr. Irons went on with his buttoning, and his lady gradually came to. This time, however, she was effectually frightened, too much so even to resort to hysterics, for she was not quite sure that when he had buttoned the last button of his left legging he might not resume operations and terminate their conjugal relations. Therefore, being all of a tremble, with her hands clasped, and too much terrified to cry, she besought Irons, whose bodily strength surprised her, for her life, and his pale, malign glance, askew over his shoulder, held her with a sort of a spell that was quite new to her. In fact, she had never respected irons so before. When he had adjusted his leggings, he stood lithe and erect at the bedside, and with his fist at her face, delivered a short charge, the point of which was that unless she lay like a mouse till morning, he'd have her life, though he hanged for it. And with that he drew the curtain, and was hidden from her sight for some time. End of chapter 69. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 70 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 70, in which an unexpected visitor is seen in the cedar parlor of the tiled house, and the story of Mr. Beauclerk and the flower de luce begins to be unfolded. It was an awful night indeed, on which all this occurred, and that apparition had shown itself up at the mills. And truly it would seem the devil had business on his hands, for in the cedar parlor of the tiled house another unexpected manifestation occurred, just about the same hour. What gentleman is there of broken fortunes, undefined rights, and in search of evidence, without a legal adviser of some sort? Mr. Mervyn, of course, had his, and paid for the luxury according to custom, and every now and then off went a dispatch from the tiled house to the oracular London attorney. Sometimes it was a budget of evidence, and sometimes only a string of queries. Tonight, to the awful diapason of the storm, he was penning one of these, the fruit of a tedious study of many papers and letters, tied up in bundles by his desk, all of them redolent of ominous or fearful associations. I don't know why it is the hours fly with such a strange celerity in the monotony and solitude of such night work. But Mervyn was surprised, as many a one similarly occupied has been, on looking at his watch, to find that it was now long past midnight. So he threw himself back in his chair with a sigh, and thought how vainly his life was speeding away, and heard, with a sort of wonder, how mad was the roar of the storm without, while he had quietly penned his long rescript undisturbed. The wild bursts of supernatural fury and agony, which swell and mingle in a hurricane, I dare say, led his imagination a strange aerial journey through the dark. Now it was the baying of hell-hounds, and the long shriek of the spirit that flies before them. Anon it was the bellowing thunder of an ocean, and the myriad voices of shipwreck, and the old house quivering from base to cornice under the strain. And then there would come a pause, like a gasp, and the tempest once more rolled up, and the same mad hubbub shook and clamoured at the windows. So he let his Pegasus spread his pinions on the blast, and mingled with the wild rout that peopled the darkness, or in plainer words, he abandoned his fancy to the haunted associations of the hour, the storm, and the house, with a not unpleasant horror. In one of these momentary lulls of the wind, there came a sharp, distinct knocking on the window-pane. He remembered with a thrill the old story of the supernatural hand which had troubled that house, and began its pranks at this very window. 'Twas the impatient rapping of a knuckle on the glass, quite indisputably. It is all very well weaving the sort of dream or poem with which Mervyn was half amusing and half awing himself, but the sensation is quite different when a questionable sound or sight comes uninvited to take the matter out of the province of our fancy and the control of our will. Mervyn found himself on his legs, and listening in a less comfortable sort of horror, with his gaze fixed in the direction of that small, sharp knocking. But the storm was up again, and drowning every other sound in its fury. If Mr. Mervyn had been sufficiently frightened, he would have forthwith made good his retreat to his bedroom; or if he had not been frightened at all, he would have kept his seat and allowed his fancies to return to their old channel. But in fact he took a light in his hand and opened a bit of the window shutter. The snow, however, was spread over the panes in a white sliding curtain that returned the light of his candle and hid all without. 'Twas idle trying to peer through it, but as he did, the palm of a hand was suddenly applied to the glass on the outside, and began briskly to rub off the snow, as if to open a peephole for distinct inspection. It was to be more this time than the apparition of a hand. A human face was immediately presented close to the glass. Not that of Nutter, either. No, it was the face of Irons, pale, with glittering eyes and blue chin, and wet hair quivering against the glass in the storm. He nodded wildly to Mervyn, brushing away the snow, beckoning towards the back door, as he supported himself on one knee on the window-stone, and with his lips close to the glass cried, "Let me in!" But in the uproar of the storm it was by his gestures, imperfectly as they were seen, rather than by his words, that Mervyn comprehended his meaning. Down went Mr. Mervyn without a moment's hesitation, leaving the candle standing on the passage table, drew the bolts, opened the door, and in rushed Irons in a furious gust, his cloak whirling about his head, amidst a bitter eddying of snow, and a distant clapping of doors throughout the house. The door secured again, Mr. Irons stood in his beflaked and dripping mantle, storm-tossed, dishevelled, and alone, once again in the shelter of the tiled house, to explain the motive of his visit. "Irons, I could hardly believe it!" And Mervyn made a pause, and then, filled with the one idea, he vehemently demanded, "In heaven's name, have you come to tell me all you know?" "Well, maybe no," answered the clerk. "I don't know. I'll tell you something. I'm going, you see, and I came here on my way, and I'll tell you more than last time, but not all. Not all yet." "Going? And where? What are your plans?" "Plans? I have no plans. Where am I going? Nowhere. Anywhere. I'm going away, that's all." "You're leaving this place? To return no more?" "I'm leaving it tonight. I've the doctor's leave. Parson Walsingham. What do you look at, sir? Do you think it's what I murdered anyone? Not but if I stayed here I might, though." And Mr. Irons laughed a frightened, half-maniacal sort of laugh. "I'm going for a bit, a fortnight or so, maybe, till things get quiet. Lead us not into temptation. To Mullingar, or anywhere. Only I won't stay longer at hell's door, within stretch of that devil's long arm." "Come to the parlour," said Mervyn, perceiving that Irons was chilled and shivering. There, with the door and window shutters closed, a pair of candles on the table, and a couple of faggots on that pleasant bog wood which blazes so readily and fragrantly on the hearth, Irons shook off his cloak, and stood lank and grim, and, as it seemed to Mervyn, horribly scared, but well in view, and trying sullenly to collect his thoughts. "I'm going away, I tell you, for a little while, but I'm come to see you, sir, to think what I may tell you now, and above all, to warn you again, saying to any living soul one word of what passed between us when I last was here. You've kept your word, honourable as yet. If you break it, I'll not return," and he clenched it with an oath. "I daren't return." "I'll tell you the way it happened," he resumed. "'Tis a good while now, 22 years. Your noble father's dead these 22 years and upwards. 'Twas a bad murder, sir. They were both bad murders. I look on it, he's a murdered man." "He? Who?" demanded the young man. "Your father, sir." "My father murdered?" said Mervyn. "Well, I see no great differ. I see none at all. I'll tell you how it was." And he looked over his shoulder again, and into the corners of the room. And then Mr. Irons began. "I believe, sir, there's no devil like a vicious young man, with a hard heart and cool courage, in want of money. Of all the men I ever met with, or heard tell of, Charles Archer was the most dreadful. I used sometimes to think he was the devil. It wasn't long-headed or cunning he was, but he knew your thoughts before you half knew them yourself. He knew what every one was thinking of. He made up his mind at a glance, and struck like a thunderbolt. As for pity or fear, he did not know what they were, and his cunning was so deep and sure there was no catching him. He came down to the Pied Horse Inn, where I was a drawer at Newmarket twice." Mervyn looked in his face quickly, with a ghastly kind of a start. "Eh, sir, of course you know it. You read the trial. Of course you did. Well, he came down there twice. 'Twas a good old house, sir, lots of room, and a well-accustomed inn. And I think there was but two bad men among all the servants of the house, myself and Glasscock. He was an under hostler, and a bad boy. He chose us two out of the whole lot, with a look. He never made a mistake. He knew us some way like a crow knows carrion, and he used us cleverly." And Irons cursed him. "He's a hard master, like his own," said Irons. "His wages came to nothing, and his services is hell itself. He could sing and talk and drink, and keep things stirring, and the gentlemen liked him, and he was, 'twas said, a wonderful fine player at whist and piquet and ombre, and all sorts of card playing. So you see he could afford to play fair. The first time he came down he fought 3 duels about a tipsy quarrel over a pool of Pope Joan. There was no slur on his credit, though. 'Twas just a bit of temper. He wounded all 3, 2 but trifling, but one of them, Chapley, or Capley, I think was his name, through the lungs, and he died, I heard abroad. I saw him killed. 'Twasn't the last. It was done while you'd count 10. Mr. Archer came up with a sort of a sneer, pale and angry, and 'twas a clash of the small swords. 1, 2, 3, and a spring like a tiger, and all over. He was frightful strong, 10 times as strong as he looked. All a deception. Well, sir, there was a Jew came down offering wagers, not, you see, to gentlemen, sir, but to poor fellows. And Mr. Archer put me and Glasscock up to bite him, as he said, and he told us to back Strawberry, and we did. We had that opinion of his judgment and his knowledge, you see. We thought he had ways of finding out these things, that we had no doubt of winning, so we made a wager of £12. But we had no money, not a crown between us, and we must stake gold with a host of the Plume of Feathers. And the long and the short of it was, I never could tell how he put it into our heads to pledge some of the silver spoons and a gold chain of the master's, intending to take them out when we won the money. Well, Strawberry lost, and we were left in the lurch. So we told Mr. Archer how it was, for he was an off-handed man when he had anything in view, and he told us, as we thought, he'd help us if we lost. "Help you?" says he, with a sort of laugh he had. "I want help myself. I haven't a guinea, and I'm afraid you'll be hanged." And then says he, Stay a bit, and I'll find a way." I think he was in a bad plight just then himself. He was awful expensive with horses and other things, and I think there was a writ, or maybe more, out against him from other places, and he wanted a lump of money in his hand to levant with and go abroad. Well, listen, and don't be starting or making a row, sir." And a sulky, lowering, hangdog shadow came over Irons. "Your father, Lord Donoran, played cards. His partner was Mr. Charles Archer. Whist it was, with a gentleman of the name of Beauclerk, and I forget the other. He wore a chocolate suit and a black wig. 'Twas I carried them their wine. Well, Mr. Beauclerk won, and Mr. Archer stopped playing, for he had lost enough. And the gentleman in the chocolate, what was his name? Edwards, I think. 'Twas. Yes, Edwards it was tired and turned himself about to the fire and took a pipe of tobacco. And my lord your father played piquet with Mr. Beauclerk, and he lost a power of money to him, sir. And by bad luck he paid a great part of it, as they played, in rouleaus of gold, for he had won at the dice downstairs. Well, Mr. Beauclerk was a little hearty, and he grew tired, and was for going to bed, but my lord was angry, and being disguised with liquor too, he would not let him go till they played more, and play they did, and the luck still went the same way, and my lord grew fierce over it, and cursed and drank, and that did not mend his luck, you may be sure, and at last Mr. Beauclerk swears he'd play no more, and both kept talking together, and neither heard well what t'other said, but there was some talk about settling the dispute in the morning. Well, sir, in goes Mr. Beauclerk, staggering. His room was the Flower de Luce, and down he throws himself, clothes and all, on his bed. And then my lord turned on Mr. Edwards, I'm sure that was his name, and persuades him to play at piquet, and to it they went. As I was coming in with more wine, I meets Mr. Archer coming out. "Give them their wine," says he in a whisper, "and follow me." And so I did. "You know something of Glasscock, and have a fast hold of him," says he, "and tell him quietly to bring up Mr. Beauclerk's boots, and come back along with him, and bring me a small glass of rum." And back he goes into the room where the two were stuck in their cards, and talking and thinking of nothing else. End of chapter 70. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 71 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 71, in which Mr. Irons' narrative reaches Merton Moor. Well, I did as he bid me, and set the glass of rum before him, and in place of drinking it, he follows me out. "I told you," says he, "I'd find a way, and I'm going to give you 50 guineas apiece. Stand you at the stairhead," says he to Glasscock, "and listen. And if you hear anyone coming, step into Mr. Beauclerk's room with his boots, do you see, for I'm going to rob him." I thought I'd have fainted, and Glasscock, that was a tougher lad than me, was staggered. But Mr. Archer had a way of taking you by surprise and getting you into a business before you knew where you were going. "I see, sir," says Glasscock. "And you come in, and I'll do it," says Mr. Archer. And in we went. And Mr. Beauclerk was fast asleep. "I don't like talking about it," said Irons, suddenly and savagely, and he got up and walked, with a sort of a shrug of the shoulders. to and fro half a dozen times, like a man who has a chill and tries to make his blood circulate. Mervyn commanded himself, for he knew the man would return to his tale, and probably all the sooner for being left to work off his transient horror how he might. Well, he did rob him, and I often thought how cunningly, for he took no more than about half his gold, well knowing, I am now sure, neither he nor my lord your father kept any count, and there was a bundle of notes in his pocket-book, which Mr. Archer was thinning swiftly, when all of a sudden, like a ghost rising, up sits Mr. Beauclerk. An unlucky rising it was for him, and taking him by the collar, he was a powerful, strong man. "You've robbed me, Archer," says he. I was behind Mr. Archer, and I could not see what happened. But Mr. Beauclerk made a sort of a start and a kick out with his foot, and seemed taken with a tremble all over, for a while you count 3, and he fell back in the bed with his eyes open, and Mr. Archer drew a thin, long dagger out of the dead man's breast, for dead he was. "What are you afraid of, you damn fool?" says he, shaking me up. "I know what I'm about. I'll carry you through. Your life's in my hands, mine in yours. Only be cool." He was that himself, if ever man was, and quick as light he closed the dead man's eyes, saying, "In for a penny, in for a pound." And he threw a bit of the coverlet over his breast and his mouth and chin, just as a man might draw it up rolling round in the bed, for I suppose he thought it best to hide the mouth that was open, and told its tale too plainly, and out he was on the lobby the next instant. Don't tell Glasscock what's happened. 'Twill make him look queer. Let him put in the boots, and if he's asked, say Mr. Beauclerk made a turn in the bed, and a grumbling like a man turning over in his sleep, while he was doing so, do you see, and divide this. 'Twill settle your little trouble, you know. 'Twas a little paper roll of 100 guineas, and that's the way Mr. Beauclerk came by his death. This to Mervyn was the sort of shock that might have killed an older man, the dreadful calamity that had stigmatized and beggared his family, the horror and shame of which he well remembered, when first revealed to him, had held him trembling and tongue-tied for more than an hour before tears came to his relief, and which had ever since blackened his sky with a monotony of storm and thunder, was in a moment shown to be a chimera. No wonder that he was for a while silent, stunned, and bewildered. At last he was able, pale and cold, to lift up his clasped hands, his eyes, and his heart in awful gratitude to the author of mercy, the revealer of secrets, the Lord of life and truth. "And where is this Charles Archer? Is he dead or living?" urged Mervyn, with an awful adjuration. "Eh, where to catch him, and how? Dead? Well, he's dead to some, you see, and living to others, and living or dead, I'll put you on his track some fine day, if you're true to me, but not yet a while. And if you turn a stag, or name my name to living soul," and here Mr. Irons swore an oath, such as I hope parish clerks don't often swear, and which would have opened good Dr. Walsingham's eyes with wonder and horror, "you'll never hear word more from me, and I think, sir, you'll lose your life beside." "Your threats of violence are lost on me. I can take care of myself," said Mervyn haughtily. The clerk smiled a strange sort of smile. "But I've already pledged my sacred honor not to mention your name or betray your secret." "Well, just have patience, and maybe I'll not keep you long. But 'tis no trifle for a man to make up his mind to what's before me, maybe." After a pause, Irons resumed. "Well, sir, you see Mr. Archer sat down by the fire and smoked a pipe, and was as easy and pleased, you'd say, to look at him as a man need be, and he called for cards when my lord wanted them, and whatever else he needed, making himself busy and bustling, as I afterwards thought, to make them both remember well that he was in the room with them. In and out of the chamber I went with one thing or another, and every time I passed Mr. Beauclerk's room I grew more and more frightened. And truth to say, I was a scared man. And I don't know how I got through my business, every minute expecting to hear the outcry from the dead man's room. Mr. Edwards had an appointment, he said. Nothing good, you may be sure. They were a rake helly set, saving your presence. Neither he nor my lord had lost, I believe, anything to signify to one another, and my lord your father made no difficulty about his going away, but began to call again for Mr. Beauclerk and to curse him, as a half-drunk man will, making a power of noise. And where's he gone to? And where's his room? And damn him! He shall play or fight me. You see, sir, he had lost right and left that time, and was an angry man, and the liquor made him half mad. And I don't think he knew rightly what he was doing. And out on the lobby with him swearing he should give him his revenge, and he'd know the reason why. Where's Mr. Beauclerk's room? He shouts to me as if he'd strike me. I did not care a rush about that, but I was afraid to say. It stuck in my throat like, and I stared at Mr. Archer, and he calls to the chambermaid that was going upstairs. Where does Mr. Beauclerk lie? And she, knowing him, says at once, the Flower de Luce, and pointed to the room. And with that, my lord staggered up to the door, with his drawn sword in hand, bawling on him to come out, and fumbling with the pin. He could not open it, so he knocked it open with a kick, and in with him, and Mr. Archer at his elbow, soothing him like, and I don't know how, behind him. By this time he had worked himself into a mad passion, and says he, curse your foxing. If you won't play like a man, you may die like a dog. I think 'twas them words ruined him. The chambermaid heard them outside, and he struck Mr. Beauclerk half a dozen blows with the side of a small sword across the body, here and there, quite unsteady. And hold, my lord, you've hurt him, cries Mr. Archer as loud as he could. Put up your sword, for heaven's sake. And he makes a sort of scuffle with my lord, in a friendly way to disarm him, and push him away. And throw down the coverlet and see where he's wounded, says he to me. And so I did, and there was a great pool of blood. We knew all about that, and my lord looked shocked when he seen it. I did not mean that, says my lord, but, says he, with a sulky curse, he's well served. I don't know whether Glasscock was in the room or not all this while. Maybe he was. At any rate, he swore to it afterwards. But you've read the trial, I warrant. The room was soon full of people. The dead man was still warm. 'Twas well for us. So they raised him up, and one was for trying one thing and another, and my lord was sitting stupid-like all this time by the wall. And up he gets, and says he, I hope he's not dead. But if he be, upon my honour, 'tis an accident, no more. I call heaven to witness, and the persons who are now present, and pledge my sacred honour as a peer. I meant no more than a blow or two. You hear, gentlemen, what my lord says. He meant only a blow or two, and not to take his life, cries Mr. Archer. So my lord repeats it again, cursing and swearing like St. Peter in the judgment hall. So, as nobody was meddling with my lord, out he goes, intending, I suppose, to get away altogether if he could. But Mr. Underwood missed him, and he says, Gentlemen, where's my Lord de Norrin? We must not suffer him to depart. And he followed him, 2 or 3 others going along with him. And they met him with his hat and cloak on, in the lobby. And he says, stepping between him and the stairs, My lord, you must not go until we see how this matter ends. 'Twill end well enough, says he, and without more ado he walks back again. So you know the rest, how that business ended, at least for him. And you are that very Ezekiel Irons who was a witness on the trial? Said Mervyn, with a peculiar look of fear and loathing fixed on him. The same, said Irons doggedly, and after a pause. But I swore to very little, and all I said was true, though it wasn't the whole truth. Look to the trial, sir, and you'll see 'twas Mr. Archer and Glasscock that swore home against my lord, not I. And I don't think myself Glasscock was in the room at all when it happened, so I don't. And where is that wretch, Glasscock? And that double murderer, Archer, where is he? Well, Glasscock's making clay. What do you mean? Underground this many a day. Listen, Mr. Archer went up to London, and he was staying at the Hummums, and Glasscock agreed with me to leave the Pied Horse. We were both uneasy, and planned to go up to London together. And what does he do? Nothing less would serve him, but he writes a sort of letter, asking money of Mr. Archer under a threat. This, you know, was after the trial. Well, there came no answer, but after a while, all on a sudden, Mr. Archer arrives himself at the Pied Horse. I did not know then that Glasscock had writ to him, for he meant to keep whatever he might get to himself. So Mr. Archer says to me, meeting me by the pump in the stable yard, "That was a clever letter you and Glasscock wrote to me in town." So I told him 'twas the first I heard of it. "Why," says he, "do you mean to tell me you don't want money?" I don't know why it was, but a sort of a turn came over me, and I said, "No." "Well," says he, "I'm going to sell a horse, and I expect to be paid tomorrow. You and Glasscock must wait for me outside. I think the name of the village was Merton. I'm not sure, for I never seen it before or since. And I'll give you some money then." "I'll have none," says I. "What, no money?" says he. "Come, come." "I tell you, sir, I'll have none," says I. Something, you see, came over me, and I was more determined than ever. I was always afeard of him, but I feared him like Beelzebub now. "I've had enough of your money, sir. And I tell you what, Mr. Archer, I think 'tis best to end our dealings. And I'd rather, if you please, sir, never trouble you more." "You're a queer dog," says he, with his eye fast on me, and musing for a while, as if he could see into my brain, and was diverted by what he found there. "You're a queer dog, Irons. Glasscock knows the world better, you see, and as you and he are going up to London together, and I must give the poor devil a lift, I'll meet you at the other side of Merton, beyond the quarry. You know the moor. On Friday evening after dark, say 7 o'clock. We must be quiet, you know, or people will be talking." Well, sir, we met him, sure enough, at the time and place. End of chapter 71. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 72 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 72, in which the apparition of Mr. Irons is swallowed in darkness. 'Twas a darkish night, very little moon, and he had made us turn off the road into the moor. Black and ugly it looked, stretching away 4 or 5 miles, all heath and black peat, stretches of little broken hillocks, and a pool or tarn every now and again. And he kept looking back towards the road, and not a word out of him. Well, I did not like meeting him at all, if I could help it. But I was in dread of him, and I thought he might suppose I was plotting mischief if I refused. So I made up my mind to do as he bid me for the nonce, and then have done with him. By this time we were in or about a mile from the road, and we got over a low rising ground, and back nor forward, nor no way could we see anything but the moor, and I stopped all of a sudden, and says I, "We're far enough. I'll go no further." "Good," says Mr. Archer, "but let's go yonder where the stones are. We can sit as we talk, for I'm tired." There was half a dozen white stones there by the side of one of these black tarns. We none of us talked much on that walk over the moor. We had enough to think of, each of us, I dare say. "This will do," says Mr. Archer, stopping beside the pool, but he did not sit, though the stones were there. "Now, Glasscock, here I am with the price of my horse in my pocket, and what do you want?" Well, when it came to the point so sudden, Glasscock looked a bit shy, and hung his head, and rolled his shoulders, and shuffled his feet a bit, thinking what he'd say. "Hang it, man, what are you afraid of? We're friends," says Mr. Archer cheerfully. "Surely, sir," says Glasscock, "I did not mean aught else." And with that Mr. Archer laughed, and says he, "Come, you beat about the bush. Let's hear your mind." "Well, sir, 'tis in my letter," says he. "Ah, Glasscock," says he, "that's a threatening letter. I did not think you'd serve me so." "Well, needs must when the devil drives," and he laughed again, and shrugged up his shoulders, and says he, putting his hand in his pocket, "There's £60 left. 'Tis all I have. Come, be modest. What do you say?" "You got a lot of gold off Mr. Beauclerk," says Glasscock. "Not a do it more than I wanted," says he, laughing again. "And who, pray, had a better right? Did not I murder him?" His talk and his laughing frightened me more and more. "Well, I stood to you then, sir, didn't I?" says Glasscock. "Heart of oak, sir, true as steel. And now how much do you want? Remember, 'tis all I have, and I out at elbows. And here's my friend Irons, too, eh?" "I want nothing, and I'll take nothing," says I. "Not a shilling, not a halfpenny. You see, there was something told me no good would come of it, and I was frightened besides." "What, you won't go in for a share, Irons?" says he. "No, 'tis your money, sir. I've no right to a sixpence, and I won't have it," says I. And there's an end. Well, Glasscock, what say you? You hear Irons. "Let Irons speak for himself. He's nothing to me. You should have considered me when all that money was took from Mr. Beauclerk. One done as much as another. And if 'twas no more than holding my tongue, still 'tis worth a deal to you." "I don't deny a deal, everything. Come, there's £60 here. But mark, 'tis all I have. How much?" "I have 30, and I'll take no less," says Glasscock, surly enough. 30, 'tis a good deal, but all considered, perhaps not too much," says Mr. Archer. And with that he took his right hand from his breeches pocket, and shot him through the heart with a pistol. Neither word, nor stir, nor groan did Glasscock make, but with a sort of a jerk, flat on his back he fell, with his head on the verge of the tarn. I believe I said something, I don't know. I was almost as dead as himself, for I did not think anything that bad was near at all. "Come, Irons, what ails you? Steady, sir. Lend me a hand, and you'll take no harm." He had the pistol he discharged in his left hand by this time, and a loaded one in his right. "'Tis his own act, Irons. I did not want it, but I'll protect myself, and won't hold my life on ransom at the hands of a Jew or a Judas," said he, smiling through his black hair, as white as a tombstone. I am neither, says I. I know it, says he. And so you're here, and he there. Well, 'tis over now, I suppose, says I. I was thinking of making off. Don't go yet, says he, like a man asking a favor. But he lifted a pistol an inch or two with a jerk of his wrist. You must help me to hide away this dead fool. Well, sir, we had 3 or 4 hours cold work of it. We tied stones in his clothes and sunk him close unto the bank, and walled him over with more. 'Twas no light job. I can tell you the water was near 4 feet deep, though 'twas a dry season. And then we slipped out a handsome slice of the bank over him, and making him all smooth, we left him to take his chance. And I never heard any talk of a body being found there, and I suppose he's now where we left him." And Irons groaned. So we returned silent and tired enough, and I in mortal fear of him. But he designed me no hurt. There's luckily some risk in making away with a fellow, and 'tisn't done by any but a fool without good cause. And when we got on the road again, I took the London road, and he turned his back on me. And I don't know where he went, but no doubt his plans were well shaped. 'Twas an ugly walk for me, all alone, over that heath, I can tell you. 'Twas mortal dark, and there was places on the road where my footsteps echoed back, and I could not tell but 'twas Mr. Archer following me, having changed his mind, maybe, or something as bad, if that could be. And many's the time I turned short round, expecting to see him, or maybe that other lad behind. For you see, I got a start like when he shot Glasscock, and there was a trembling over me for a long time after. Now you see Glasscock's dead, and can't tell tales no more, nor Mr. Beauclerk. And Dr. Stirk's a dead man too, you may say. And I think he knew, that is, brought to mind somewhat. He lay, you see, on the night Mr. Beauclerk lost his life, in a sort of a dressing room off his chamber, and the door was open, but he was bad with a fall he had, and his arm in splints, and he under laudanum, in a trance like, and on the inquest he could tell nothing. But I think he remembered something more or less concerning it after. And Mr. Irons took a turn, and came back very close to Mervyn, and said very gently, "And I think Charles Archer murdered him." "Then Charles Archer has been in Dublin, perhaps in Chapelizod, within the last few months," exclaimed Mervyn, in a sort of agony. "I didn't say so," answered Irons. "I've told you the truth, 'tis the truth, but there's no catching a ghost. And who'd believe my story? And them things is so long ago. And suppose I make a clean breast of it, and that I could bring you face to face with him, the world would not believe my tale, and I'd then be a lost man, one way or another. No one, mayhap, could tell how I'd lost my life before a year, and all the world could not save me. Perhaps Charles Nutter's the man, and Mr. Dangerfield knows something of him," cried Mervyn. Irons made no answer, but sat quite silent for some seconds by the fire, the living image of apathy. "If you name me, or blab one word I told you, I hold my peace for ever," said he slowly, with a quiet oath, but very pale. And how blue his chin looked! How grim his smile, with his face so shiny and his eyelids closed! "You're to suppose, sir, 'tis possible Mr. Dangerfield has a guess at him. Well, he's a clever man, and knows how to put this and that together, and has been kind to Dr. Stirk and his family. He's a good man, you know, and he's a long-headed gentleman, they say, and if he takes a thing in hand, he'll be as like as another to bring it about. But sink or swim, my mind's made up. Charles Archer, wherever he is, will not like my going. He'll sniff danger in the wind, sir. I could not stay. He'd have had me. You see, body and soul. 'Twas time for me to go, and go or stay, I see nothing but bad before me. 'Twas an evil day I ever saw his face, and 'twould be better for me to have a cast for my life at any rate, and that I'm nigh hand resolved on. Only you see my heart misgives me, and that's how it is. I can't quite make up my mind." For a little while Mervyn stood in an agony of irresolution. I'm sure I cannot understand all he felt, having never been, thank heaven, in a like situation. I only know how much depended on it, and I don't wonder that for some seconds he thought of arresting that lank, pale, sinister figure by the fire, and denouncing him, as by his own confession, an accessory to the murder of Beauclerk. The thought that he would slip through his fingers, and the clue to vindication, fortune, and happiness be forever lost, was altogether so dreadful that we must excuse his forgetting for a moment his promise, and dismissing patience and even policy from his thoughts. But 'twas a transitory temptation only, and common sense seconded honor, for he was persuaded that whatever likelihood there was of leading Irons to the critical point, there was none of driving him thither, and that Irons once restive and impracticable, all his hopes would fall to the ground. "I am going," said Irons, with quiet abruptness, "and right glad the storm's up still," he added, in a haggard rumination, and with a strange smile of suffering. "In dark and storm, curse him! I see his face everywhere. I don't know how he's got this hold over me." And he cursed him again, and groaned dismally. "A night like this is my chance, and so here goes." "Remember, for heaven's sake, remember," said Mervyn, with agonized urgency, as he followed him with a light along the passage to the back door. Irons made no answer, and walking straight on without turning his head, only lifted his hand with a movement backward, like a man who silently warns another from danger. So Irons went forth into the night and the roaring storm, dark and alone, like an evil spirit, into desert places, and Mervyn barred the door after him, and returned to the cedar parlour, and remained there alone and long, in profound and not unnatural agitation. End of chapter 72. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 73 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 73. Concerning a certain gentleman with a black patch over his eye, who made some visits with a lady in Chapelizod and its neighborhood. In the morning, though the wind had somewhat gone down, 'twas still dismal and wild enough, and to the consternation of poor Mrs. McNamara, as she sat alone in her window after breakfast, Miss Mag and the Major being both abroad, a hackney coach drew up at the door, which stood open. The maid was on the step, cheapening fish with a virulent lady who had a sieve full to dispose of. A gentleman with a large, unwholesome face and a patch over one eye popped his unpleasant countenance, black wig, and three-cocked hat out of the window and called to the coachman to let him out. Forth he came, somewhat slovenly, his coat not over well brushed, having in his hand a small trunk, covered with gilt crimson leather, very dingy, and somewhat ceremoniously assisted a lady to alight. This dame, as she stepped with a long leg, in a black silk stocking to the ground, swept the front windows of the house from under her velvet hood with a sharp and evil glance, and, in fact, she was Mistress Mary Matchwell. As she beheld her, poor Mrs. Mack's heart fluttered up to her mouth, and then dropped with a dreadful plump into the pit of her stomach. The dingy, dismal gentleman, swinging the red trunk in his hand, swaggered lazily back and forth to stretch his legs over the pavement and air his large cadaverous countenance and sniff the village breezes. Mistress Matchwell, in the meantime, exchanging a passing word with the servant, who darkened and drew back as if a ghost had crossed her, gathered her rustling silks about her, and with a few long steps noiselessly mounted the narrow stairs, and stood, sallow and terrible in her sables, before the poor gentlewoman. With two efforts, Mrs. Mack got up and made a little, and then a great curtsy, and then a little one again, and tried to speak, and felt very near fainting. "See," says Mary Matchwell, "I must have £20, but don't take on. You must make an effort, my dear. 'Tis the last. Come, don't be cast down. I'll pay you when I come to my property, in 3 weeks' time. But law expenses must be paid, and the money I must have." Hereupon Mrs. Mack clasped her hands together in an agony, and set up the pipes. M. was like to lose patience, and when she did, she looked most feloniously, and in a way that made poor soft Mrs. Mack quiver. "'Tis but £20, woman," she said sternly. "Hub, hoo, blubbered the fat and miserable Mrs. McNamara. "It will be all about. I may as well tell it myself. I'm ruined. My Venetian lace, my watch, the brocade not made up. It won't do. I must tell my brother. I'd rather go out for a charwoman and starve myself to a skeleton than try to borrow more money." Mrs. Matchwell advanced her face towards the widow's tearful countenance, and held her in the spell of her dreadful gaze as a cat does a bird. "Why, curse you, woman, do you think 'tis to rob you I mean? 'Tisn't a present even, only a loan. Stop that blubbering, you great old mouth, or I'll have you posted all over the town in 5 minutes. A loan, madam, and you need not pay it for 3 months. 3 whole months. There." Well, this time it ended as heretofore. Poor Mrs. Mack gave way. She had not a crown piece, indeed, that she could call her own. But M. was obliging, and let her off for a bill of exchange, the nature of which, to her dying day, the unhappy widow could never comprehend, although it caused her considerable affliction some short time subsequently. Away went Mary Matchwell with her prize, leaving an odour of brandy behind her. Her dingy and sinister squire performed his clumsy curtsies, and without looking to the right or left, climbed into the coach after her, with his red trunk in his hand, and the vehicle was again in motion, and jingling on at a fair pace in the direction of Nutter's house, the mills, where her last visit had ended so tragically. Now it so happened that just as this coach with its sombre occupants drew up at the mills, Dr. Toole was standing on the steps, giving Moggy a parting injunction after his wont, for poor little Mrs. Nutter had been thrown into a new paroxysm by the dreadful tidings of her Charlie's death, and was now lying on her bed and bathing the pillow in tears. "Is this tenement called the Mills formerly in the occupation of the late Charles Nutter, eh?" demanded the gentleman, thrusting his face from the window before the coachman had got to the door. "It is, sir," replied Toole, putting Moggy aside, and suspecting he could not tell what amiss, and determined to show front, and not averse from hearing what the visit was about. "But Mrs. Nutter is very far from well, sir. In fact, in her bedchamber, sir, and laid upon her bed. "Mrs. Nutter's here, sir," said the man phlegmatically. He had just got out on the ground before the door and extended his hand toward Mary Matchwell, whom he assisted to alight. "This is Mrs. Nutter, relict of the late Charles Nutter, of the Mills, Knockmaroon, in the parish of Chapelizod." "At your service, sir," said Mary Matchwell, dropping a demure curtsy and preparing to sail by him. "Not so fast, Mom, if you please," said Toole, astonished, but still sternly and promptly enough. "In with you, Moggy, and bar the kitchen door." And shoving the maid back, he swung the door to with a slam. He was barely in time, and Mary Matchwell, baffled and pale, confronted the doctor, with the devil gleaming from her face. "Who are you, man, that dare shut my own door in my face?" said the beldam. "Toole's my name, madam," said the little doctor, with a lofty look and a bow. "I have the honor to attend here in a professional capacity." "Ho! A village attorney!" cried the fortune teller, plainly without having consulted the cards or the planets. "Well, sir, you better stand aside, for I am the widow Nutter, and this is my house, and burn me, but one way or another, in I'll get." "You'd do well to avoid a trespass, Mom, and better to abstain from housebreaking, and you may hammer at the knocker till you're tired, but they'll not let you in," rejoined Toole. "And as to you being the widow Nutter, Mom, that is the widow of poor Charles Nutter, lately found drowned, I'll be glad to know, Mom, how you make that out." "Stay, madam, by your leave," said the cadaverous, large-faced man, interposing. "We are here, sir, to claim possession of this tenement and the appurtenances, as also of all the money, furniture, and other chattels whatsoever of the late Charles Nutter, and being denied admission, we shall then serve certain cautionary and other notices in such a manner as the court will, under the circumstances, and in your presence, being, by your admission, the attorney of Sarah Harty, calling herself Nutter." "I did not say I was," said Toole, with a little toss of his chin. The gentleman's large face here assumed a cunning leer. "Well, we have our thoughts about that, sir," he said, "but by your leave, we'll knock at the hall door." "I tell you what, sir," said Toole, who had no reliance upon the wisdom of the female garrison, and had serious misgivings lest at the first stout summons the maids should open the door, and the ill-favoured pair establish themselves in occupation of poor Mrs. Nutter's domicile, "I'll not object to the notices being served. There's the servant up at the window there, but you must not make a noise. Mrs. Nutter, poor woman, is sick and hypochondriac, and can't bear a noise, but I'll permit the service of the notices, because, you see, we can afford to snap our fingers at you. I say, Moggy, open a bit of that window and take in the papers that this gentleman will hand you. There, sir, on the end of your cane, if you please. Very good. 'Twill do. She has them. Thank you, miss," said the legal practitioner with a grin. "Now, Mom, we'd best go to the prerogative court." Mary Matchwell laughed one of her pale, malevolent laughs up at the maid in the window, who stood there, with the papers in her hand, in a sort of horror. "Never mind," said Mary Matchwell to herself, and getting swiftly into the coach, she gleamed another ugly smile up at the window of the Mills as she adjusted her black attire. "To the prerogative court," said the attorney to the coachman. "In that house I'll lie tonight," said Mary Matchwell, with a terrible mildness, as they drove away, still glancing back upon it with a peculiar smile, and then she leaned back with a sneer of superiority on her pallid features, and the dismal fatigue of the spirit that rests not looked savagely out from the deep, haggard windows of her eyes. When Toole saw the vehicle fairly off, you may be sure he did not lose time in getting into the house, and then conning over the papers, which puzzled him unspeakably. End of chapter 73. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 74 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 74. In which Dr. Toole, in his boots, visits Mr. Gamble and sees an ugly client of that gentleman's, and something crosses an empty room. "Here's a conspiracy with a vengeance," muttered Toole. "If a body could only make head or tail of it. Widow? Hey? We'll see. Why, she's like no woman ever I saw. Mrs. Nutter, forsooth." And he could not forbear laughing at the conceit. Poor Charles, 'tis ridiculous, though upon my life I don't like it. It's just possible it may be all as true as gospel. They're the most devilish-looking pair I've seen out of the dock. Curse them for many a day. I would not wonder if they were robbers. The widow looks consumedly like a man in petticoats. Hey, devilish-like. I think I'll send Moran and Brian up to sleep tonight in the house. But hang it, if they were, they would not come out in the daytime to give an alarm. Hello, Mogi! Throw me out one of them papers till I see what it's about." So he conned over the notice which provoked him, for he could not half understand it, and he was very curious. "Well, keep it safe, Mogi," said he. It does look like law business, after all, and I believe it is. No, they're not housebreakers, but robbers of another stamp, and a worse. I'll take my Davy." "See," said he, as a thought struck him, "throw me down both of them papers again. There's a good girl. They ought to be looked after, I dare say, and I'll see the poor master's attorney today. Do you mind? And we'll put our heads together. And that's right. Relict, indeed." And with a solemn injunction to keep doors locked and windows fast, and a nod and a wave of his hand to Mistress Mogi, and muttering half a sentence or an oath to himself, and wearying his imagination in search of a clue to this new perplexity, he buttoned his pocket over the legal documents, and strutted down to the village, where his nag awaited him saddled, and Jimmy walking him up and down before the doctor's hall door. Toole was bound upon a melancholy mission that morning. But though properly a minister of life, a doctor is also conversant with death, and inured to the sight of familiar faces in that remarkable disguise. So he spurred away with more coolness, though not less regret than another man, to throw what light he could upon the subject of the inquest, which was to sit upon the body of poor Charles Nutter. The little doctor, on his way to Ring's End, without the necessity of diverging to the right or left, drew bridle at the door of Mr. Luke Gamble, on the Blind Key, attorney to the late Charles Nutter, and jumping to the ground, delivered a rattling summons thereupon. It was a dusty, dreary, wainscoted old house. Indeed, 2 old houses intermarried, with doors broken through the partition walls, the floors not at all on a level, joined by steps up and down, and having 3 great staircases that made it confusing. Through the windows it was not easy to see, such a fantastic mapping of thick dust and dirt coated the glass. Luke Gamble, like the house, had seen better days. It was not his fault, but an absconding partner had well nigh been his ruin, and though he paid their liabilities, it was with a strain, and left him a poor man, shattered his connection, and made the house too large by a great deal for his business. Dr. Toole came into the clerk's room and was ushered by one of these gentlemen through an empty chamber into the attorney's sanctum. Up 2 steps stumbled the physician, cursing the house for a place where a gentleman was so much more likely to break his neck than his fast, and found old Gamble in his velvet cap and dressing gown, in conference with a hard-faced, pale, and pock-marked elderly man, squinting unpleasantly under a black wig, who was narrating something slowly and with effort, like a man whose memory is laboring to give up its dead, while the attorney with his spectacles on his nose was making notes. The speaker ceased abruptly and turned his pallid visage and jealous oblique eyes on the intruder. Luke Gamble looked embarrassed and shot one devilish angry glance at his clerk, and then made Dr. Toole very welcome. When Toole had ended his narrative and the attorney read the notices through, Mr. Gamble's countenance brightened and darkened and brightened again, and with a very significant look he said to the pale, unpleasant face, pitted with smallpox, M.M., and nodded. His companion extended his hand toward the papers. "Never mind," said the attorney. "There's that here will fix M.M. in a mighty tight vice." "And who's M.M., pray?" inquired Toole. "When were these notices served, Doctor?" asked Mr. Gamble. "Not an hour ago. But I say, who the plague's M.M.?" answered Toole. "M.M.," repeated the attorney, smiling grimly on the backs of the notices which lay on the table. "Why, there's many queer things to be heard of M.M., and the town and the country, too, for that matter, is like to know a good deal more of her before long. And who served them? A process server, or who?" "Why, a fat, broad, bull-necked rascal with a double chin and a great round face, the color of a bad suet dumplin', and a black patch over his eye," answered Toole. "Very like. Was he alone?" said Gamble. "No. A long, sly she-devil in black that looked as if she'd cut your windpipe like a cat in the dark, as pale as paper, and mighty large black hollow eyes." "Aye, that's it," said Gamble, who during this dialogue had thrown his morning gown over the back of the chair and got on his coat and opened a little press in the wall, from which he took his wig, and so completed his toilet. "That's it," repeated Toole. "What's it? What's what?" "Why, 'tis David O'Regan, Dirty Davy, as we call him. I never knew him yet in an honest case, and the woman's M.M." "Hey, to be sure, a woman. I know, I remember, and he was on the point of breaking out with poor Mrs. McNamara's secret, but recovered in time. That's the she fortune teller, the witch, M.M., Mary Matchwell. 'Twas one of her printed cards, you know, was found lying in Stirk's blood. Dr. Stirk, you remember, that they issued a warrant for against our poor friend, you know." "Aye, aye, poor Charles, poor Nutter. Are you going to the inquest?" said Gamble, and on a sudden stopped short with a look of great fear, and a little beckon of his hand forward, as if he had seen something. There was that in Gamble's change of countenance which startled Toole, who, seeing that his glance was directed through an open door at the other end of the room, skipped from his chair and peeped through it. There was nothing, however, visible but a tenebrose and empty passage. "What did you see, eh? What frightens you?" said Toole. One would think you saw Nutter, like. Gamble looked horribly perturbed at these words. "Shut it," said he. Nearing the door on which Toole's hand rested, Toole took another peep and did so. "Why, there's nothing there. Like the women down at the mills there," continued the doctor. "What about the women?" inquired Gamble, not seeming to know very well what he was saying, agitated still, perhaps intending to keep Toole talking. "Why, the women, the maids, you know, poor Nutter's servants down at the mills. They swear he walks the house, and they'll have it they saw him last night." "Pish, sir, 'tis all conceit and vapours. Women's fancies, a plague o' them all. And where's poor Mrs. Nutter?" said Gamble, clapping on his cocked hat, and taking his cane and stuffing 2 or 3 bundles of law papers into his coat pockets. "At home at the mills. She slept at the village, and so missed the ghost. The McNamaras have been mighty kind, but when the news was told her this morning, poor thing, she would not stay and went home. And there she is, poor little soul, breaking her heart." Mr. Gamble was not ceremonious, so he just threw a cursory and anxious glance round the room, clapped his hands on his coat pockets, making a bunch of keys ring somewhere deep in their caverns, and all being right. "Come along, gentlemen," says he. "I'm going to lock the door." And without looking behind him, he bolted forth abstractedly into his dusty anteroom. "Get your cloak about you, sir. Remember your cough, you know. The air of the streets is sharp," said he with a sly wink to his ugly client, who hastily took the hint. "Is that coach at the door?" bawled Gamble to his clerks in the next room, while he locked the door of his own snuggery behind him, and being satisfied it was so, he conducted the party out by a side door, avoiding the clerk's room, and so downstairs. "Drive to the courts," said the attorney to the coachman, and that was all Toole learned about it that day. So he mounted his nag and resumed his journey to Ringsend at a brisk trot. I suppose when he turned the key in his door and dropped it into his breeches pocket, the gentleman attorney assumed that he had made everything perfectly safe in his private chamber, though Toole thought he had not looked quite the same again after that sudden change of countenance he had remarked. Now it was a darksome day, and the windows of Mr. Gamble's room were so obscured with cobwebs, dust, and dirt that even on a sunny day they boasted no more than a dim religious light. But on this day a cheerful man would have asked for a pair of candles to dissipate the twilight and sustain his spirits. He had not been gone and the room empty 10 minutes when the door through which he had seemed to look on that unknown something that dismayed him opened softly. At first a little, then a little more. Then came a knock at it. Then it opened more. And the dark shape of Charles Nutter, with rigid features and white eyeballs, glided stealthily and crouching into the chamber and halted at the table and seemed to read the endorsements of the notices that lay there. End of chapter 74. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 75 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 75. How a gentleman paid a visit at the Brass Castle, and there read a paragraph in an old newspaper. Dangerfield was, after his wont, seated at his desk writing letters after his early breakfast, with his neatly labelled accounts at his elbow. There was a pleasant frosty sun glittering through the twigs of the leafless shrubs and flashing on the ripples and undulations of the Liffey, and the redbreasts and sparrows were picking up the crumbs which the housekeeper had thrown for them outside. He had just sealed the last of half a dozen letters when the maid opened his parlor door and told him that a gentleman was at the hall step who wished to see him. Dangerfield looked up with a quick glance. "Eh? To be sure. Show him in." And in a few seconds more, Mr. Mervyn, his countenance more than usually pale and sad, entered the room. He bowed low and gravely as the servant announced him. Dangerfield rose with a prompt smile, bowing also, and advanced with his hand extended, which, as a matter of form rather than of cordiality, his visitor took coldly enough in his. "Happy to see you here, Mr. Mervyn. Pray take a chair. A charming morning for a turn by the river, sir." "I have taken the liberty of visiting you, Mr. Dangerfield." "Your visit, sir, I esteem an honour," interposed the lord of the brass castle. A slight and ceremonious bow from Mervyn, who continued, "For the purpose of asking you directly and plainly for some light upon a matter in which it is in the highest degree important I should be informed." "You may command me, Mr. Mervyn," said Dangerfield, crossing his legs, throwing himself back, and adjusting himself to attention. Mervyn fixed his dark eyes full and sternly upon that white and enigmatical face, with its round glass eyes and silver setting, and those delicate lines of scorn he had never observed before, traced about the mouth and nostril. "Then, sir, I venture to ask you for all you can disclose or relate about one Charles Archer." Dangerfield cocked his head on one side quizzically, and smiled the faintest imaginable cynical smile. "I can't disclose anything, for the gentleman never told me his secrets, but all I can relate is heartily at your service." "Can you point him out, sir?" asked Mervyn, a little less sternly, for he saw no traces of a guilty knowledge in the severe countenance and prompt, unembarrassed manner of the gentleman who leaned back in his chair, with the clear bright light full on him, and his leg crossed so carelessly. Dangerfield smiled, shook his head gently, and shrugged his shoulders, the least thing in the world. "Don't you know him, sir?" demanded Mervyn. "Why," said Dangerfield, with his chin a little elevated and the tips of his fingers all brought together, and his elbows resting easily upon the arms of his chair, and altogether an involuntary air of hauteur, "Charles Archer, perhaps you're not aware, was not exactly the most reputable acquaintance in the world, and my knowledge of him was very slight indeed, wholly accidental, and of very short duration. May I ask you if, without leaving this town, you can lay your finger on him, sir?" "Why, not conveniently," answered Dangerfield, with the same air of cynical amusement. "'Twould reach, in that case, all the way to Florence, and even then we should gain little by the discovery." "But you do know him?" pursued Mervyn. "I did, sir, though very slightly," answered Dangerfield. "And I'm given to understand, sir, he's to be found occasionally in this town," continued his visitor. "There's just one man who sees him, and that's the parish clerk." "What's his name?" "Ezekiel Irons. He sees him." "Suppose we send down to his house and fetch him here, and learn all about it," said Dangerfield, who seemed mightily tickled by the whole thing. "He left the town, sir, last night, and I've reason to suspect with a resolution of returning no more. And I must speak plainly, Mr. Dangerfield. 'Tis no subject for trifling. The fame and fortune of a noble family depend on searching out the truth, and I'll lose my life, sir, or I'll discover it." Still the old cynical, quizzical smile on Dangerfield's white face, who said encouragingly, "Nobly resolved, sir, upon my honour. And, Mr. Dangerfield, if you'll only lay yourself out to help me, with your great knowledge and subtlety, disclosing everything you know or conjecture, and putting me in train to discover the rest, so that I may fully clear this dreadful mystery up, there is no sacrifice of fortune I will not cheerfully make to recompense such immense services, and you may name with confidence your own terms, and think nothing exorbitant." For the first time Dangerfield's countenance actually darkened and grew stern, but Mervyn could not discern whether it was with anger or deep thought, and the round spectacles returned his intense gaze with a white reflected sheen, sightless as death. But the stern mouth opened, and Dangerfield, in his harsh brief tones, said, "You speak without reflection, sir, and had nigh made me lose my temper, but I pardon you. You're young, sir, and besides know probably little or nothing of me. Who are you, sir, who thus think fit to address me, who am by blood and education as good a gentleman as any alive? The inducements you are pleased to offer you may address elsewhere. They are not for me. I shall forget your imprudence, and answer frankly any questions within my knowledge you please to ask." Mervyn bowed apologetically, and a silence ensued, after which he thus availed himself of his host's permission to question him. "You mentioned Irons, the clerk, Mr. Dangerfield, and said that he sees Charles Archer. Do you mean it?" "Why, thus I mean it. He thinks he sees him. But if he does, upon my honour, he sees a ghost." And Dangerfield chuckled merrily. "Pray, Mr. Dangerfield, consider me, and be serious, and in heaven's name explain," said Mervyn, speaking evidently in suppressed anguish. "Why, you know, don't you, the poor fellow's not quite right here," and he tapped the centre of his own towering forehead with the delicate tip of his white middle finger. "I've seen a little of him. He's an angler, so am I, and he showed me the fishing of the river here last summer, and often amused me prodigiously. He's got some such very old maggots. I don't say, mind ye, he's mad. There are many degrees, and he's quite a competent parish clerk. He's only wrong on a point or two, and one of them is Charles Archer. I believe for a while he thought you were he." And Dangerfield laughed his dry, hard chuckle. "Where, sir, do you suppose Charles Archer is now to be found?" urged Mervyn. "Why, what remains of him in Florence," answered Dangerfield. "You speak, sir, as if you thought him dead." "Think? I know he's dead. I knew him but 3 weeks, and visited him in his sickness, was in his room half an hour before he died, and attended his funeral," said Dangerfield. "I implore of you, sir, as you hope for mercy, don't trifle in this matter," cried Mervyn, whose face was white, like that of a man about to swoon under an operation. "Trifle? What do you mean, sir?" barked out Dangerfield rabidly. "I mean, sir, this. I've information he's positively living, and can relieve my father's memory from the horrible imputation that rests upon it. You know who I am." Sir, Lord Castle Mallard told me, and my life I cheerfully devote to the task of seizing and tracing out the bloody clue of the labyrinth in which I'm lost." "Good. 'Tis a pious as well as a prudent resolve," said Dangerfield, with a quiet sneer. "And now, sir, give me leave to say a word. Your information that Charles Archer is living is not worth the breath of the madman that spoke it, as I'll presently show you. By an odd chance, sir, I required this file of newspapers last week, to help me in ascertaining the date of Sir Harry Wyatt's marriage. Well, only last night. What should I hit on but this? Will you please to read?" He had turned over the pages rapidly, and then he stopped at this little piece of news packed up in a small paragraph at the bottom of a column, and pointing his finger to it, he slid the volume of newspapers over to Mervyn, who read, "Died on the 4th of August of a lingering disease, at his lodgings in Florence, whither he had gone for the improvement of his health. Charles Archer, Esquire, a gentleman who some 3 years since gave an exceeding clear evidence against Lord de Norton for the murder of Mr. Beauclerk, and was well known at Newmarket. His funeral, which was private, was attended by several English gentlemen who were then at Florence." Mervyn, deadly pale, with gleaming eyes, and hand laid upon his forehead, as if to screen off any insupportable light and concentrate his gaze upon the words, read and reread these sentences with an agony of scrutiny, such as no critic ever yet directed upon a disputed passage in his favourite classic. But there was no possibility of fastening any consolatory interpretation upon the paragraph. It was all too plain and outspoken. "'Tis possible this may be true. Thus much. A Charles Archer is dead, and yet another Charles Archer, the object of my search, still living," said Mervyn. "Hey, that didn't strike me," said Dangerfield, as much amused as was consistent with moderately good breeding. "But I can quite account, Mr. Mervyn," he continued, with a sudden change of tone and manner, to something almost of kindness, for your readiness to entertain any theory not quite destructive of hopes, which, notwithstanding, I fear rest simply on the visions of that poor hypochondriac, Irons. But for all that, 'tis just possible that something may strike either you or me in the matter not quite so romantic, eh? But still something. You've not told me how the plague Charles Archer could possibly have served you. But on that point, perhaps, we can talk another time. I simply desire to say that any experience or ability I may possess are heartily at your service whenever you please to task them, as my good wishes are already." So, stunned and like a man walking in a dream, all his hopes shivered about his feet, Mervyn walked through the door of the little parlour in the brass castle, and Dangerfield, accompanying him to the little gate which gave admission from the high road to that tenement, dismissed him there with a bow and a pleasant smile, and standing for a while wiry and erect, with his hands in his pockets, he followed him as he paced dejectedly away with the same peculiar smile. When he was out of sight, Dangerfield returned to his parlour, smiling all the way, and stood on the hearth-rug with his back to the fire. When he was alone, a shadow came over his face, and he looked down on the fringe with a thoughtful scowl, his hands behind his back, and began adjusting and smoothing it with the toe of his shoe. Sot! Fool and poltroon! Triple qualification for mischief. I don't know why he still lives. Irons, a new vista opens, and this damned young man. All this was not, as we sometimes read, mentally ejaculated, but quite literally muttered, as I believe every one at times mutters to himself. Charles Archer living, Charles Archer dead, or, as I sometimes think, neither one nor t'other quite, half man, half corpse, a vampire. There is no rest for thee, no Sabbath in the days of thy week. Blood, blood, blood. 'Tis tiresome. Why should I be a slave to these damned secrets? I don't think 'tis my judgment so much as the devil holds me here. Irons has more brains than I. Instinct, calculation, which is oftener right. Miss Gertrude Chatsworth, a mere whim, I think, understood her game, too. I'll deal with that tomorrow. I'll send Daxon the account, vouchers, and cheque for Lord Castle-Mallard. Tell Smith to sell my horses, and buy the next packet, eh? and he kissed his hand with an odd smirk, like a gentleman making his adieu, and so leave those who count the acquaintance of Charles Archer to find him out, and catch their Tartar how they may. End of chapter 75. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 76 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 76. Relating how the castle was taken, and how Mistress Moggy took heart of grace. That evening there came to the door of the mills a damsel, with a wide basket on her arm, the covering of which being removed. A goodly show of laces, caps, fans, washballs, buckles, and other attractions came out like a parterre of flowers, with such a glow as dazzled the eyes of Moggy at the study window. "Would you please to want any, my lady?" inquired the peddler. Moggy thought they were perhaps a little bit too fine for her purse, but she could not forbear longing and looking, and asking the prices of this bit of finery and that, at the window, and she called Betty, and the two maids conned over the whole contents of the basket. At last she made an offer for an irresistible stay-hook of pinchbeck, set with half a dozen resplendent jewels of cut glass, and after considerable chaffering and a keen encounter of their wits, they came at last to terms, and Moggy ran out to the kitchen for her money, which lay in a brass snuff-box in a pewter goblet on the dresser. As she was counting her coin and putting back what she did not want, the latch of the kitchen door was lifted from without, and the door itself pushed and shaken. Though the last red gleam of a stormy sunset was glittering among the ivy leaves round the kitchen window, the terrors of last night's apparition were revived in a moment, and with a blanched face she gazed on the door, expecting breathlessly what would come. The door was bolted and locked on the inside, in accordance with Dr. Toole's solemn injunction, and there was no attempt to use violence, but a brisk knocking began thereat, and Moggy, encouraged by hearing the voices of Betty and the vendor of splendors at the little parlor window, and also by the amber sunlight on the rustling ivy leaves and the loud evening gossip of the sparrows, took heart of grace and demanded shrilly, "Who's there?" A whining beggar's voice asked admission. "But you can't come in, for the house is shut up for the night," replied the cook. "'Tis a quare hour you lock your doors at," said the besieger. "Mighty quare, but so it is," she answered. "But 'tis a message for the mistress I have," answered the applicant. "Who from?" demanded the porteress. "'Tis a present of some wine, acushla." "Who from?" repeated she, growing more uneasy. "Ach, woman, are you going to take it in or no?" "Come in the morning, my good man," said she. "For sorrow afoot you'll put inside the house tonight." "And that's what I'm to tell them that sent me?" "Neither more nor less," replied she. And so she heard a heavy foot clank along the pavement, and she tried to catch a glimpse of the returning figure, but she could not, though she laid her cheek against the window-pane. However, she heard him whistling as he went, which gave her a better opinion of him, and she thought she heard the road gate shut after him. So, feeling relieved, and with a great sigh, she counted her money over, and answering Betty's shrill summons to the study, as the woman was in haste, with a coming this minute, she replaced her treasure and got swiftly into poor Charles Nutter's little chamber. There was his pipe over the chimney, and his green and gold-laced Sunday waistcoat folded on the little walnut table by the fire, and his small folio, Maison Rustique, the country farm, with his old green worsted purse set for a marker in it, where he had left off reading the night before all their troubles began, and his silk dressing-gown was hanging by the window-frame, and his velvet morning cap on the same peg. The dust had settled on them now, and after her fright in the kitchen, all those mementos smote her with a grim sort of reproach and menace, and she wished the window barred and the door of the ominous little chamber locked for the night. "'Tis growing late," said the dealer from without, "and I daren't be on the road after dark. Give me my money, good girl, and here, take your stay-hook." And so saying, she looked a little puzzled up and down, as not well knowing how they were to make their exchange. "Here," says Moggy, "give it in here," and removing the fastening, she shoved the window up a little bit. "Hold it, Betty, hold it up," said she, and in came the woman's hard brown hand, palm open, for her money, and the other containing the jewel, after which the vain soul of Moggy lusted. "That'll do," said she, and crying shrilly, "Give us a lift, sweetheart." In a twinkling she shoved the window up, at the same time kneeling with a spring upon the sill, and getting her long leg into the room, with her shoulder under the window sash, her foot firmly planted on the floor, and her face and head in the apartment. Almost at the same instant she was followed by an ill-looking fellow buttoned up in a surtout, whose stature seemed enormous, and at sight of whom the two women shrieked, as if soul and body were parting. The lady was now quite in the room, and standing upright showed the tall shape and stern lineaments of Mary Matchwell. And as she stood she laughed a sort of shuddering laugh, like a person who had just had a plunge in cold water. "Stop that noise," said she, recognizing Betty, who saw her with unspeakable terror. "I'm the lady that came here, you know, some months ago, with Mrs. McNamara, and I'm Mrs. Nutter, which the woman upstairs is not. I'm Mrs. Nutter, and you're my servants, d'ye mind, and I'll act a fair mistress by you, if you do me honest service. Open the hall door," she said to the man, who was by this time also in the room, and forth he went to do her bidding, and a gentleman who turned out to be that respectable pillar of the law, whom Mr. Gamble in the morning had referred to as Dirty Davy, entered. He was followed by Mrs. Mary Matchwell's maid, a giggling, cat-like gypsy, with a lot of gaudy finery about her, and a withered devilment leering in her face. And a hackney coach drove up to the door, which had conveyed the party from town, and the driver railing in loud tones, after the manner of his kind in old times, at all things reeking of whiskey and stale tobacco, and cursing freely, pitched in several trunks, one after the other, and in fact it became perfectly clear that M.M. was taking possession, and Betty and Moggy, at their wits' end between terror and bewilderment, were altogether powerless to resist, and could only whimper a protest against the monstrous invasion, while poor little Sally Nutter upstairs, roused by the wild chorus of strange voices from the lethargy of her grief, and even spurred into active alarm, locked her door, and then hammered with a chair upon the floor, under a maniacal hallucination that she was calling I know not what or whom to the rescue. Then Dirty Davy read aloud with due emphasis to the maids copies, as he stated, of the affidavit sworn to that day by Mistress Mary Matchwell, or, as he called her, Mrs. Nutter, relic of the late Charles Nutter, gentleman, of the Mills, in the parish of Chapelizod, barony of Castleknock, and county of Dublin, deposing to her marriage with the said Charles Nutter, having been celebrated in the church of St. Clement Danes, in London, on the 7th of April, 1750. And then came a copy of the marriage certificate, and then a statement how, believing that deceased had left no will, making any disposition of his property, or naming an executor, she applied to the Court of Prerogative for letters of administration to the deceased, which letters would be granted in a few days, and in the meantime the bereaved lady would remain in possession of the house and chattels of her late husband. All this, of course, was so much Hebrew Greek, as honest Father Roach was wont to phrase it to the scared women. But M.M. Ictiakos, fixing them both with her cold and terrible gaze, said quite intelligibly, "What's your name?" "Moggy Sullivan, if you please, Mum." "And what's yours?" "Lizabeth." "Betty, they call me, madam." "Lizabeth Burke, if you please, madam." "Well, then, Moggy Sullivan and Elizabeth Burke, hark ye both, while I tell you a thing. I'm mistress here by law, as you've just heard, and you're my servants. And if you so much as wind the jack or move a teacup except as I tell you, I'll find a way to punish you. And if I miss to the value of a pin's head, I'll indict you for a felony, and have you whipped and burnt in the hand. You know what that means. And now, where's Mistress Sarah Harty? For she must pack and away." "Oh, Mom, Jewel, the poor mistress. I'm the mistress, slut." "Mom, dear, she's very bad. Where is she?" "In her room, Mom," answered Betty, with blubbered cheeks. "Where are you going, minx?" cried M.M. with a terrible voice and look, and striding toward the door, from which Moggy was about to escape. Now, Moggy was a sort of heroine, not in the vain matter of beauty, for she had high cheekbones, a snub nose, and her figure had no more waist or other feminine undulations than the clock in the hall, but like that useful piece of furniture, presented an oblong parallelogram, unassisted by art, for except on gala days, these homely maidens never sported hoops. But she was nevertheless a heroine of the Amazonian species. She tripped up Pat Morgan, and laid that athlete suddenly on his back upon the grass plot before the hall door, to his eternal disgrace, when he offered to kiss her, while the fiddler and tambourine man were playing. She used to wring big boys by the ears, overawe fishwives with her voluble invective, put dangerous dogs to rout with sticks and stones, and evince in all emergencies an adventurous spirit and an alacrity for battle. For her, indeed, as for others, the spell of M.M.'s evil eye and witch-like presence was at first too much. But Moggy rallied, and thus challenged, she turned about at the door and stoutly confronted the intruder. "Minx, yourself, you black baste. I'm going just wherever it pleases me best, and I'd like to know who'll stop me. And first, Mom, be your lave, I'll tell the mistress to lock her door and keep you and your rake helly squad at the wrong side of it. And then, Mom, wherever the fancy takes me next. And that's how it is. And my sarvice to your ladyship." Off went Moggy, with a leer of defiance and a snap of her fingers, cutting a clumsy caper, and rushed like a mad cow up the stairs, shouting all the way, "Lock your door, Mom! Lock your door!" Growing 2 or 3 degrees whiter, M.M., so soon as she recovered herself, glided in pursuit like the embodiment of an evil spirit, as perhaps she was, and with a gleam of insanity or murder in her eye, which always supervened when her wrath was moved. The sullen face of the bailiff half lighted up with a cynical grin of expectation, for he saw that both ladies were game, and looked for a spirited encounter. But Dirty Davy spoiled all by interposing his person and arresting the pursuit of his client, and delivering a wheezy expostulation close in her ear. 'Tis a strange thing if I can't do what I will with my own fine laws, i'faith. I only tell you, madam, and if you do, it may embarrass us mightily by and by." "I'd wring her neck across the banister," murmured M.M. "And now, plaise your ladyship, will I bring your sarvice to the ladies and gentlemen down in the town, for 'tis there I'm going next," said Moggy, popping in at the door with a mock curtsy and a pugnacious cock in her eye, and a look altogether so provoking and warlike as almost tempted the bailiff at the door to clap her on the back and cry, had he spoken Latin, "Macte virtute puer." "Catch the slut! You shan't budge, not a foot. Hold her!" cried M.M. to the bailiff. "Bah!" was his answer. "See now," said Davy, "Madam Nutter's not serious. You're not, Mum. We don't detain you, mind. The door's open. There's no false imprisonment or duress, mind you. Thanking you all the same, miss, for your offer. We won't detain you. No, I thank you. Chalk the road for the young lady, Mr. Redmond." And Davy fell to whisper energetically again in M.M.'s ear. And Moggy disappeared. Straight down to the town she went, and to the friendly Dr. Tool's house. But he was not expected home from Dublin till morning. Then she had thoughts of going to the barrack and applying for a company of soldiers with a cannon, if necessary, to retake the mills. Then she bethought her, good Dr. Walsingham, but he was too simple to cope with such seasoned rogues. General Chatsworth was too far away, and not quite the man either. No more than Colonel Stafford and the young beau. Them captains and the like, it only be funnin' me, and knows nothin' o' law business. So she pitched upon Father Roach. End of chapter 76. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 77 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 77, in which Irish melody prevails. Now Father Roach's domicile was the first house in the Chapel Lane, which consisted altogether of two, not being very long. He showed a hall door, painted green, the national colour, which enclosed, I am happy to say, not a few of the national virtues, chief among which reigned hospitality. As Moggy turned the corner and got out of the cold wind under its friendly shelter, she heard a stentorian voice, accompanied by the mellifluous drone of a bagpipe, concluding in a highly decorative style the last verse of the Colleen Rue. Respect for this celestial melody, and a desire to hear a little more of what might follow, held Moggy on the steps, with the knocker between her finger and thumb, unwilling to disturb by an unseasonable summons the harmonies from which she was, in fact, separated only by the thickness of the window and its shutter. And when the vocal and instrumental music came to an end together, with a prolonged and indescribable groan and grunt from the songster and the instrument, there broke forth a shrilly chorus of female cackle, some in admiration and some in laughter, and the voice of Father Roach was heard lustily and melodiously ejaculating, "More power to you, Pat Mahony!" As this pleasant party all talked together, and Moggy could not clearly unravel a single sentence, she made up her mind to wait no longer, and knocked with good emphasis under cover of the uproar. The maid, who had evidently been in the hall, almost instantaneously opened the door, and with a hasty welcome full of giggle and excitement, pulled in Moggy by the arm, shutting the door after her, and each damsel asked the other, "And how are you? And are you elegant?" And shaking her neighbour by both hands, the clerical handmaid, in a galloping whisper in Moggy's ear, told her 'twas a wedding party, and such tearin' fun she never see. Sich dancin' and singin' and laughin' and funnin', and she must wait a bit and see the quality, a portion of whom, indeed, were visible as well as overpoweringly audible through the half-open door of the front parlor. And there was to be a thunderin' fine supper, a round of beef and 2 geese and a tub full of oysters, etc., etc. Now, I must mention that this feast was, in fact, in its own way, more romantically wonderful than that of the celebrated wedding of Camacho the Rich, and one of the many hundred proofs I've met with in the course of my long pilgrimage that the honest prose of everyday life is often 10 times more surprising than the unsubstantial fictions of even the best epic poets. The valiant Sir Geoffrey, it is true, was ordered to a dungeon by the fair Brunacende, who so soon as she beheld him nevertheless became enamoured of the knight, and gave him finally her hand in wedlock. But if the fair Brunacende had been 45, or by'r lady 50, the widow of a tailor, herself wondrous keen after money, and stung very nigh to madness by the preposterous balance due, as per ledger, and the inexhaustible and ingenious dodges executed by the insolvent Sir Geoffrey, the composer of that chivalric romance might have shrunk from the happy winding up as bordering too nearly upon the incredible. Yet good Father Roach understood human nature better. Men and women have a tendency to fuse, and given a good-looking fellow and a woman, no matter of what age, who but deserves the name, and bring them together, and let the hero but have proper opportunities, and deuce is in it if nothing comes of the matter. Animosity is no impediment. On the contrary, 'tis a more advantageous opening than indifference. The Cid began his courtship by shooting his lady love's pigeons, and putting her into a pet and a frenzy. The Cid knew what he was about. Stir no matter what passions, provided they be passions, and get your image well into your lady's head, and you may repeat with like success the wooing which superficial people pronounce so unnatural of crooked-backed Richard and the Lady Anne. Of course there are limits. I would not advise, for instance, a fat elderly gentleman, bald, carbuncled, dull of wit, and slow of speech, to hazard that particular method, lest he should find himself the worse of his experiment. My counsel is for the young, the tolerably good-looking, for murmuring orators of the silver-tongued family, and romantic athletes with coaxing ways. Worthy Father Roach constituted himself internuncio between Mahony, whom we remember first in his pride of place doing the honours of that feast of Mars, in which his friend Nutter was to have carved up the great O'Flaherty on the 15 acres, and next quantum mutatus ab illo, a helpless but manly captive in the hands of the Dublin bailiffs, and that very Mrs. Elizabeth Woolley, relict and sole executrix of the late Timotheus Woolley of High Street, tailor, etc., etc., who was the cruel cause of his incarceration. Good Father Roach, though a paragon of celibacy, was of a gallant temperament and a wheedling tongue, and unfolded before the offended eye of the insulted and vindictive executrix so interesting a picture of his noble young friend, the victim of circumstance, breaking his manly heart over his follies and misfortunes, and looking upon her, Mrs. Woolley, afar off, with an eye full of melancholy and awe, tempered with, mayhap, somewhat of romantic gallantry, like Sir Walter Raleigh, from the Tower window on Queen Elizabeth, that he at length persuaded the tremendous relict to visit her captive in his dungeon. This she did, in a severe mood, with her attorney and good Father Roach. And though Mahony's statement was declamatory rather than precise, and dealt more with his feelings than his resources, and was carried on more in the way of an appeal to the leady than as an exposition to the man of law, leaving matters at the end in certainly no clearer state than before he began. Yet the executrix consented to see the imprisoned youth once more, this time dispensing with her attorney's attendance, and content with the protection of the priest. And even upon that, on some subsequent visits, she did not insist. And so the matter, like one of those medleys of our Irish melodies arranged by poor M. Julian, starting with a martial air, breathing turf and thunder, fire and sword, went off imperceptibly into a pathetic and amorous strain. Father Roach, still officiating as internuncio, found the dowager less and less impracticable, and at length a treaty was happily concluded. The captive came forth to wear thenceforward those lighter chains only, which are forged by Hymen, and wreathed with roses, and the lady applied to his old promissory notes the torch of love, which in a moment reduced them to ashes. And here, at the hermitage of our jolly Chapelizod priest, for bride and bridegroom were alike of the ancient faith, the treaty was ratified, and the bagpipe and the bridegroom, in tremendous unison, splitting the rafters with Hymen, Hymen, O Hymenae. In the midst of this festive celebration, his reverence was summoned to the hall, already perfumed with the incense of the geese, the onions, the bacon browned at the kitchen fire, and various other delicacies, toned and enriched by the vapours that exhaled from the little bottle of punch, which, in consideration of his fatigues, stood by the elbow of the piper. When the holy man had heard Moggy's tale, he scratched his tonsure, and looked, I must say, confoundedly bored. "Now, Moggy, my child, don't you see, acushla, 'tisn't to me you should ha' come. I'm here, my dear, engaged," and he dried his moist and rubicund countenance in one of the sacred offices of the church. "The sacrament, my dear, iv. Here, Mahony," and the piper struck up again in so loud a key in the parlour that, as Moggy afterwards observed, they could not hear their own ears, and the conclusion of the sentence was overwhelmed in "Many's the bottle I cracked in my time." So his reverence impatiently beckoned to the hall door, which he opened, and on the steps, where he was able to make himself audible, he explained the nature of his present engagement, and referred her to Dr. Toole. Assured, however, that he was in Dublin, he scratched his tonsure once more. "The divil burn the lot of 'em, my dear, and purty evening they chose for their vagaries, and law papers too, you say, and an attorney into the bargain. There's no influence you can bring to bear on them fellows. If 'twas another man, and a couple of more at his back, myself and Pat Moran 'd wallop them out of the house and into the river by gannies as aisy as sayin' an Ave." The illustration, it occurred to him, might possibly strike Moggy as irreverent, and the worthy father paused, and with upturned eyes murmured a Latin ejaculation, crossing himself, and having thus reasserted his clerical character, he proceeded to demonstrate the uselessness of his going. But Father Roach, though sometimes a little bit testy, and on the whole not without faults, was as good-natured an anchorite as ever said mass or brewed a contemplative bowl of punch. If he refused to go down to the mills, he would not have been comfortable again that night, nor indeed for a week to come. So with a sigh he made up his mind, got quietly into his surtout and mufflers, which hung on the peg behind the hall door, clapped on his hat, grasped his stout oak stick, and telling his housekeeper to let them know, in case his guests should miss him, that he was obliged to go out for 10 minutes or so on parish business, forth sallied the stout priest, with no great appetite for knight errantry, but still anxious to rescue, if so it might be, the distressed princess, begirt with giants and enchanters at the mills. At the Salmon House he enlisted the stalwart Patty Moran, with the information conveyed to that surprised reveller that he was to sleep at Mrs. Nutter's house that night, and so, at a brisk pace, the clerical knight, his squire, and demoiselle errant proceeded to the mills. End of chapter 77. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 78 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 78, in which, while the harmony continues in Father Roach's front parlor, a few discords are introduced elsewhere, and Dr. Toole arrives in the morning with a marvelous budget of news. The good people who had established themselves in poor Nutter's domicile did not appear at all disconcerted by the priest's summons. His knock at the hall door was attended to with the most consummate assurance by M.M.'s maid, just as if the premises had belonged to her mistress all her days. Between this hussy and his reverence, who was in no mood to be trifled with, there occurred in the hall some very pretty sparring, which ended by his being ushered into the parlor where sat Mistress Matchwell and Dirty Davy, the tea-things on the table, and an odor more potent than that of the Chinese aroma circulating agreeably through the chamber. I need not report the dialogue of the parties, showing how the honest priest maintained, under sore trial, his character for politeness, while addressing a lady, and how he indemnified himself in the style in which he discoursed the attorney. How his language fluctuated between the persuasively religious and the horribly profane, and how, at one crisis in the conversation, although he had self-command enough to bow to the matron, he was on the point of cracking the lawyer's crown with a fine specimen of Irish oak which he carried in his hand, and, in fact, nothing but his prudent respect for that gentleman's cloth prevented his doing so. "But supposin', Mom," said his reverence, referring to the astounding allegation of her marriage with Nutter, "for the sake of argument, it should turn out to be so. In course, you would not like to turn the poor woman out of doors without a penny in her pocket to beg her bread?" "Your friend upstairs, sir, intended playing the lady for the rest of her days," answered M.M., with a cat-like demureness, sly and cruel, "at my cost and to my sorrow. For 20 long years, or nigh-hand it, she has lived with my husband, consuming my substance and keeping me in penury. What did she allow me all that time? Not so much as that crust. Ha, ha! No, not even allowed my husband to write me a line or send me a shilling. I suppose she owes me for her maintenance here, in my house, out of my property, fully £2,000. Make money of that, sir, and my lawyer advises me to make her pay it. Or rather to make her account, Mum. Or you will, if she's disposed to act fairly, take anything you may be advised to be reasonable and equitable, Mum," interposed Dirty Davy. "That's it," resumed Madame Mary. "I don't want her 4 bones. Let her make up £1,000. That's reason, sir, and I'll forgive her the remainder. But if she won't, then to jail I'll send her, and there she may rot for me." "You perceive, sir," continued the attorney, "your client, I mean your friend, has fixed herself in the character of an agent. All the late gentleman's money, you see, went through her hands, an agent or a steward, to Charles Nutter deceased, and a court of equity will hold her liable to account, you see, and we know well enough what moneys pass through her hands annually, and whatever she can prove to have been honestly applied, we'll be quite willing to allow. But you see, we must have the balance." "Balance?" said the priest, incensed beyond endurance. "If you stay balancing here, my joker, much longer, you'll run a reasonable risk of balancing by the neck out of one of them trees before the door." "So you're threatening my life, sir," said the attorney with a sly defiance. "You lie like the divil, sir, savin' your presence, mum. Don't you know the differ, sir, between a threat and a warnin', you bosthoon?" thundered his reverence. "You're strivin' to provoke me to a breach of the pace, as the company can testify," said Dirty Davy. "You lie again, you fat cratur. 'Tis tryin' to provoke you to keep the pace I am. Listen to me, the both o' yees. The leddy upstairs, the mistress of this house, and widow of poor Charles Nutter, Mrs. Sally Nutter, I say, is well liked in the parish. And if they get the wind of the word, all I say's this: so sure as you're found here holding wrongful possession of her house and goods, the boys of Palmerstown, Castle Knock, and Chapelizod will pay yees a visit you won't like, and duck yees in the river, or hang yees together, like a pair of common robbers, as you unquestionably are. Not," he added, with a sudden sense of legal liability. "Who's that?" demanded the lynx-eyed lady, who saw Pat Moran cross the door in the shadow of the lobby. "That's Mr. Moran, a most respectable and muscular man, come here to keep possession, madam, for Mrs. Sally Nutter, our good friend and neighbour, mum," replied the priest. "As you please, sir," replied the attorney. "You're tumbling yourself and your friend into a nice predicament. As good a constructive ouster, vi et armis, as my client could possibly desire. Of course, sir, we'll seek compensation in the regular way for this violent trespass, and we have you criminally, you observe, no less than civilly. Now look, understand me. Don't affect to mystique, av you please," said the priest, not very clear or comfortable, for he had before had one or two brushes with the law, and the recollection was disagreeable. "I, Mr. Moran, we're here, sir, the both of us, as you see, paceably, and all to that, and at the request of Mrs. Sally Nutter. Mind that, too, at her special desire. And I tell you what's more, if you make any row here, d'ye mind, I'll come down with the magistrate and the soldiers, and leave it to them to dale with you accordin'. Mind ye, to law and equity, civil, human, criminal, and divine, and make money of that, ye mountain in labour. Savin' your presence, mum." "I thank you. That'll do, sir," said the lawyer with a lazy chuckle. "I'll now do myself the honour to make my compliments to Mrs. Sally Nutter," said Father Roach, making a solemn bow to Mrs. Matchwell, who, with a shrill sneer, pursued him as he disappeared with, "The lady in the bedroom, your reverence." Whereat Dirty Davy renewed his wheezy chuckle. Nothing daunted, the indignant divine stomped resolutely upstairs and found poor Sally Nutter, to whose room he was joyfully admitted by honest Betty, who knew his soft honest brogue in a panic, the violence of which had almost superseded her grief. So he consoled and fortified the poor lady as well as he could, and when she urged him to remain in the house all night, "My dear mum," says he, lifting his hand and shaking his head with closed eyes, "you forget my character. Why, the house is full of females. My darling Mrs. Nutter, I couldn't entertain such an idea. And besides," said he, with sudden energy, recollecting that the goose might be overdone, "there's a religious duty, my dear mum, the holy sacrament waitin', a pair to be married. But Pat Moran will keep them quiet till mornin', and I'll be down myself to see you then. So my sarvice to you, Mrs. Nutter, and God bless you, my dear mum." And with this valediction the priest departed, and from the road he looked back at the familiar outline of the mills, and its thick clumps of chimneys, and two twinkling lights, and thought of the horrible and sudden change that had passed over the place and the inmates, and how a dreadful curse had scathed them, making it till lately the scene of comfort and tranquillity, to become the hold of every foul spirit, and the cage of every unclean and hateful bird. Dr. Toole arrived at 10 o'clock next morning with news that shook the village. The inquest was postponed to the evening, to secure the attendance of some witnesses who could throw a light, it was thought, on the inquiry. Then Dr. Toole was examined, and identified the body at first confidently. But, said he, in the great parlor of the Phoenix, where he held forth, though the features were as like as two eggs, it struck me the forehead was a thought broader. So said I can set the matter at rest in 5 minutes. Charles Nutter's left upper arm was broken midway, and I set it. There would be the usual deposit where the bone knit, and he had a sword thrust through his upper shoulder, cicatrized, and very well defined, and he had lost 2 under teeth. Well, the teeth were gone, but 3 instead of 2, and on laying the arm bone bare, 'twas plain it had never been broken, and in like manner nothing wrong with the right shoulder, and there was nothing like so much deltoid and biceps as Nutter had. So, says I, at once, be that body whose it may, 'tis none of Charles Nutter's, and to that I swear, gentlemen. And I had hardly made an end, when 'twas identified for the corpse of the French hairdresser, newly arrived from Paris, who was crossing the Liffey on Tuesday night, you remember, at the old ferry-boat slip, and fell in and was drowned. So that part of the story's ended. But, gentlemen, continued Toole, with the important and resolute bearing of a man who has a startling announcement to make, I am sorry to have to tell you that poor Charles Nutter is in jail. In jail? Was echoed in all sorts of tones from his auditory, with an abundance of profane ejaculations of wonderment, concern, and horror. A gentleman in the body of the jail. Then it came out that Nutter had been arrested that very morning in a sedan chair at the end of Cook Street, and was now in the county prison awaiting his trial, and that, no doubt, bail would be refused, which indeed turned out truly. So when all these amazing events had been thoroughly discussed, the little gathering dispersed to blaze them abroad, and Toole wrote to Mr. Gamble to tell him that the person, Mary Matchwell, claiming to be the wife of Charles Nutter, has established herself at the mills, and is disposed to be troublesome, and terrifies poor Mrs. Sally Nutter, who is ill. It would be a charity to come out and direct measures. I know not what ought to be done, though confident her claim is a bag of moonshine and lies, and if not stopped, she'll make away with the goods and furniture, which is mighty hard upon this unfortunate lady, etc., etc. That Mary Matchwell, as I think, ought to be in jail for the assault on Stirk. Her card, you know, was found in the mud beside him, and she's fit for any devil's work. This was addressed by Toole to his good wife. That card, said Jimmy, who happened to be triturating a powder in the corner for little Master Barney Stirk, and who suspended operations and spoke with a pestle in his fingers, and a very cunning leer on his sharp features. I know all about that card. You do you? And why didn't you speak out long ago, you vagabond? Said Toole. Well, then, come now. What's in your knowledge box? Out with it. Why, I had that card in my hand the night Mr. Nutter went off. Well, go on. 'Twas in the hall at the mills, sir. I knew it again at the barracks the minute I seen it. Why, 'tis a printed card. There's hundreds of them. How'd you know one from t'other, Wisehead? Why, sir, 'Twas how this one was walked on, and the letter M in Mary was tore across, and on the back was writ in red ink for Mrs. McNamara, and they could not read it down at the barracks, because the wet had got at it, and the end was mostly washed away, and they thought it was McNally or McIntyre, but I knew it the minute I seen it. Well, my tight little fellow, and what the dickens has all that to do with the matter? Asked Toole, growing uneasy. The dickens a much, I believe, sir. Only as Mr. Nutter was going out, he snatched it out of my hand in the hall there, and stuffed it into his pocket. You did not tell that lying story, did you, about the town, you mischievous young spalpeen? Demanded the doctor, shaking his disciple rather roughly by the arm. No, I didn't. I did not tell, sir. What is it to me? Answered the boy, frightened. You didn't tell? Not you truly. I lay you a tenpenny bit there isn't a tattler in the town but has the story by rote. A pretty kettle of fish you'll make of it, and you're meddling and lying. If 'twas true, 'twould be another matter. But hold your tongue. How the plague are you to know one card from another when they're all alike? And Mrs. McNamara, Mrs. McFiddle, I suppose you can read better than the adjutant? Ha ha! Well, my words, you've got yourself into a pretty predicament. I'd walk twice from this to the county courthouse and back again, only to look at it. A pleasant cross-hackling the councillors will give you, and if you prevaricate, you know what that is, my boy, the judge will make short work with you, and you may cool your heels in jail as long as he pleases, for me. And look'ee, said Toole, returning, for he was going out, as he generally did whenever he was profoundly ruffled. You remember the affidavit man that was whipped and pilloried this time 2 years for perjury? Eh? Look at it, my fine fellow. There's more than me knows how Mr. Nutter threatened to cane you that night, and a good turn 'twould have been, and 'twouldn't take much to persuade an honest jury that you wanted to pay him off of that by putting a nail in his coffin, you young miscreant. Go on, do, and I promise you'll get an airing yet you'll not like, you will. And so Toole, with a wag of his head and a grin over his shoulder, strutted out into the village street, where he was seen with a pursed mouth and a flushed visage, to make a vicious cut or two with his cane in the air as he walked along. And it must be allowed that Master Jimmy's reflections were a little confused and uncomfortable, as he pondered over the past and the future, with the pestle in his fingers and the doctor's awful words ringing in his ears. End of Chapter 78. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 79 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 79. Showing how little Lily's life began to change into a retrospect, and how on a sudden she began to feel better. As time wore on, little Lilius was not better. When she read her Bible and closed it, she would sit long silent, with a sad look, thinking, and often she would ask old Sally questions about her mother and listen to her, looking all the time with a strange and earnest gaze through the glass door upon the evergreens and the early snowdrops. And old Sally was troubled somehow, and saddened at her dwelling so much upon this theme. And one evening, as they sat together in the drawing-room, she and the good old rector, she asked him, too, gently about her, for he never shrank from talking of the beloved dead, but used to speak of her often, with a simple tenderness, as if she were still living. In this he was right. Why should we be afraid to speak of those of whom we think so continually? She is not dead, but sleepeth. I have met a few, and they very good men, who spoke of their beloved dead with this cheery affection, and mingled their pleasant and loving remembrances of them in their common talk. And often I wished that, when I am laid up in the bosom of our common Mother Earth, those who loved me would keep my memory thus socially alive, and allow my name, when I shall answer to it no more, to mingle still in their affectionate and merry intercourse. Some conflicts, my darling, had the day before her departure, he said, but such as through God's goodness lasted not long, and ended in the comfort that continued to her end, which was so quiet and so peaceable. We who were nearest about her knew not the moment of her departure, and little Lily was then but an infant, a tiny little thing. Ah, if my darling had been spared to see her grown up, such a beauty, and so like her! And so he rambled on, and when he looked at her, little Lily was weeping. And as he looked, she said, trying to smile, "Indeed, I don't know why I'm crying, darling. There's nothing the matter with your little Lily, only I can't help crying, and I'm your foolish little Lily, you know." And this often happened, that he found she was weeping when he looked on her suddenly, and she used to try to smile, and both then to cry together, and neither say what they feared, only each unspeakably more tender and loving. Ah, yes, in their love was mingling now something of the yearning of a farewell, which neither would acknowledge. Now while they lay here, says Sweet John Bunyan, in his Pilgrim's Progress, and waited for the good hour, there was a noise in the town, that there was a post come from the celestial city, with matter of great importance to one Christiana. So inquiry was made for her, and the house was found out where she was. So the post presented her with a letter, the contents whereof were, "Hail, thou good one! I bring thee tidings that the Master calleth for thee, and expecteth that thou shouldst stand in his presence, in clothes of immortality, within these 10 days." When he had read this letter to her, he gave her therewith a short token that he was a true messenger, and was come to bid her make haste to be gone. The token was an arrow with a point sharpened with love, let easily into her heart, which by degrees wrought so effectually with her, that at the time appointed she must be gone. When Christiana saw that her time was come, and that she was the first of this company that was to go over, she called for Mr. Greatheart, her guide, and told him how matters were. And so little Lily talked with Mr. Greatheart in her own way, and hearing of her mother, gave ear to the story as to a sweet and solemn parable that lighted her dark steps. And the old man went on. It is St. John who says, "And the sea arose by reason of a great wind that blew. So when they had rowed about 25 or 30 furlongs, they see the Lord walking on the sea, and drawing nigh unto the ship. And they were afraid. But he saith unto them, It is I, be not afraid. So is it with the frail bark of mortality and the trembling spirit it carries. When it is now dark, and the sea arises, and the great wind blows, the vessel is tossed, and the poor heart fails within it. And when they see the dim form which they take to be the angel of death walking the roaming waters, they cry out in terror. But the voice of the sweet Redeemer, the Lord of life, is heard. It is I, be not afraid. And so the faithful ones willingly receive him into the ship. And immediately it is at the land whither they go. Yes, at the land whither they go. But oh, the lonely ones left behind on the other shore. One morning, old Sally, who in her quiet way used to tell all the little village news she heard, thinking to make her young mistress smile, or at least listen, said, "And that wild young gentleman, Captain Devereux, is growing godly, they say. Mrs. Irons tells me how he calls for his Bible o' nights, and how he does not play cards, nor eat suppers at the Phoenix, nor keep bad company, nor go into Dublin, but goes to church, and she says she does not know what to make of him." Little Lily did not speak or raise her head. She went on stirring the little locket that lay on the table with the tip of her finger, looking on it silently. She did not seem to mind old Sally's talk, almost to hear it, but when it ended she waited, still silent as a child, when the music is over, listens for more. When she came down, she placed her chair near the window, that she might see the snowdrops and the crocuses. "The spring at last, Sally, my darling, and I feel so much better." And Lily smiled on the flowers through the windows, and I fancy the flowers opened in that beautiful light. And she said every now and then that she felt so much better, so much stronger, and made old Sally sit by her and talk to her, and smiled so happily. And there again were all her droll, engaging little ways. And when the good rector came in that evening, she welcomed him in the old pleasant way, though she could not run out, as in the other times, when she heard his foot on the steps, to meet him at the door, and there was such a beautiful colour in her clear, thin cheeks, and she sang his favourite little song for him, just one verse, with the clear, rich voice he loved so well, and then tired. The voice remained in his ears long after, and often came again, and that little song in lonely reveries, while he sat listening in long silence and twilight, a swan song. "You see, your little Lily is growing quite well again. I feel so much better." There was such a childish sunshine in her smile. His trembling heart believed it. "Oh, little Lily, my darling," he stopped. He was crying, and yet delighted, smiling all the time and crying, and through it a little laugh, as if he had waked from a dream of having lost her and found her there, his treasure safe. If anything happened to little Lily, I think the poor old man— and the sentence was not finished, and after a little pause he said quite cheerily, "But I knew the spring would bring her back. I knew it. And here she is, the light of the house. Little Lily, my treasure." And so he blessed and kissed her, and blessed her again, with all his fervent soul, laying his old hand lightly on her fair young head. And when she went up for the night, with gentle old Sally, and he heard her room door shut, he closed his own, and kneeling down with clasped hands and streaming eyes, in a rapture of gratitude, he poured forth his thanksgivings before the throne of all mercies. These outpourings of gratitude, all premature, for blessings not real but imagined, are not vain. They are not thrown away upon that glorious and marvelous God who draws near to all who will draw near to him, reciprocates every emotion of our love with a tenderness literally parental, and is delighted with his creatures' appreciation of his affection and his trustworthiness. Who knows whereof we are made, and remembers that we are but dust, and is our faithful Creator. Therefore, friend, though thou fearest a shadow, thy prayer is not wasted. Though thou rejoicest in an illusion, thy thanksgiving is not in vain. They are the expressions of thy faith recorded in heaven and counted, O marvelous love and compassion, to thee for righteousness. End of chapter 79. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 80 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 80, in which two acquaintances become on a sudden marvelously friendly in the churchyard, and Mr. Dangerfield smokes a pipe in the brass castle and resolves that the dumb shall speak. On Sunday, Mervyn, after the good doctor's sermon and benediction, wishing to make inquiry of the rector touching the movements of his clerk, whose place was provisionally supplied by a corpulent and unctuous mercenary from Dublin, whose fat presence and panting delivery were in signal contrast with the lank figure and deep cavernous tones of the absent official, loitered in the churchyard to allow time for the congregation to disperse and the parson to disrobe and emerge. He was reading an epitaph on an expansive black flagstone in the far corner of the churchyard. It is still there, upon several ancestral members of the family of Lowe, who slept beneath in hope, as the stone-cutter informed the upper world, and musing, as sad men will, upon the dates and vanities of the record, when a thin white hand was lightly laid upon his sleeve from behind, and looking round in expectation of seeing the rector's grave, simple, kindly countenance, he beheld instead, with a sort of odd thrill, the white glittering face of Mr. Paul Dangerfield. "Hamlet in the churchyard," said the white gentleman, with an ambiguous playfulness, very like a sneer. "I'm too old to play Horatio, but standing at his elbow, if the prince permits, I have a friendly word or two to say, in my own dry way." There was in Mervyn's nature something that revolted instinctively from the singular person who stood at his shoulder. Their organizations and appetites were different, I suppose, and repellent. Cold and glittering was the gelidus anguis in herba, the churchyard grass, who had lifted his baleful crest close to his ear. There was a slight flush on Hamlet's forehead, and a glimmer of something dangerous in his eye as he glanced on his stark acquaintance. But the feeling was transitory and unreasonable, and he greeted him with a cold and sad civility. "I was thinking, Mr. Mervyn," said Mr. Dangerfield, politely, "of walking up to the tiled house after church to pay my respects and ask the favor of 5 minutes' discourse with you. And seeing you here, I ventured to present myself." "If I can do anything to serve Mr. Dangerfield," began Mervyn. Dangerfield smiled and bowed. He was very courteous, but in his smile there was a character of superiority which Mervyn felt almost like an insult. "You mistake me, sir. I am all gratitude, but I don't mean to trouble you further than to ask your attention for 2 or 3 minutes. I've a thing to tell you, sir. I am really anxious to serve you. I wish I could, and 'tis only that I've recollected since I saw you a circumstance of which possibly you may make some use." "I'm deeply obliged, sir, deeply," said Mervyn, eagerly. "I'm only, sir, too happy. It relates to Charles Archer. I've recollected since I saw you a document concerning his death. It had a legal bearing of some sort, and was signed by at least 3 gentlemen. One was Sir Philip Drayton of Drayton Hall, who was with him at Florence in his last illness. I may have signed it myself, but I don't recollect. It was by his express desire to quiet, as I remember, some proceedings which might have made a noise and compromised his family." "Can you bring to mind the nature of the document?" "Why, thus much. I'm quite sure it began with the certificate of his death. And then I think was added a statement at his last request, which surprised, or perhaps shocked us. I only say I think, for though I remember that such a statement was solemnly made, I can't bring to mind whether it was set out in the writing of which I speak. Only I'm confident it referred to some crime, a confession of something, but for the life of me I can't recollect what. If you could let me know the subject of your suspicion, it might help me. I should never have remembered this occurrence, for instance, had it not been for our meeting t'other day. I can't exactly, in fact at all, bring to mind what the crime was. Forgery or perjury, eh? Why, sir, 'twas this, said Mervyn, and stopped short, not knowing how far even this innocent confidence might compromise Irons. Dangerfield, his head slightly inclined, was disconcertingly silent and attentive. I suspect, resumed Mervyn. I suspect, sir, 'twas perjury, said Mervyn. Oh, perjury? I see. In the matter of his testimony in that distressing prosecution, my Lord Donoran, eh? Mervyn bowed, and Dangerfield remained silent and thoughtful for a minute or two, and then said, I see, sir. I think I see. But who then was the guilty man? Who killed Mr. Dampu? What's his name? The deceased man, you know. Why, upon that point, sir, I should have some hesitation in speaking. I can only now say thus much, that I am satisfied he, Charles Archer, in swearing as he did, committed wilful perjury. You are? Oh ho! Oh! This is satisfactory. You don't, of course, mean mere conjecture, eh? I know not, sir, how you would call it, but 'tis certainly a feeling fixed in my mind. Well, sir, I trust it may prove well founded. I wish I had myself a copy of that paper, but though I have it not, I think I can put you in a way to get it. It was addressed, I perfectly recollect, to the Messrs. Elrington, gentlemen attorneys in Chancery Lane, London. I remember it because my Lord Castle Mallard employed them 8 or 9 years afterwards in some law business, which recalled the whole matter to my mind, before it had quite faded. No doubt they have it there. 'Twas about a week after his death. The date of that you can have from newspapers. You'll not mention my name when writing, because they mayn't like the trouble of searching, and my Lord Castle Mallard would not approve my meddling in other persons' affairs, even in yours. I shan't forget. But what if they refuse to seek the paper out? Make it worth their while in money, sir, and though they may grumble over it, I warrant they'll find it. Sir, said Mervyn suddenly, I cannot thank you half enough. This statement, should it appear attached, as you suppose, to the certificate, may possibly place me on the track of that lost witness, who yet may restore my ruined name and fortunes. I thank you, sir. From my heart I do thank you. And he grasped Dangerfield's white thin hand in his, with a fervour how unlike his cold greeting of only a few minutes before, and shook it with an eager cordiality. Thus across the grave of those old Lows did the two shake hands, as they had never done before, and Dangerfield, white and glittering, and like a frolicsome man entering into a joke, wrung his with an exaggerated demonstration, and then flung it downward with a sudden jerk, as if throwing down a glove. The gesture, the smile, and the suspicion of a scowl had a strange mixture of cordiality, banter, and defiance. And he was laughing, a quiet, ha, 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 and wagging his head. He said, Well, I thought 'twould please you to hear this, and anything more I can do or think of is equally at your service. So side by side they returned, picking their steps among the graves and headstones, to the old church porch. For a day or two after the storm, the temper of our cynical friend of the silver spectacles had suffered. Perhaps he did not like the news which had reached him since, and would have preferred that Charles Nutter had made good his escape from the gripe of justice. The management of Lord Castle Mallard's Irish estates had devolved provisionally upon Mr. Dangerfield during the absence of Nutter and the coma of his rival, and the erect white gentleman before his desk in his elbow-chair, when after his breakfast, about to open the letters and the books relating to this part of his charge, used sometimes to grin over his work, and jabber to himself his hard scoffs and jibes over the sins and follies of man, and the chops and changes of this mortal life. But from and after the night of the snowstorm he had contracted a disgust for this part of his labors, and he used to curse Nutter with remarkable intensity, and with an iteration which, to a listener who thought that even the best thing may be said too often, would have been tiresome. Perhaps a little occurrence, which Mr. Dangerfield himself utterly despised, may have had something to do with this bitter temper, and gave an unsatisfactory turn to his thoughts. It took place on the eventful night of the tempest. If some people saw visions that night, others dreamed dreams. In a midnight storm like this, time was when the solemn peal and defiant clang of the holy bells would have rung out confusion through the winged host of the prince of the powers of the air from the heights of the Abbey Tower. Everybody has a right to his own opinion on the matter. Perhaps the prince and his army are no more upon the air on such a night than on any other, or, that being so, they no more hasten their departure by reason of the bells than the eclipse does by reason of the beating of the Emperor of China's gongs. But this I aver, whatever the cause, upon such nights of storm, the sensoria of some men are crossed by such wild variety and succession of images as amounts very nearly to the Walpurgis of a fever. It is not the mere noise, other noises won't do it. The air, to be sure, is thin, and blood vessels expand, and perhaps the brain is pressed upon unduly. Well, I don't know. Material laws may possibly account for it. I can only speak with certainty of the phenomenon. I've experienced it, and some among those of my friends who have reached that serene period of life in which we con over our ailments, register our sensations, and place ourselves upon regiments, tell me the same story of themselves. And this, too, I know, that upon the night in question, Mr. Paul Dangerfield, who was not troubled either with vapors or superstitions, as he lay in his green-curtained bed in the brass castle, had as many dreams flitting over his brain, and voices humming and buzzing in his ears, as if he had been a poet or a Pythoness. He had not become, like poor Stirk before his catastrophe, a dreamer of dreams habitually. I suppose he did dream, the beasts do, but his visions never troubled him, and I don't think there was one morning in a year on which he could have remembered his last night's dream at the breakfast table. On this particular night, however, he did dream, vidit somnium. He thought that Stirk was dead, and laid out in a sort of state in an open coffin, with a great bouquet on his breast, something in the continental fashion, as he remembered it in the case of a great stern, burly ecclesiastic in Florence. The coffin stood on trestles in the aisle of Chapelizod church, and of all persons in the world, he and Charles Nutter stood side by side as chief mourners, each with a great waxen taper burning in one hand and a white pocket handkerchief in the other. Now, in dreams it sometimes happens that men undergo sensations of awe, and even horror, such as waking they never know, and which the scenery and situation of the dream itself appear inadequate to produce. Mr. Paul Dangerfield, had he been called on to do it, would have kept solitary watch in a dead man's chamber, and smoked his pipe as serenely as he would in the club-room of the Phoenix. But here it was different. The company were all hooded and silent, sitting in rows, and there was a dismal sound of distant waters, and an indefinable darkness and horror in the air. And on a sudden up sat the corpse of Stirk and thundered with a shriek, a dreadful denunciation, and Dangerfield started up in his bed aghast, and cried, "Charles Archer!" The storm was bellowing and shrieking outside, and for some time that grim white gentleman, bolt upright in his shirt, did not know distinctly in what part of the world, or indeed in what world, he was. "So," said Mr. Dangerfield, soliloquizing, "Charles Nutter's alive and in prison. And what comes next? 'Tis enough to make one believe in the devil, almost. Why wasn't he drowned? Damn him! How did he get himself taken? Damn him again! From the time I came into this unlucky village I smelt danger. That accursed beast, a corpse, and a ghost, and a prisoner at last. Well, he has been my evil genius. If he were drowned or hanged, born to be hanged, I hope, all I want is quiet, just quiet. But I've a feeling the play's not played out yet. He'll give the hangman the slip, will he? Not if I can help it, though. But caution, sir, caution. Life's at stake. My life's on the cast. The clerk's a wise dog to get out of the way. Death's walking. What a cursed fool I was when I came here and saw those beasts, and knew them, not to turn back again and leave them to possess their paradise. I think I've lost my caution and common sense under some cursed infatuation. That handsome, insolent wench, Miss Gertrude, 'twould be something to have her, and to humble her, too. But, 'tis not worth a week in such a neighborhood." Now this soliloquy, which broke into an actual mutter every here and there, occurred at about 11 o'clock a.m. in the little low parlor of the Brass Castle that looked out on the wintry river. Mr. Dangerfield knew the virtues of tobacco, so he charged his pipe, and sat grim, white, and erect by the fire. It is not every one that is happy thinking, and the knight of the silver spectacles followed out his solitary discourse, with his pipe between his lips, and saw all sorts of things through the white narcotic smoke. It would not do to go off and leave affairs thus. A message might follow me, eh? No, I'll stay and see it out, quite out. Stirk, Barnabas Stirk. If he came to his speech for 5 minutes, we'll see. I'll speak with Mrs. Stirk about it. We must help him to his speech. A prating fellow. 'Tis hard he should hold his tongue, yes. We'll help him to his speech. 'Tis in the interest of justice, eternal justice. Ha, ha, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Let Dr. Stirk be sworn. Ha, ha, magna est veritas, and there is nothing hidden that shall not be revealed. Ha, ha, let Dr. Stirk be called. So the white, thin phantom of the spectacles and tobacco pipe, sitting upright by the fire, amused himself with a solitary banter. Then he knocked the white ashes out upon the hob, stood up with his back to the fire, in grim rumination, for about a minute, at the end of which he unlocked his desk, and took forth a letter with a large red seal. It was more than 2 months old by this time, and was in fact that letter from the London doctor, which he had expected with some impatience. It was not very long, and standing he read it through, and his white face contracted and darkened, and grew strangely intense and stern as he did so. "'Tis devilish strong, ha, 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 conclusive indeed." He was amused again. "I've kept it long enough. Igni reservata." And holding it in the tongs, he lighted a corner, and as the last black fragment of it, covered with creeping sparks, flew up the chimney, he heard the voice of a gentleman hallooing in the courtyard. End of chapter 80. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 81 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Chapter 81, in which Mr. Dangerfield receives a visitor and makes a call. Dangerfield walked out and blandly greeted the visitor, who turned out to be Mr. Justice Lowe. "I give you good morning, sir. Pray alight and step in. Hullo! Dublin, take Mr. Justice Lowe's horse." So Mr. Lowe thanked him in his cold way, and bowing, strode into the brass castle, and after the customary civilities, sat himself down, and says he, "I've been at the Crown Office, sir, about this murder, we may call it, upon Stirk, and I told them you could throw a light, as I thought, on the matter." "As how, sir?" "Why, regarding the kind of feeling that subsisted between the prisoner Nutter and Dr. Stirk. 'Tis unpleasant, sir, but I can't object. There was an angry feeling about the agency, I believe." "Lord Castle Mallard's agency, eh?" continued Lowe. "Well, I suppose it was that. There certainly was an unpleasant feeling, very unpleasant." "You've heard him express it?" "Yes, I think most gentlemen who know him have. Why, he made no disguise of it. He was no great talker, but we've heard him on that subject." "But you specially know how it stood between them in respect of the agency?" "Yes." "Very good, sir," said Lowe. "And I've a notion that something decisive should be done toward effecting a full discovery, and I'll consider of a method," replied Dangerfield. "How do you mean?" said Lowe, looking up with a glance like a hawk. "How? Why, I'll talk it over with Mrs. Stirk this evening." "Why, what has she got to tell?" "Nothing, as I suppose. I'll see her today. There's nothing to tell, but something, I think, to be done. It hasn't been set about rightly. 'Tis a botched business hitherto. That is my judgment." "Yet 'tis rather a strong case," answered Mr. Lowe superciliously. "Rather a strong case, so it is. But I'll clench it, sir. It ought to be certain." "Well, sir," said Lowe, who expected to hear more. "Yes," said Dangerfield briskly. "'Twill depend on her. I'll suggest. She'll decide." "And why she, sir?" said Lowe sharply. "Because 'tis her business, and her right, and no one else can," answered Dangerfield just as tartly, with his hands in his breeches pockets, and his head the least thing o' one side, and then with a bow, "Won't you drink a glass of wine, sir?" Which was as much as to say, "You'll get no more from me." "I thank you, sir, no. 'Tis a little too early for me." And so, with the usual ceremonies, Mr. Lowe departed, the governor of the brass castle walking beside his horse as far as the iron gate to do him honor. And as he rode away towards Lucan, Mr. Dangerfield followed him with a snowy smirk. Then briskly, after his wont, the knight of the shining spectacles made his natty toilet, and in a few minutes his cocked hat was seen gliding along the hedge toward Chapelizod. He glanced up at Stark's window. It was a habit now, so soon as he came in sight, but all looked as usual. So he mounted the steps and asked to see Mrs. Stirk. "My dear madam," said he, after due courtesies interchanged, "I've but a few minutes. My horse waits yonder at the Phoenix, and I'm away to town. How does your patient today?" "Oh, mighty well. Wonderful. That is, considering how cold the weather is. The doctor says he's lower indeed. But I don't mind that, for he must be lower while the cold continues. I always say that, and I judge very much by the eye. Don't you, Mr. Dangerfield? By his looks, you know. They can't deceive me, and I assure you. Your house is quiet. Are the children out, Mom?" "Oh, yes, with Mag in the park." "Perhaps, Mom, you'd let me see him?" "See him?" "Yes, look at him, Mom. Only for a moment, you know." She looked very much surprised, and perhaps a little curious and frightened. "I hope you haven't heard he's worse, Mr. Dangerfield." "Oh, sir, sure you haven't." "No, madam, on my honor, except from yourself, I've heard nothing of him today. But I'd like to see him and speak a word to you, with your permission." So Mrs. Sturk led the way upstairs, whispering as she ascended, for she had always the fancy in her head that her Barney was in a sweet light sleep, from which he was on no account to be awakened, forgetting or not clearly knowing that all the ordnance in the barrack yard over the way had not voice enough to call him up from that dread slumber. "You may go down, my dear," said Mr. Dangerfield to the little girl, who rose silently from the chair as they entered. "With your permission, Mistress Sturk. I say, child, you may run down." And he smiled, a playful, sinister smile, with a little wave of his finger toward the door. So she curtsied and vanished obediently. Then he drew the curtain and looked on Dr. Sturk. There lay the hero of the tragedy, his smashed head strapped together with sticking plaster, and a great white fold of fine linen, like a fantastic turban, surmounting his grim yellow features. Then he slipped his fingers under the coverlet and took his hand. A strange greeting, that. But it was his pulse he wanted, and when he had felt it for a while, "Pshaw!" said he in a whisper, for the semblance of sleep affected everyone alike. "His pulse is just gone. Now, madam, listen to me. There's not a soul in Chapelizod but yourself who does not know his wounds are mortal. He's dying, Mom." "Oh, oh, Mr. Dangerfield, you don't think so?" wildly cried the poor little lady, growing quite white with terror and agony. "Now, pray, my dear Mistress Sturk, compose yourself, and hear me out. 'Tis my belief he has a chance, but none, absolutely no chance, madam, unless my advice be taken. There's not an evening, Mom, I meet Dr. Toole at the club, but I hear the same report, a little lower, always the same, lower, sinking, and no hope." Here Mrs. Sturk broke out again. "Now, madam, I protest you'll make me regret my visit, unless you please to command yourself. While the doctors who are about him have got him in hands, there's neither hope for his life, nor for his recovering, for one moment, the use of his speech. Pray, madam, hear me. They state as much themselves. Now, madam, I say, we must have a chance for his life, and if that fails, a chance for his speech. The latter, madam, is of more consequence than perhaps you are aware." Poor little Mrs. Sturk was looking very pale, and breathing very hard, with her hand pressed to her heart. "I've done what I could, you know, to see my way through his affairs, and I've succeeded in keeping his creditors quiet." At this point poor Mrs. Sturk broke out. "Oh, may the Father of the fatherless, if such there are to be, bless and reward. Oh, Mr. Dangerfield. Oh, sir. Now, pray, madam, oblige me and be tranquil. I say, madam, his affairs, I suspect, are by no means in so bad a case as we at first supposed, and he has got, or I'm mistaken, large sums out, but where, neither I nor you can tell. Give him 5 minutes' speech, and it may be worth £1,000 to you. Well, not to you, if you will, but to his children. And again, madam, 'tis of the utmost importance that he should be able to state who was the villain who struck him. Charles Mr. Nutter. You know, madam. Oh, that dreadful man! May heaven forgive him! Oh, my Barney, look at him there! He'd forgive him if he could speak. You would, my blessed Barney, you would. To be sure he would. But see, Mom, the importance of having his evidence to settle the fact. Well, I know that he would not like to hang anybody, but suppose, Mom, Charles Nutter is innocent. Don't you think he'd like to acquit him? Aye, you do. Well, Mom, 'tis due to the public, you see, and to his children, that he should have a chance of recovering his speech, and to common humanity that he should have a chance for his life, eh? And neither will the doctors who have him in hands allow him. Now, madam, there's a simple operation called trepanning. You have heard of it, which would afford him a chance, but fearing its failure, they won't try it, although they allege that without it he must die. You see? Aye, die he must, without a cast for his life, if you won't try it. And so, by harping on the alternatives and demonstrating the prudence, humanity, and duty of action, and the inevitably fatal consequences of the other course, he wrought upon her at last to write a note to Surgeon Dillon to come out on the evening following and to perform the operation. The dreadful word today. The poor little woman could not abide. She pleaded for a respite, and so half distracted, fixed tomorrow. I hope, my dear madam, you've some little confidence in me. I think I've shown an interest, and I've striven to be of use. Oh, sir, Mr. Dangerfield, you've been too good, our guardian angel. But for you, sir, we should not have a roof over our heads or a bed to lie on. Oh, well, Mom, you please to speak too highly of my small services, but I would plead them, humble as they are, as a claim on your confidence, and having decided upon this wise and necessary course, pray do not say a word about it to anybody but myself. I will go to town and arrange for the doctor's visit, and you'll soon, I hope, have real grounds for gratitude, not to me, Mom, but to heaven. End of chapter 81. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 82 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 82, in which Mr. Paul Dangerfield pays his respects and compliments at Belmont, where other visitors also present themselves. Before going to town, Mr. Dangerfield, riding over the bridge and up the Palmerstown Road, dismounted at Belmont doorsteps and asked for the General. He was out. Then for Miss Rebecca Chatsworth. Yes, she was in the drawing-room. And so, light, white, and wiry, he ascended the stairs swiftly. "Mr. Dangerfield," cried Dominic, throwing open the door, and that elderly and ill-starred wooer glided in thereat. "Madam, your most humble servant." "Oh, Mr. Dangerfield? You're very welcome, sir," said Aunt Becky, with a grand curtsy, and extending her thin jeweled hand, which he took gallantly, with another bow and a smile, and a flash from his spectacles. Aunt Becky laid down her volume of Richardson. She was quite alone, except for her little monkey, Goblin, with a silver hoop about his waist, and a chain thereto attached. 2 King Charles dogs, whose barking subsided after a while, and 1 gray parrot on a perch in the bow window, who happily was not in a very chatty mood just then, so the human animals were able to edge in a sentence easily enough, and Mr. Dangerfield said, "I'm happy in having found you, madam, for whatever be my disappointments else, to Miss Rebecca Chatsworth at least I owe a debt of gratitude, which, despairing to repay it, I can only acknowledge, and leaving unacknowledged, I should have departed from Ireland most unhappily." "What a fop! What a fop!" said the parrot. "You rate my poor wishes too highly, Mr. Dangerfield. I overestimated myself my influence with the young lady. But why speak of your departure, sir, so soon? A little time may yet work a change." "You lie, you dog, you lie, you lie, you lie," said the parrot. "Madam," said he, with a shake of his head, "'tis hoping against hope. Time will add to my wrinkles without softening her aversion. I utterly despair. While there remained one spark of hope, I should never have dreamed of leaving Chapelizod." Here there was a considerable pause, during which the parrot occasionally repeated, "You lie, you lie, you dog, you lie." "Of course, sir, if the chance be not worth waiting for, you do well to be gone, wherever your business or your pleasures, sir, invite you," said Aunt Becky a little loftily. "What a fop!" said the parrot. "You lie, you dog." "Neither business, madam, nor pleasures invite me. My situation here has been most distressing. So long as hope cheered me, I little regarded what might be said or thought. But I tell you honestly that hope is extinguished, and it has grown to me intolerable longer to remain in sight of that treasure for which I cannot cease to wish, and which I never can possess. I've grown, madam, to detest the place." Aunt Becky, with her head very high, adjusted in silence the 2 china mandarins on the mantelpiece, first one very carefully, then the other, and there was a pause, during which one of the lap dogs screamed, and the monkey who had boxed his ears jumped with a ringing of his chain, chattering on the back of the armchair in which the grim suitor sat. Mr. Dangerfield would have given the brute a slap in the face, but that he knew how that would affect Miss Rebecca Chatsworth. "So, madam," said he, standing up abruptly, "I am here to thank you most gratefully for the countenance given to my poor suit, which here and now, at last and forever, I forego. I shall leave for England so soon as my business will allow, and as I made no secret of my suit, so I shall make none of the reasons of my departure. I am an outspoken man, madam, and as the world knew my hopes, I shall offer them no false excuses for my departure, but lift my hat and bow to fortune, a defeated man." "Avez-vous dîné, mon petit coquin?" said the parrot. "Well, sir, I will not altogether deny you have reason for what you design, and it may be 'tis as well to bring the matter to a close, though your resolution has taken me by surprise. She hath shown herself so perverse in this respect, that I allow I see no present likelihood of a change, and indeed I do not quite understand my niece, and very like she does not comprehend herself." Mr. Dangerfield almost smiled one of his grim, disconcerting smiles, and a cynical light played over his face, and the black monkey behind him grinned and hugged himself like his familiar. The disappointed gentleman thought he understood Miss Gertrude pretty well. "I thought," said Aunt Becky, "I suspected, did you, a certain young gentleman in this neighborhood?" "As having found his way to the young lady's good graces?" asked Dangerfield. "Yes, and I conjecture you know whom I mean," said Aunt Rebecca. "Who, pray, madam?" he demanded. "Why, Lieutenant Puttock," said Aunt Becky, again adjusting the china on the chimney-piece. "Eh? Truly?" "That did not strike me," replied Dangerfield. He had a disconcerting way of saying the most ordinary things, and there was a sort of latent meaning, like a half-heard echo, underrunning the surface of his talk, which sometimes made people undefinably uncomfortable, and Aunt Becky looked a little stately and flushed. But in a minute more the conversation proceeded. "I have many regrets, Miss Chatsworth, in leaving this place. The loss of your society, don't mistake me, I never flatter, is a chief one. Some of your views and plans interested me much. I shall see my Lord Castle Mallard sooner than I should had my wishes prospered, and I will do all in my power to engage him to give the site for the building and stones for the quarry free, and I hope, though no longer a resident here, you will permit me to contribute £50 towards the undertaking. Sir, I wish there were more gentlemen of your public spirit and Christian benevolence," cried Aunt Becky very cordially, "and I have heard all of your goodness to that unhappy family of Dr. Sturk's. Poor wretched man!" "A bagatelle, madam," said Dangerfield, shaking his head and waving his hand slightly. "But I hope to do them, or at least the public, a service of some importance, by bringing conviction home to the assassin who struck him down, and that in terms so clear and authentic as will leave no room for doubt in the minds of any, and to this end I am resolved to stick at no trifling sacrifice, and rather than fail I'll drain my purse." "Mon petit coquin," prattled the parrot in the bow window. "And, madam," said he, after he had risen to take his leave, "as I before said, I'm a plain man. I mean, so soon as I can wind my business up, to leave this place and country. I would to-night, if I could, but less, I fear, than some days, perhaps a week will not suffice. When I'm gone, madam, I beg you'll exercise no reserve respecting the cause of my somewhat abrupt departure. I could easily make a pretext of something else, but the truth, madam, is easiest, as well as best to be told. I protracted my stay so long as hope continued. Now my suit is ended. I can no longer endure the place. The remembrance of your kindness only sweetens the bitterness of my regret, and that I shall bear with me so long, madam, as life remains." And saying this, as Mr. Richardson writes, he bowed upon her passive hand, and Miss Rebecca made him a grand and gracious curtsy. As he retreated, whom should Dominic announce but Captain Clough and Lieutenant Puttock? And there was an odd smile on Mr. Dangerfield's visage as he slightly acknowledged them in passing, which Aunt Rebecca somehow did not like. So Aunt Becky's levee went on, and as Homer in our schoolboy ear sang the mournful truth that as the generations of the forest leaves, so are the succession of men, the Dangerfield efflorescence had no sooner disappeared, and that dry leaf whisked away down the stairs, than Clough and Puttock budded forth and bloomed in his place, in the sunshine of Aunt Rebecca's splendid presence. Clough, in virtue of his rank and pretensions, marched in the van, and as Aunt Becky received him, little Puttock's round eyes swept the room in search, perhaps, of some absent object. "The General's not here," said Aunt Becky loftily and severely, interpreting Puttock's wandering glance in that way. "Your visit, perhaps, is for him. You'll find him in his study with the orderly." "My visit, madam," said Puddock with a slight blush, was intended for you, madam, not for the General, whom I had the honor of seeing this morning on parade." "Oh, for me? I thank you," said Aunt Rebecca, with a rather dry acknowledgment, and so she turned and chatted with Clough, who, not being at liberty to talk upon his usual theme, his poor unhappy friend Puddock, and his disgraces, was eloquent upon the monkey and sweet upon the lapdogs, and laughed till he grew purple at the humours of the parrot, and swore as gentlemen then swore. 'Twas a conjurer, a wonder, and as good as a play. While this entertaining conversation was going on, there came a horrid screech and a long succession of yelps from the courtyard. "Good gracious mercy!" cried Aunt Rebecca, sailing rapidly to the window. "'Tis Flora's voice. Sweet creature, have they killed you, my angel? What is it? Where are you, sweetheart? Where can she be? Oh dear, oh dear!" And she looked this way and that in her distraction. But the squeak subsided, and Flora was not to be seen, and Aunt Becky's presence of mind returned, and she said, "Captain Clough, 'tis a great liberty, but you're humane, and besides, I know that you would readily do me a kindness." That emphasis was shot at poor Puddock. "And may I pray you to try on the steps, if you can see the dear animal anywhere? You know Flora." "Know her? Oh dear, yes," cried Clough with alacrity, who, however, did not, but relied on her answering to her name, which he bawled lustily from the doorsteps and about the courtyard, with many terms of endearment intended for Aunt Becky's ear in the drawing-room. Little Puddock, who was hurt at that lady's continued severity, was desirous of speaking, for he liked Aunt Becky, and his heart swelled within him at her injustice. But though he hemmed once or twice, somehow the exordium was not ready, and his feelings could not find a tongue. Aunt Becky looked steadfastly from the window for a while, and then sailed majestically toward the door, which the little ensign, with an humble and somewhat frightened countenance, hastened to open. "Pray, sir, don't let me trouble you," said Aunt Becky in her high, cold way. "Madam, 'tis no trouble. It would be a happiness to me, madam, to serve you in any way you would permit. But 'tis a trouble to me, madam, indeed, that you leave the room, and a greater trouble," said little Puddock, waxing fluent as he proceeded, "that I have incurred your displeasure. Indeed, madam, I know not how. Your goodness to me, madam, in my sickness, I never can forget." "You can forget, sir. You have forgot." "Though indeed, sir, there was little to remember. I'm glad you thought me kind, sir. I wish you well, sir," said Aunt Becky. She was looking down, and a little pale, and in her accents something hurried and almost sad. "And as for my displeasure, sir, who said I was displeased? And if I were, what could my displeasure be to you? No, sir," she went on almost fiercely, and with a little stomp on the floor, "you don't care. And why should you? You've proved it you don't, Lieutenant Puddock, and you never did." And without waiting for an answer, Aunt Becky flashed out of the room and upstairs to her chamber, the door of which she slammed fiercely, and Gertrude, who was writing a letter in her own chamber, heard her turn the key hastily in the lock. When Clough, who for some time continued to exercise his lungs in persuasive invitations to Flora, at last gave over the pursuit, and returned to the drawing-room to suggest that the goddess in question had probably retreated to the kitchen, he was a good deal chagrined to find the drawing-room untreasured of its mistress. Puddock looked a good deal put out, and his explanation was none of the clearest, and he could not at all say that the lady was coming back. "I think, Lieutenant Puddock," said Clough, who was much displeased, and had come to regard Aunt Rebecca very much as under his special protection. It might have been better we hadn't called here. You see, you're not, you see it yourself. You've offended Miss Rebecca Chatsworth somehow, and I'm afraid you've not mended matters while I was downstairs bawling after that the little dog, you know. And for my part, I'm devilish sorry I came, sir." This was said after a wait of nearly 10 minutes, which appeared at least twice as long. "I'm sorry, sir, I embarrassed you with the disadvantage of my company," answered little Puddock with dignity. "Why, 'tisn't that, you know," rejoined Clough in a patronizing, "my good fellow" sort of way. "You know I always liked your company devilish well. But where's the good of putting oneself in the way of being thought de trop, don't you see, by other people, and annoyed in this way? And you don't know the world, Puddock. You'd much better leave yourself in any hands, d'ye see. And so I suppose we may as well be off now. 'Tis no use waiting longer." And discontentedly and lingeringly the gallant captain, followed by Puddock, withdrew himself, pausing to caress the wolf dog at the corner of the courtyard, and loitering as long as it was decent in the avenue. All this time Miss Gertrude Chatsworth, like her more mature relative, was in the quiet precincts of her chamber. She, too, had locked her door, and with throbbing temples and pale face was writing a letter, from which I take the liberty of printing a few scarcely coherent passages. "I saw you on Sunday for nearly 2 hours, may Heaven forgive me, thinking of little else than you. And, oh, what would I not have given to speak, were it but 10 words to you? When is my miserable probation to end? Why is this perverse mystery persisted in? I sometimes lose all hope in my destiny, and well nigh all trust in you. I feel that I am a deceiver, and cannot bear it. I assure you, on my sacred honor, I believe there is nothing gained by all this. Oh, forgive the word, deception. How or when is it to terminate? What do you propose? Why does the clerk's absence from the town cause you so much uneasiness? Is there any danger you have not disclosed? A friend told me that you were making preparations to leave Chapelizod and return to England. I think I was on the point of fainting when I heard it. I almost regret I did not, as the secret would thus have been discovered, and my emancipation accomplished. How have you acquired this strange influence over me, to make me so deceive those in whom I should most naturally confide? I am persuaded they believe I really recoil from you. And what is this new business of Dr. Stirk? I am distracted with uncertainties and fears. I hear so little and imperfectly from you. I cannot tell from your dark hints whether some new danger lurks in those unlooked-for quarters. I know not what magic binds me so to you, to endure the misery of this strange, deceitful mystery. But you are all mystery, and yet be not. You cannot be, my evil genius. You will not condemn me longer to a wretchedness that must destroy me. I conjure you, declare yourself. What have we to fear? I will brave all, anything rather than darkness, suspense, and the consciousness of a continual dissimulation. Declare yourself, I implore of you, and be my angel of light and deliverance. There is a vast deal more, but this sample is quite enough, and when the letter was finished, she signed it, your most unhappy and too faithful Gertrude. And having sealed it, she leaned her anxious head upon her hand and sighed heavily. She knew very well by what means to send it, and the letter awaited at his house him for whom it was intended on his return that evening. End of Chapter 82. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 83 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 83, in which the Knight of the Silver Spectacles makes the acquaintance of the sage Black Dylan, and confers with him in his retreat. At that time there had appeared in Dublin an erratic genius in the medical craft, a young surgeon, Black Dylan, they called him, the glory and disgrace of his calling, such as are from time to time raised up to abase the pride of intellect and terrify the dabblers in vice. A prodigious mind, illuminating darkness and shivering obstacles at a blow, with an electric force, possessing the power of a demigod and the lust of a swine. Without order, without industry, defying all usages and morality, lost for weeks together in the catacombs of vice, and emerging to reassert, in an hour, the supremacy of his intellect, without principles or shame, laden with debt, and shattered and poisoned with his vices, a branded and admired man. In the presence of this outcast genius and prodigy of vice stood Mr. Dangerfield. There were two other gentlemen in the same small room, one of whom was doggedly smoking, with his hat on, over the fire, the other snoring in a crazy armchair, on the back of which hung his wig. The window was small and dirty, the air muddy with tobacco smoke and inflamed with whiskey. Singing and the clang of glasses was resounding from the next room, together with peals of coarse laughter, and from that on the other side the high tones and hard swearing and the emphatic slapping of a heavy hand upon the table, indicating a rising quarrel, were heard. From one door through another, across the narrow floor on which Mr. Dangerfield stood, every now and then lounged some neglected, dirty, dissipated-looking inmate of these unwholesome precincts. In fact, Surgeon Dillon's present residence was in that diversorium peccatorum, before Courts Marshalsea, in Molesworth Court. As these gentlemen shuffled or swaggered through, they generally nodded, winked, grunted, or otherwise saluted the medical gentleman, and stared at his visitor. For as the writer of the Harleian tract, I forget its name, pleasantly observes, in jail there are no proud men, but will be quickly acquainted without ceremony. Mr. Dangerfield stood erect. All his appointments were natty, and his dress, though quiet, rich in material, and there was that air of reserve and decision and command about him, which suggests money, an article held much in esteem in that retreat. He had a way of seeing everything in a moment, without either staring or stealing glances, and nobody suspected him of making a scrutiny. In the young surgeon he saw an object in strong contrast with himself. He was lean and ungainly, shy and savage, dressed in a long, greasy silk morning gown, blotched with wine and punch over the breast. He wore his own black hair gathered into a knot behind, and in a neglected, dusty state, as if it had not been disturbed since he rolled out of his bed. This being placed, his large, red, unclean hands, with fingers spread like a gentleman playing the harpsichord, upon the table, as he stood at the side opposite to Mr. Dangerfield, and he looked with a haggard, surly stare on his visitor through his great, dark, deep-set, prominent eyes, streaming fire, the one feature that transfixed the attention of all who saw him. He had a great brutal mouth, and his nose was pimply and inflamed, for Bacchus has his fires as well as Cupid, only he applies them differently. How polished, showed Mr. Dangerfield's chin, opposed to the 3 days' beard of Black Dillon. How delicate his features, compared with the lurid proboscis and large, sensual, sarcastic mouth of the gentleman in the dirty morning gown and shapeless slippers, who confronted him with his stare, an image of degradation and power. "Tuppence, Dr. Dillon," said a short, fat, dirty nymph, without stays or hoop, setting down a naggin of whiskey between the medical man and his visitor. The doctor, to do him justice, for a second or two looked confoundedly put out, and his eyes blazed fiercer as his face flushed. "3 halfpence outside, and 2 pence here, sir," said he with an awkward grin, throwing the money on the table. "That's the way our shepherd, deglubat oves, sir. She's brought it too soon, but no matter. It was not 1 o'clock, in fact. They will make mistakes, sir, but you will not suffer their blunders long, I warrant," said Dangerfield lightly. "Pray, sir, can we have a room for a moment to ourselves?" "We can, sir. 'Tis a liberal house. We can have anything. Liberty itself, sir, for an adequate sum," replied Mr. Dillon. Whatever the sum was, the room was had, and the surgeon, who had palpably left his naggin uneasily in company with the gentleman in the hat, and him without a wig, eyed Dangerfield curiously, thinking that possibly his grand aunt Molly had left him the 50 guineas she was rumoured to have sewed up in her stays. "There's a great deal of diversion, sir, in 500 guineas," said Mr. Dangerfield, and the spectacles dashed pleasantly upon the doctor. "Ye may say that," answered the grinning surgeon, with a quiet oath of expectation. "'Tis a handsome fee, sir, and you may have it. 500 guineas. Ah, you've heard, sir, perhaps, of the attempted murder in the park on Dr. Stirk of the artillery, for which Mr. Nutter now lies in prison?" said Mr. Dangerfield. "That I have, sir." "Well, you shall have the money, sir, if you perform a simple operation." "'Tis not to hang him you want me," said the doctor, with a gloomy sneer. "Hang him? Ha, ha, no, sir. Dr. Stirk still lives, but insensible. He must be brought to consciousness and speech. Now, the trepan is the only way to effect it, and I'll be frank with you. Dr. Pell has been with him half a dozen times, and he says the operation would be instantaneously fatal. I don't believe him. So also says Sir Hugh Skelton, to whom I wrote in London. I don't believe him either. At all events, the man is dying, and can't last very many days longer, so there's nothing risked. His wife wishes the operation. Here's her note, and I'll give you 500 guineas. And what are you here for?" "Only 18, unless some more has come in this morning," answered the doctor. "And your liberty, sir, that on the spot, if you undertake the operation, and the fee so soon as you have done it." The doctor's face blazed with a grin of exultation. He squared his shoulders and shook himself a little, and after a little silence he demanded, "Can you describe the case, sir, as you stated it to Sir Hugh Skelton?" "Surely, sir, but I rely for it and the terms upon the description of a village doctor named Toole, an ignoramus, I fear." And with this preface he concisely repeated the technical description which he had compiled from various club conversations of Dr. Toole's, to which no person imagined he had been listening so closely. "If that's the case, sir, 'twill kill him." "Kill or cure, sir. 'Tis the only chance," rejoined Dangerfield. "What sort is the wife, sir?" asked Black Dillon, with a very odd look, while his eye still rested on the short note that poor Mrs. Stirk had penned. A nervous little woman of some 2 or 3 and 40, answered the spectacles. The queer look subsided. He put the note in his pocket and looked puzzled, and then he asked, "Is he any way related to you, sir?" "None in life, sir. But that does not affect, I take it, the medical question." "No, it does not affect the medical question. Nothing can," observed the surgeon in a sulky, sardonic way. "Of course not," answered the oracle of the silver spectacles, and both remained silent for a while. "You want to have him speak? Well, suppose there's 100 chances to 1 that Trepan kills him on the spot. What then?" demanded the surgeon uncomfortably. Dangerfield pondered, also uncomfortably, for a minute, but answered nothing. "On the contrary," he demanded. "And what then, sir?" "But here, in this case," said Black Dillon, "there's no chance at all. Do you see? There's no chance. Good, bad, or indifferent. None at all." "But I believe there is," replied Dangerfield decisively. "You believe, but I know." "See, sir," said Dangerfield, darkening, and speaking with a strange snarl, "I know what I'm about. I've a desire, sir, that he should speak, if 'twere only 2 minutes of conscious, articulate life, and then death. 'Tis not a pin's point to me how soon. Left to himself, he must die. Therefore, to shrink from the operation on which depends the discovery both of his actual murderer and of his money, sir, otherwise lost to his family, is a damn affectation. I think it. So do you, sir. And I offer 500 guineas as your fee, and Mrs. Sturk's letter to bear you harmless." Then there was a pause. Dangerfield knew the man's character as well as his skill. There were things said about him darker than we have hinted at. The surgeon looked very queer and gloomy down upon the table, and scratched his head, and he mumbled gruffly, "You see, you know, 'tis a large fee, to be sure. But then—" "Come, sir," said Dangerfield, looking as though he'd pulled him by the ear, "it is a large fee, and you'll get no more. You should not stick at trifles when there's justice and humanity. And to be brief, sir, yes or no?" "Yes," answered the doctor. "But how's the fee secured?" "Hey, I'd forgot. Right, sir. You shall be satisfied." And he took a pen and wrote on the back of a letter, "Sir, considering the hopeless condition in which Dr. Sturk now lies, and the vast importance of restoring him, Dr. Sturk of the R.I.A., to the power of speech, even for a few minutes, I beg to second Mrs. Sturk's request to you, and when you shall have performed the critical operation she desires, I hereby promise, whether it succeed or fail, to give you a fee of 500 guineas. Paul Dangerfield. The Brass Castle, Chapelizod." And he dated it and handed it to the surgeon, who read it through, and then looked with a gruff hesitation at the writer. "Oh, you've only to inquire. Anyone who knows Chapelizod will tell you who I am, and you'll want something, eh, to take you out of this? How much?" "Only 7 guineas. There's a little score here, and some fees. 18 will cover everything, unless something has come in this morning." So they went to the Hatch and made inquiries, and all being well, Mr. Dangerfield dealt liberally with the surgeon, who promised to be in attendance at Dr. Sturk's house in Chapelizod at 7 o'clock next evening. "And pray, Dr. Dillon, come in a coach," said Dangerfield, "and in costume, you understand. They've been accustomed, you know, to see Pell and other doctors who make a parade." And with these injunctions they parted, and the surgeon, whose luggage was trifling, jumped into a coach with it, and jingled home to his den and his liberty. End of chapter 83. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 84 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 84, in which Christiana goes over and Dan Loftus comes home. This evening, Lily Walsingham was early tired and very weak, Sally thought, and more glad than usual to lie down in her bed. And there her old and loving nurse fancied that she looked a little strange, and that her thoughts sometimes wandered. She lay very quietly for a good while, and suddenly, with a beautiful look, and in a clear, glad voice, she said, "Mother." And old Sally said, "There's no one, dear Miss Lily, but me." But she was looking earnestly, and with a rapt smile only said, "Oh." She thought she saw her, I believe. Are these always illusions? Or is it only that, as the twilight deepens and the shapes of earth melt into night, the stars of heaven, changeless and serene, reveal themselves and shine out to the darkened eyes of mortals? As Aunt Becky sat that night in the drawing-room with her niece, a maid with a whisper placed a little note in Miss Gertrude's hand. There was a little pause. "Oh, Aunt! Oh!" And she looked so terrified. "Oh, Aunt!" And she threw her arms round her aunt's neck and began crying wildly. "Poor Lily's gone. There's the note." Then arose the wild wailing of unavailing grief and sobs, mixed with early recollections of childhood, and all poor Lily's sweet traits poured out. Old Aunt Rebecca took the note. Her stoicism was the point on which she piqued herself most. She looked very pale, and she told her niece to be composed, for Aunt Becky had a theory that feelings ought to be commanded, and that it only needed effort and resolution. So she read the note, holding her head very high, but the muscles of her face were quivering. "Oh, Gertrude, if ever there was an angel! And the poor, desolate old man—" The theory broke down, and old Aunt Rebecca cried and sat down, and cried heartily, and went and put her thin arms round her niece, and kissed her, and cried and kissed her again. She was such a darling. Oh, Gertrude, dear, we must never quarrel any more. Death had come so near, and all things less than itself were rebuked in that sublime presence, and Lily Walsingham was gone, and she who was so lately their gay companion, all at once so awfully angelic in the unearthly light of death. "Who'd have thought it was so near, Mom?" said the maid. "The poor little thing. Though, to be sure, Mom, a winding sheet came 3 times in the candle last night, and I turns it round and picks it off, that way, with my nail, unbeknownst to Mrs. Heaney, for fear she'd be fretting about the little boy that's lying at home in the smallpox. And indeed, I thought 'twas for him it was. But man proposes and God disposes, and death forgets none. The Lord be praised, and every one has their hour, old and young, Mom. And as I was saying, they had no notion or expectation up at the Elms, Mom. She was so bad. The heavens be her bed this night. 'Twas all in an instant like, miss. She made as if she'd sit up, being leaning on pillows, and so she put out them purty little hands of hers with a smile, and that was all. The purty cratur. Everyone sorry after her." The man was crying in the hall that brought the note. The poor came to the door and made their rude and kindly lamentations. They were all quite sincere. His reverence was very good. But he couldn't have the thought, you know. It was quite true. Everyone was sorry. The brave Magnolia's eyes were red when she looked out of the window next morning, and jolly little Dr. Toole said at the club, "Ah, sir, she was a bright little thing, a born lady, such a beauty, and the best little creature. The town might well be proud of her in every way, sir." And he fell a blubbering. And old Major O'Neill, who was a quiet and silent officer, cried in a reserved way, looking into the fire, with his elbow on the mantelpiece. And Toole said, "I don't know how I'll pass that house." And many felt the same. Little Lily was there no more, and the elms were changed. The light and the grace were gone, and they were only dark old trees now. And everyone felt a great desire to find some way, any way, to show their respect and affection for their good old rector. And I'm sure he understood it, for liking and reverence, one way or another, will tell their story. The hushed inquiries at the door, and little offers of useless services made by stealth through the servants, and such like foolish kindnesses at such a time, the evidence of a great but helpless sympathy, are sweet as angelic music. And who should arrive at night with all his trunks, or at least a considerable number of them, and his books and rattle-traps, but honest, simple Dan Loftus. The news was true about his young charge. He had died of fever at Malaga, and Dick Devereux was at last a step, and a long one, nearer to the title. So Dan was back again in his old garret. Travel had not educated him in the world's ways. In them he was the same queer, helpless tyro, and his costume, though he had a few handsome articles for travelling with a sprig of nobility, he thought it but right and seemed to dress accordingly, was on that account, perhaps, only more grotesque than ever. But he had acquired mountains of that lore in which he and the good Dr. Walsingham delighted. He had transcribed old epitaphs, and translated interminable extracts from archives, and bought 5 Irish manuscripts, all highly illustrative of that history on which he and the doctor were so pleasantly engaged. It was too late that night to go up to the Elms, but he longed to unpack his trunk full of manuscripts, and to expound to his beloved doctor the treasures he had amassed. And over his solitary teacup and his book, the sorrowful news from the Elms reached him, and all his historical castles in the air were shivered. In the morning, before the town was stirring, he crossed the bridge and knocked softly at the familiar hall door. Honest old John Tracy opened it, and Dan shook hands with him, and both cried for a while quietly. "How is the honoured master?" at last said Loftus. "He's there in the study, sir." "Thank God you're come, sir. I'm sure he'd like to see you. I'll ask him." Dan went into the drawing-room. He looked out at the flowers, and then at the harpsichord, and on her little walnut table, where her work-basket lay, and her thimble, and the little coral necklace, a childish treasure, that she used to wear when she was quite a little thing. It was like a dream, and everything seemed to say, "Poor little Lily." So old John came in, and, "Sir," said he, "the master will be glad to see you." And Dan Loftus found himself in the study, and the good doctor and he wrung one another's hands for a long time. "Oh, Dan, Dan, she's gone, little Lily." "You'll see her again, sir. Oh, you'll see her again." "Oh, Dan, Dan, till the heavens be no more, they shall not awake, nor be raised out of their sleep." "Oh, Dan, a day's so long, how am I to get over the time?" "The loving Lord, sir, will find a way. But oh, was there no pitying angel to stay the blow, to plead for a few years more of life? I deserved it. Oh, Dan, yes, I know it. I deserved it. But oh, could not the avenger have pierced me without smiting my innocent darling? Oh, she was taken in love, not in judgment, sir, my pastor, but in love. It was the voice of the Redeemer that called her. And honest Dan repeated through his sobs a verse of that Song of Songs which little Lily had loved so well. My well-beloved spake, and said unto me, Arise, my love, my fair one, and come thy way. The old man bowed his sorrowful head, listening. You never saw anything so beautiful, said he after a while. I think, Dan, I could look at her forever. I don't think it was partiality, but it seems to me there never was. I never saw a creature like her. Oh, noble, noble, sobbed poor Dan. The doctor took him by the arm, and so into the solemn room. I think you'd like to see her, Dan? I would indeed, sir. And there was little Lily, never so like the Lily before. Poor old Sally had laid early spring flowers on the white coverlet. A snowdrop lay by her pale little finger and thumb, just like a flower that has fallen from a child's hand in its sleep. He looked at her, the white angelic apparition, a smile or a light upon the face. Oh, my darling, my young darling gone. He is not a man, as I am, that I should answer him. But poor Dan, loudly crying, repeated the noble words of Paul that have spoken down to us through the sorrows of nigh 2,000 years. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. And so there was a little pause, and the old man said, It was very good of you to come to me, my good young friend, in my helplessness and shipwreck. For the Lord hath hid himself from me, but he speaks to his desolate creature, my good Dan, through your gracious lips. My faith. I thought I had faith till it was brought to the test, and then it failed. But my good friend Loftus was sent to help me, to strengthen the feeble knees. And Dan answered, crying bitterly, and clasping the rector's hand in both of his, Oh, my master, all that I ever knew of good I learned from you, my pastor, my benefactor. So with a long last look, Dan followed the old man to the study, and they talked long there together, and then went out into the lonely garden and paced its walks, side by side, up and down. End of chapter 84. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 85 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 85, in which Captain Devereux hears the news, and Mr. Dangerfield meets an old friend after dinner. On the night when this great sorrow visited the Elms, Captain Richard Devereux, who had heard nothing of it, was strangely saddened and disturbed in mind. They say that a distant death is sometimes felt like the shadow and chill of a passing iceberg, and if this ominous feeling crosses a mind already saddened and embittered, it overcasts it with a feeling akin to despair. Mrs. Irons knocked at his door, and with the eagerness of a messenger of news, opened it without awaiting his answer. "Oh, Captain, Jewel, do you know what? There's poor Miss Lily Walsingham, and what do you think but she's dead? The poor little thing, gone tonight, sir, not half an hour ago." He staggered a little, and put his hand toward his sword, like a man struck by a robber, and looked at her with a blank stare. She thought he was out of his mind, and was frightened. "'Tis only me, sir, Mrs. Irons." Thank you." And he walked towards the chimney, and then towards the door, like a man looking for something, and on a sudden, clasping his forehead in his hands, he cried a wild and terrible appeal to the Maker and Judge of all things. "'Tis impossible! Oh, no! Oh, no! It's not true!" He was in the open air. He could not tell how, and across the bridge and before the elms, a dream. The dark elms. Dark everything. Oh, no, it can't be. Oh, no. Oh, no. And he went on saying, as he stared on the old house, dark against the sky, "Oh, no. Oh, no." 2 or 3 times he would have gone over to the hall door to make inquiry, but he sickened at the thought. He clung to that hope, which was yet not a hope, and he turned and walked quickly down the river's side by the Inchicore road. But the anguish of suspense soon drew him back again, and now his speech was changed, and he said, "Yes, she's gone. She's gone. Oh, she's gone. She's certainly gone." He found himself at the drawing-room window that looked into the little garden at the front of the house, and tapping at the window-pane, he remembered all of a sudden. It was like waking. How strange was a summons! A little after he saw a light crossing the hall, he rang the doorbell. John Tracy opened the door. Yes, it was all true. The captain was looking very pale, John thought, but otherwise much as usual. He stared at the old servant for some seconds after he told him all, but said nothing, not even good night, and turned away. Old John was crying, but he called after the captain to take care of the step at the gate, and as he shut the hall door his eye caught, by the light of his candle, a scribbling in red chalk on the white doorpost, and he stooped to read it and muttered, "Them mischievous young blackguards," and began rubbing it with the cuff of his coat, his cheek still wet with tears. For even our grief is volatile, or rather it is 2 tunes that are in our ears together, the requiem of the organ, and with it the faint hurdy-gurdy jig of our vulgar daily life, and now and then this latter uppermost. It was not till he had got nearly across the bridge that Captain Devereux, as it were, waked up. It was no good waking. He broke forth into sheer fury. It is not my business to note down the horrors of this impious frenzy. It was near 5 o'clock when he came back to his lodgings, and then not to rest, to sit down, to rise again, to walk round the room and round, and stop on a sudden at the window, leaning his elbows on the sash, with hands clenched together and teeth set. And so those demoniac hours of night and solitude were slowly away, and the cold gray stole over the east, and Devereux drank a deep draught of his fiery lethe, and cast himself down on his bed, and fell at once into a deep, exhausted lethargy. When his servant came to his bedside at 7 o'clock, he was lying motionless with flushed cheeks, and he could not rouse him. Perhaps it was well, and saved him from brain fever or madness. But after such paroxysms comes often a reaction, a still, stony, awful despondency. It is only the oscillation between active and passive despair. Poor Leonora after she had worked out her fit, tearing her raven hair, and reviling heaven, was visited in sadder and tenderer guise by the vision of the past, but with that phantom went down in fear and isolation to the grave. This morning several of the neighbours went into Dublin, for the bills were to be presented against Charles Nutter for a murderous assault, with intent to kill, made upon the person of Barnabas Stirk, Esquire, Doctor of Medicine and Surgeon of the Royal Irish Artillery. As the day wore on, the honest gossips of Chapelizod looked out anxiously for news, and everybody who met anyone else asked him, "Any news about Nutter, eh?" And then they would stop to speculate. And then one would wonder that Dr. Walsingham's man, Clinton, had not yet returned. And the other would look at his watch and say 'twas 1:00. And then both agreed that Spate, at all events, must soon come, for he has appointed 2:00 for looking at that brood mare of Fagin's. At last, sure enough, Spate appeared. Toole, who had been detained by business in another quarter, had ridden into the town from Leixlip, and was now dismounted and talking with Major O'Neill upon the absorbing topic. These cronies saw Spate at the turnpike, and as he showed his ticket he talked with the man. Of course the news was come. The turnpike man knew it by this time, and off scampered Toole, and the Major followed close at his heels at double quick. He made a dismal shake or two of his head, and lifted his hand as they drew near. Toole's heart misgave him. "Well, how is it? What's the news?" he panted. "A true bill," answered Spate, with a solemn stare. "A true bill, sir." Toole uttered an oath of consternation, and taking the words out of Spate's mouth, told the news to the Major. "Do you tell me so?" exclaimed the Major. "Bedad, sir, I'm uncommon sorry." "A bad business, sir," observed Spate. "No worse," said Toole, "if they convict him on this, you know, in case Stirk dies, and die he will. They'll indict and convict him on the more serious charge." And he winked gloomily. "The evidence is all one." "That poor little Sally Nutter!" ejaculated the Major. "She's to be pitied, the cratur." "'Tis mighty slender evidence to take a man's life on," said Toole with some disgust. "By the law, sir, the whole thing gives me a complete turn. Are you to dine with Colonel Strafford to-day?" "I am, sir," said the Major, "and it goes again the Colonel's grain to have a party at all just now, with the respect he has for the family up there," and he nodded his head pensively toward the elms. "But he asked Lowe 10 days ago, and Mr. Dangerfield, and 2 or 3 more, and you know he could not put them off on that ground, there being no relationship, you see. And 'pon my oath, sir, I'd rather not go myself just now." That evening at 5:00, Colonel Stafford's dinner party assembled at the King's house. The Colonel was a serene man, and hospitality, even had he been in the dumps, demands her sacrifices. He therefore did the honours as beseemed a genial and courteous old officer of the Royal Irish Artillery, who, if his conversation was not very remarkable in quality, and certainly not exorbitant in quantity, made up by listening a great deal, and supplying no end of civility and an affluence of very pretty claret. Mr. Justice Lowe was there, and Mr. Dangerfield, and old Colonel Bligh of the magazine, and honest Major O'Neill, notwithstanding his low spirits. Perhaps they required keeping up, and claret like Colonel Stafford's is consoling. The talk turned, of course, a good deal on Charles Nutter and Mr. Dangerfield, who was in good force, and indeed in particularly pleasant spirits, except when unfortunate Nutter was actually under discussion, when he grew grave and properly saddened, told in his clear, biting way a curious rosary of Newgate stories, of highwaymen's disguises, of clever constables, of circumstantial evidence, marvelously elicited and exquisitely put together, of monsters, long concealed, drawn from the deep by the finest tackle, into upper light, and dropped deftly into the landing net of justice. These curious anecdotes of Bow Street dexterity and bag-shot dodges, thrust and parry, mine and countermine, ending, for the most part, in the triumph of Bow Street, justice crowned, and a Tyburn speech, tickled Low mightily, who quite enjoyed himself, and laughed more than his friend Colonel Stafford ever remembered to have heard him before, over some of the ingenious stratagems described so neatly by Dangerfield, and the gay irony with which he pointed his catastrophes, and Low actually, having obtained Colonel Stafford's leave, proposed that gallant officer's health in a bumper, and took occasion to mention their obligations to him for having afforded them the opportunity of enjoying Mr. Dangerfield's sprightly and instructive sallies, and hoped with all his heart that the neighborhood was long to enjoy the advantage and pleasure of his residence among them. And Mr. Dangerfield replied gaily that all that was needed to make such sweet scenery and charming company as the place commanded absolutely irresistible was the sense of safety conferred by the presence of such a magistrate as Mr. Low, and the convivial inspiration of such wine as their gallant host provided, and that for his part, being somewhat of an old boy, and having had enough of rambling, nothing would better please him than to spend the residue of his days amidst the lively quietude of their virtuous and hilarious neighborhood, and some more to the like purpose, which pleased the good company highly, who all agreed that the white gentleman, fluent, easy, and pointed in his delivery, was a mighty fine speaker indeed, though there was a lurking consciousness in each, which none cared to publish, that there was at times an indefinable flavor of burlesque and irony in Mr. Dangerfield's compliments, which excited momentary suspicions and qualms, which the speaker waved off, however, easily with his jeweled fingers, and smiled mockingly away. Low was mightily taken with him. There was little warmth or veneration in that hard justice's nature, but Mr. Dangerfield had a way with him that few men with any sort of taste for the knowledge of evil could resist, and the cold-eyed justice of the peace hung on his words with an attentive rapture, and felt that he was drinking deep and pleasant draughts from the sparkling fountains of knowledge, and was really sorry, and shook him admiringly by the hand, when Dangerfield, who had special business at home, rose up in his brisk way and flashed a farewell over the company from his spectacles. "If Mr. Dangerfield really means to stay here, he must apply for the commission of the peace," said Mr. Low, "so soon as the door shut. We must put it upon him. I protest I never met a man so fitted by nature and acquirements to make a perfectly useful magistrate. He and I, sir, between us, we'd give a good account of this part of the county. And there's plenty of work, sir, if 'twere only between this and Dublin. And by George, sir, he's a wonderful diverting fellow, full of anecdote. Wonderful place, London, to be sure." "And a good man, too, in a quiet way," said Colonel Strafford, who could state a fact. "'Tisn't every rich man has the heart to part with his money as he does. He has done many charities here, and especially he has been most bountiful to poor Stirk's family." "I know that," said Low, "and he sent a £50 note by the Major there to poor Sally Nutters o' Monday last. He'll tell you. And thus it is, as the foul fiend, when he vanishes, leaves a smell of brimstone after him, a good man leaves a fragrance, and the company in the parlor enjoyed the aroma of Mr. Dangerfield's virtues, as he buttoned his white surtout over his breast and dropped his veils into the palms of the carbuncled butler and fuddled footman in the hall. It was a clear, frosty, starlit night, white and stern was the face, which he turned upward for a moment to the sky. He paused for a second in the ray of candlelight that gleamed through Puddock's window shutter, and glanced on the pale dial of his large gold watch. It was only 8:30. He walked on, glancing back over his shoulder along the Dublin road. "The drunken beast! My mind misgives me he'll disappoint," muttered the silver spectacles, gliding briskly onward. When he reached the main street, he peered curiously before him under the village tree, in quest of carriage lights. A lawless brute like that may be before his time as well as after, so he walked briskly forward and up Stirk's doorsteps and knocked. "The Dublin doctor hasn't come yet, eh?" he asked. "No, sir, he isn't come yet. 'Twas 9:00, the mistress told me." "Very good. Tell Mrs. Stirk, pray, that I, Mr. Dangerfield, you know, will call, as I promised, at 9:00 precisely." And he turned again and walked briskly over the bridge and away along the Inchicore road overhanging the river. All was silent there. Not a step but his own was stirring, and the road in places so overhung with old trees that it was difficult to see a yard before one. He slackened his pace and listened, like a man who keeps an assignation, and listened again, and laughed under his breath, and sure enough, before long, the clink of a footstep was heard approaching swiftly from the Dublin direction. Mr. Dangerfield drew aside under the deep shadow of a high hawthorn hedge overhung by trees, and watching intently, he saw a tall, lank figure, with a peculiar gait and stoop of its own, glide stealthily by. He smiled after it in the dark. The tall figure was that of our old friend Ezekiel Irons, the clerk, a sable form, as beseemed his ecclesiastical calling, and now a white figure was gliding without noise swiftly after him. Suddenly, as he reached an open part of the road, a thin hand was laid on his shoulder, and with a start and a hullo he sprung round. "Hey! Why, you're as frightened as if you had seen Charles." "Charles Nutter, eh? Don't be uneasy. I heard from the parson yesterday morning you were to be with him tonight before 9:00, about that money you left in his hands, and I've chanced to meet you, and this I want you to understand. Charles Nutter is in jail, and we must not let him get out, do you see? That business settled, we're at rest. So, Mr. Irons, you must not show the white feather. Be bold. Speak out what you know. Now's the time to strike. I'll put your evidence, as you reported it to me, into shape, and you come to me tomorrow morning at 8:00, and mind you, I'll reward you this time, and better than ever you've fared before. Go on, or stay, I'll go before." And Mr. Dangerfield laughed one of his chilly laughs, and with a nod to Irons repeated 8:00, and so walked on a little bit. The clerk had not said a word. A perspiration broke forth on his forehead, and wiping the drops away, he said, "Lord, have mercy upon us! Lord, deliver us! Lord, have mercy upon us!" like a dying man. Mr. Dangerfield's bold proposition seemed quite to overpower and unman him. The white figure turned short, facing the clerk, and said he, "See you, Mr. Irons, I'm serious. There must be no shirking. If you undertake, you must go through, and hark, in your ear, you shall have £500. I put no constraint. Say yes or no. If you don't like, you needn't. Justice, I think, will be done even without your help. But till he's quiet, you understand, nothing sure. He's been dead and alive again, curse him, until he's at rest and on the surgeon's table. Ha ha! We shan't feel quite comfortable." "Lord, have mercy upon us!" muttered Irons, with a groan. "Amen." said Dangerfield, with a sneering imitation. "There, 'tis enough. If you have nerve to speak truth and do justice, you may have the money. We're men of business, you and I. If not, I shan't trouble you any more. If you like it, come to me at 8 o'clock in the morning. If not, why, stay away, and no harm's done." And with these words Mr. Dangerfield turned on his heel once more and started at a lively pace for Chapelizod. End of chapter 85. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 86 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 86, in which Mr. Paul Dangerfield mounts the stairs of the house by the churchyard and makes some arrangements. The white figure glided duskily over the bridge. The river rushed beneath in Egyptian darkness. The air was still, and 1,000 celestial eyes twinkled down brightly through the clear, deep sky upon the actors in this true story. He kept the left side so that the road lay between him and the Phoenix door, which gaped open with a great hospitable grin and crimsoned the night air with a glow of candlelight. The white figure turned the corner and glided onward in a straight, swift line, straight and swift as fate, to the door of Dr. Stirk. He knocked softly at the hall door, and swiftly stepped in and shut it. "How's your master?" "Just the same, plaise your honour. Just sleepin'. Still sleepin'. Sleepin' always," answered the maid. "Has the Dublin doctor come?" "No." "The mistress, where's she?" "In the room, sir, with the master." "Present my service to her. Mr. Dangerfield's compliments, you know, and say I await her permission to come upstairs." Presently the maid returned with poor Mrs. Stirk's invitation to Mr. Dangerfield to walk up. Up he went, leaving his white surtout and cocked hat in the hall, and entered the chamber where pale little Mrs. Stirk, who had been crying a great deal, sat in a dingy old tabby sack by the light of a solitary mould candle at the bedside of the noble Barney. The mutton fat wanted snuffing, but its light danced and splintered brilliantly over Mr. Dangerfield's resplendent shoe buckles, and up and down his cut steel buttons, and also glimmered in a more phosphoric way upon his silver spectacles as he bowed at the door, arrayed in a puce-cut velvet coat lined with pink, long embroidered satin waistcoat, fine lace ruffles and cravat, his well-shaped leg gleaming glossily in silk, and altogether in his glimmering jewelry and purple and fine linen, resembling divas making a complimentary visit to the garret of Lazarus. Poor little Mrs. Stirk felt her obligations mysteriously enlarged by such magnificence, and wondered at the goodness of this white-headed angel in point, diamonds, and cut velvet, who had dropped from the upper regions upon the sad and homely floor of her Barney's sick chamber. "Dr. Dillon not yet arrived, madam?" "Well, 'tis precisely his hour. We shall have him soon." "How does the patient?" "Ha, just as usual." "How? Why, there's a change, isn't there?" "As how, sir?" inquired Mrs. Stirk with a scared look. "Why, don't you see? But you mustn't be frightened. There's one coming in whom I have every confidence." "I don't see, sir. What is it, Mr. Dangerfield?" "Oh, pray, sir." "Why, nothing very particular. Only he looks more languid than when I saw him last, and discoloured somewhat, and his face more sunk, I think, eh?" "Oh, no, sir. 'Tis this bad light, nothing more indeed, sir. This evening, I assure you, Mr. Dangerfield, at 3 o'clock, when the sun was shining, we were all remarking how well he looked. I never saw, you'd have said so, such a wonderful improvement." And she snuffed the candle and held it up over Barney's grim features. "Well, madam, I hope we soon may find it. 'Twill be a blessed sight, eh, when he sits up in that bed, madam, as I trust he may this very night, and speak, eh? Oh, my precious Barney!" And the poor little woman began to cry, and fell into a rhapsody of hopes, thanksgiving, anecdote, and prayer. In the meanwhile, Dangerfield was feeling his pulse, with his watch in the hollow of his hand. "And aren't they better, his pulse, sir? They were stronger this morning by a great deal than last night. It was just at 10 o'clock. Don't you perceive, sir?" Well, I hope, Mom, we'll soon find all better. Now, have you got all things ready? You have, of course. A sheet well aired?" "A sheet? I did not know 'twas wanted." "Hey, this will never do, my dear madam. He'll be here and nothing ready, and you'll do well to send over to the mess room for a lump of ice. 'Tis 5 minutes past 9. If you'll see to these things, I'll sit here, madam, and take the best care of the patient. And you see, Mistress Stirk, 'twill be necessary that you take care that Toole hears nothing of Dr. Dillon's coming." It struck me when originally reading the correspondence which is digested in these pages as hardly credible that Dr. Stirk should have continued to live for so long a space in a state of coma. Upon this point, therefore, I took occasion to ask the most eminent surgeon of my acquaintance, who at once quieted my doubts by detailing a very remarkable case, cited by Sir A. Cooper in his Lectures, Volume 1, page 172. It is that of a seaman who was pressed on board one of His Majesty's ships early in the Revolutionary War, and while on board this vessel fell from the yard arm and was taken up insensible, in which state he continued living for 13 months and some days. So, with a little more talk, Mrs. Stirk, calling one of her maids, and leaving the little girl in charge of the nursery, ran down with noiseless steps and careworn face to the kitchen, and Mr. Dangerfield was left alone in the chamber with the spellbound sleeper on the bed. In about 10 seconds he rose sharply from his chair and listened. Then very noiselessly he stepped to the door and listened again, and gently shut it. Then Mr. Dangerfield moved to the window. There was a round hole in the shutter, and through it he glanced into the street and was satisfied. By this time he had his white pocket handkerchief in his hands. He folded it deftly across and across into a small square, and then the spectacles flashed coldly on the image of Dr. Stirk, and then on the door, and there was a pause. "What's that?" he muttered sharply, and listened for a second or two. It was only one of the children crying in the nursery. The sound subsided. So with another long silent step he stood by the capriole-legged old mahogany table, with the scallop shell containing a piece of soap and a wash-ball, and the basin with its jug of water standing therein. Again he listened, while you might count 2, and dipped the handkerchief, so folded, into the water, and quietly squeezed it, and stood white and glittering by Stirk's bedside. People moved very noiselessly about that house, and scarcely a minute had passed when the door opened softly, and the fair Magnolia McNamara popped in, her glowing face and brilliant glance, and whispered, "Are you there, Mrs. Stirk, dear?" At the far side of the bed, Dangerfield, with his flashing spectacles and snowy aspect, and a sort of pant, rose up straight and looked into her eyes like a white bird of prey disturbed over its carrion. She uttered a little scream, quite pale on a sudden, for she did not recognize the sinister phantom who glimmered at her over the prostrate Stirk. But Dangerfield laughed his quiet, hollow "ha, ha, ha," and said promptly, "A strange old nurse I make, Miss McNamara. But what can I do? Mrs. Stirk has left me in charge, and, faith, I believe our patient's looking mighty badly." He had observed Miss Mag glancing from him to the dumb figure in the bed with a puzzled kind of horror. The fact is, Stirk's face had a leaden tint. He looked evidently enough, even in that dim candlelight, a great deal worse than the curious Miss Mag was accustomed to see him. "He's very low tonight, and seems oppressed, and his pulse is failing. In fact, my dear young lady, he's plainly worse tonight than I like to tell poor Mrs. Stirk, you understand. And his face looks so shiny and damp-like," said Miss Mag, with a horrible sort of scrutiny. "Exactly so, miss. 'Tis weakness," observed Dangerfield. "And you were wiping it with your pocket-handkerchief when I looked in," continued Miss Mag. "Was I? Ha, ha! 'Tis wonderful how quick we learn a new business. I vow I begin to think I should make a very respectable nurse tender." "And what the dickens brings him up here?" asked Miss Mag of herself, so soon as the first shock was over. The oddity of the situation struck her as she looked with perplexed and unpleasant sort of inquiry at Mr. Dangerfield. Just then up came the meek little Mrs. Stirk, and the gentleman greeted her with, "Oh, well, madam, I have not left his bedside since you went down, and I think he looks a little better. Just a little, eh?" "I trust and pray, sir, that when the doctor—" began Mrs. Stirk, and stopped short, for Mr. Dangerfield frowned quickly and pointed towards Miss Mag, who was now, after her wont, looking round the room for matter of interest. "And is Pell coming out tonight?" asked Miss Mag quickly. "No, truly, madam," answered the gentleman. "Dr. Pell's not coming, is he, Mrs. Stirk?" "Dr. Pell? Oh, la, no, sir. No, my dear." And after a pause, "Oh, I wish it was over," she groaned, with her hand pressed to her side, looking with a kind of agony on Stirk. "What over?" asked Miss Mag. Just then a double knock came to the hall door, and Mr. Dangerfield signed sternly to Mrs. Stirk, who first stood up, with her eyes and mouth wide open, and then sat down like a woman going to faint. But then the maid came up and told Miss Mag that her mother and Lieutenant O'Flaherty were waiting on the steps for her, and so, though loath to go unsatisfied, away she went, with a curtsy to Mr. Dangerfield and a kiss to Mrs. Stirk, who revived on hearing it was only her fat, kindly neighbour from over the way, instead of Black Dr. Dillon with his murderous case of instruments. The gentleman in the silver spectacles accompanied her to the lobby and offered his hand, but she dispensed with his attendance and jumped down the stairs with one hand to the wall and the other on the banisters, nearly a flight at a time, and a cackle of voices rose from the hall door, which quickly shut, and the fair vision had vanished. Dangerfield's silver spectacles gleamed phosphorically after her from under his lurid forehead. It was not a pleasant look, and his mouth was very grim. In another instant he was in the room again and glanced at his watch. "'Tis 9:30, he said in a quiet tone, but with a gleam of intense fury over his face. "And that doctor named 9." Dangerfield waited and talked a little to Mrs. Stirk and the maid, who were now making preparations in short sentences by fits and starts of half a dozen words at a time. He had commenced his visit ceremoniously, but now he grew brusque and took the command, and his tones were prompt and stern, and the women grew afraid of him. 10 o'clock came. Dangerfield went downstairs and looked from the drawing-room windows. He waxed more and more impatient. Down he went to the street. He did not care to walk towards the King's house, which lay on the road to Dublin. He did not choose to meet his boon companions again, but he stood for full 10 minutes with one of Dr. Stirk's military cloaks about him, under the village tree, directing the double fire of his spectacles down the street, with an incensed steadiness, unrewarded, unrelieved. Not a glimmer of a link, not a distant rumble of a coach wheel. It was a clear, frosty night, and one might hear a long way. If any of the honest townsfolk had accidentally lighted upon that muffled, glaring image under the dark old elm, I think he would have mistaken it for a ghost, or something worse. The countenance at that moment was not prepossessing. Mr. Dangerfield was not given to bluster, and never made a noise, but from his hollow jaws he sighed an icy curse towards Dublin, which had a keener edge than all the roaring blasphemies of Donnybrook together, and, with another shadow upon his white face, he re-entered the house. "He'll not come tonight, Mom," he said with a cold abruptness. "Oh, thank heaven! That is, I'm so afraid. I mean, about the operation." Dangerfield, with his hands in his pockets, said nothing. There was a sneer on his face, white and dark somehow. That was all. Was he baffled? And was Dr. Stirk, after all, never to regain his speech? At 10:30 o'clock, Mr. Dangerfield abandoned hope. Had it been Dr. Pell, indeed, it would have been otherwise. But Black Dillon had not a patient. His fame was in the hospitals. There was nothing to detain him but his vices, and £500 to draw him to Chapelizod. He had not come. He must be either brained in a row or drunk under a table. So Mr. Dangerfield took leave of good Mrs. Stirk, having told her, in case the doctor should come, to make him wait for his arrival before taking any measures, and directing that he should be sent for immediately. So Mr. Dangerfield got into his white surtout silently in the hall, and shut the door quickly after him, and waited a grim sentry under the tree, with his face towards Dublin. Father Time had not blunted the white gentleman's perceptions, touched his ear with his numb fingers, or blown the smoke of his tobacco pipe into his eyes. He was keen of eye, sharp of hearing, but neither sight nor sound rewarded him, and so he turned after a few minutes and glided away, like a white ghost, toward the brass castle. In less than 5 minutes after, the thunder of a coach shook Dr. Stirk's windows, followed by a rousing peal on the hall door, and Dr. Dillon, in dingy splendors, and a great draggled wig, with a gold-headed cane in his bony hand, stepped in, and diffusing a reek of whiskey punch, and with a case of instruments under his arm, pierced the maid who opened the door through with his prominent black eyes, and frightened her with his fiery face, while he demanded to see Mrs. Stirk, and lounged without ceremony into the parlor, where he threw himself on the sofa with one of his bony legs extended on it, and his great ugly hand under his wig, scratching his head. End of chapter 86. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 87 of The House by the Churchyard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The House by the Churchyard by Joseph Sheridan LE FANU. Chapter 87, in which two comrades are tete-a-tete in their old quarters, and Dr. Stirk's cue is cut off, and a consultation commences. The buzz of a village, like the hum of a city, represents a very wonderful variety of human accent and feeling. It is marvelous how few families thrown together will suffice to furnish forth this dubia cena of sweets and bitters. The roar of many waters, the ululatus of many-voiced humanity, marvelously monotonous considering the infinite variety of its ingredients, booms on through the dark. The storyteller alone can take up the score of the mighty medley and read at a glance what every fife and fiddlestick is doing. That pompous thrum-thrum is the talk of the great white Marseille's paunch, Pietate gravis. The wine comes from Lazarus at the area rails, and the bass is old Dives, roaring at his butler. The piccolo is contributed by the studious schoolboy, whistling over his Latin grammar. That wild, long note is poor Mrs. Fondle's farewell of her dead boy. The ugly baritone, rising from the tap-room, is what Wandering Willie calls a skullduggery song. Shut your ears and pass on. And that clear soprano in nursery rings out a shower of innocent idiotisms over the half-stripped baby, and suspends the ball upon its lips. So, on this night, as usual, there rose up toward the stars a throbbing murmur from our village, a wild chaos of sound, which we must strive to analyze, extracting from the hurly-burly each separate tune it may concern us to hear. Captain Devereux was in his lodging. He was comparatively tranquil now, but a savage and impious despair possessed him. Serene outwardly, he would not let the vulgar see his scars and sores, and was one of those proud spirits who build to themselves desolate places. Little Puttick was the man with whom he had least reserve. Puttick was so kindly and so true in secret, and cherished beside, so great an admiration for him, that he greeted him rather kindly at a moment when another visitor would have fared scurvily enough. Puttick was painfully struck with his pallor, his wild and haggard eye, and something stern and brooding in his handsome face, which was altogether new and shocking to him. "I've been thinking, Puttick," he said, "and thought with me has grown strangely like despair, and that's all. Why, man, think, what is there for me? All my best stakes I've lost already, and I'm fast losing myself. How different, sir, is my fate from others. Worse men than I, every way incomparably worse, and damn them, they prosper, while I go down the tide. 'Tisn't just." And he swore a great oath. "'Tis enough to make a man blaspheme. I've done with life. I hate it. I'll volunteer. 'Tis my first thought in the morning, and my last at night. How well I'd like a bullet through my brain or heart. Damn the world. Damn feeling. Damn memory. I'm not a man that can always be putting prudential restraints upon myself. I've none of those plodding ways. The cursed fools that spoiled me in my childhood and forsake me now have all to answer for. I charge them with my ruin." And he launched a curse at them, meaning his aunt, which startled the plump soul of honest little Puttick. "You must not talk that way, Devereux," he said, still a good deal more dismayed by his looks than his words. "Why are you so troubled with vapors and blue devils?" "No, why," said Devereux with a grim smile. "My dear Devereux, I say, you mustn't talk in that way. You talk like a ruined man." And I so comfortable? Why, to be sure, Dick, you have had some little rubs, and maybe your follies and your vexations, but hang it, you are young. You can't get experience, at least so I found it, without paying for it. You mayn't like it just now, but it's well worth the cost. Your worries and miscarriages, dear Richard, will make you steady." "Steady?" echoed Devereux, like a man thinking of something far away. "Ay, Dick, you've sown your wild oats." "On a sudden," says the captain, "my dear little puttock," and he took him by the hand with a sort of sarcastic flicker of a smile, and looked in his face almost contemptuously, but his eyes and his voice softened before the unconscious bonhomie of the true little gentleman. "Puttock, puttock, did it never strike you, my boy, that Hamlet never strives to speak a word of comfort to the forlorn old Dane? He felt it would not do. Every man that's worth a button knows his own case best, and I know the secrets of my own prison house. Sown my wild oats? To be sure I have, Puttock, my boy, and the new leaf I've turned over is just this. I've begun to reap them, and they'll grow, my boy, and grow as long as grass grows. And Macbeth has his dagger, you know, and I've my sickle, the handle towards my hand, that you can't see, and in the sweat of my brow I must cut down and garner my sheaves, and as I sowed, so must I reap and grind and bake the black and bitter grist of my curse. Don't talk nonsense, little Puttock. Wasn't it Gay that wrote the Beggar's Opera? Why don't you play Macheath? Gay, a pleasant fellow, and his poems too. He writes, don't you remember, he writes, so comes a reckoning when the banquet's o'er, the dreadful reckoning, and men smile no more. Puttock, throw up that window, the room's too hot. Or stay, never mind, read a book. Puttock, you like it, and I'll stroll a little along the path and find you when I come back. Why, it's dark, remonstrated his visitor. Dark? I dare say. Yes, of course, very dark, but cool. The air is cool. He talked like a man who is thinking of something else, and Puttock thought how strangely handsome he looked, with that pale dash of horror, like King Saul when the evil spirit was upon him. And there was a terrible misgiving in his mind. The lines of the old ballad that Devereux used to sing with a sort of pathetic comicality were humming in his ear. He walked by the river so clear, the river that runs through Kilkenny. His name was Captain Wade, and he died for that fair maid. And so, following, what could he mean by walking at that hour alone by the river's bank? Puttock, with a sinking and flutter at his heart, unperceived followed him downstairs, and was beside him in the street. "The path by the river?" said Puttock. "The river, the path?" "Yes, sir, the path by the river. I thought I left you upstairs," said Devereux, with an odd sort of sulky shrinking. "Why, Devereux, I may as well walk with you if you don't object," lisped Puttock. "But I do object, sir," cried Devereux suddenly, in a fierce high key, turning upon his little comrade. "What do you mean, sir? You think I mean to drown myself? Ha, ha, ha! Or what the devil's running in your head? I'm not a madman, sir. Nor are you a mad doctor. Go home, sir, or go to where you will, sir. Only go your own way, and leave me mine." "Ah, Devereux, you're very quick with me," said Puttock, placing his plump little hand on Devereux's arm, and looking very gently and gravely in his face. Devereux laid his hand upon Puttock's collar with an agitated sort of sneer, but he recollected himself, and that diabolical gloom faded from his face, and he looked more like himself, and slid his cold hand silently into little Puddock's. And so they stood for a while by the doorstep, to the admiration of Mrs. Irons, whom Devereux's high tones had called to her window. "Puddock, I don't think I'm well, and I don't know quite what I've been saying. I ask your pardon. You've always been very good to me, Puddock, I believe. I believe you're the only friend I have. And, Puddock, you won't leave me." So upstairs they went together, and Mrs. Irons, from what she had overheard, considered herself justified in saying that Captain Devereux was for drowning himself in the Liffey, and would have done so only for Lieutenant Puddock. And so the report was set a-going round the garrulous town of Chapelizod. As Mr. Dangerfield glided rapidly along the silent road toward the brass castle, the little gate of his now leafless flower garden being already in sight, he saw a dark figure awaiting him under the bushes which overhung it. It was Mr. Irons, who came forward without speaking, and lifted his hat respectfully, perhaps abjectly, and paused for recognition. "Hey, Irons?" said Mr. Dangerfield. "At your service, sir." "Well, and what says his worship?" asked the gentleman playfully. "I wanted to tell your honour that it won't make no odds, and I'll do it. Of course you're right, it does make no odds. He'll hang whatever you do, and I tell you 'tis well he should, and only right you should speak the truth too. 'Twill make assurance doubly sure." "At 8 o'clock in the morning, sir, I'll attend you," said Irons, with a sort of shiver. "Good. And I'll jot down your evidence, and we'll drive over to Mr. Low's, to Lucan, and you shall swear before him. And you understand I don't forget what I promised. You'll be a happier man every way for having done your duty. And here's half-a-crown to spend in the salmon house." Irons only moaned, and then said, "That's all, sir. But I couldn't feel easy till it was off my mind. At 8 o'clock I shall expect you. Good night, Irons." And with his hands in his pockets, he watched Irons off the ground. His visage darkened as for a while his steady gaze was turned toward Dublin. He was not quite so comfortable as he might have been. Meanwhile, Black Dillon, at Mrs. Sturk's request, had stalked upstairs to the patient's bedside. "Had not I best send at once for Mr. Dangerfield?" she inquired. "No occasion, ma'am," replied the eminent but slightly fuddled Sawbones, spitting beside him on the floor, "until I see whether I'll operate tonight. What's in that jug, ma'am? Chicken broth? That'll do. Give him a spoonful. See he swallows free enough." And then Black Dillon plucked up his eyelids with a roughness that terrified the reverential and loving Mrs. Sturk, and examined the distorted pupils. "You see the cast in that eye, ma'am? That's the pressure on the brain." Dillon was lecturing her upon the case as he proceeded, from habit, just as he did the students in the hospital. "No convulsions, ma'am?" "Oh, no, sir. Thank heaven, nothing in the least. Only quiet sleep, sir. Just like that." "Sleep, indeed." "That's no sleep, ma'am." "Boo-hoo! I could bawl that way in his face, ma'am, without disturbing him, ma'am, if it was. Now, we'll get him up a bit there. That's right. Aisy. He was lying, ma'am, I understand, on his back when they found him in the park, ma'am. So Mr. Dangerfield says. Well, slip the cap off backward. Backward, you fool, that'll do. Who plastered his head, ma'am?" "Dr. Toole, sir." "Toole? Toole? I see. Hi, tut. 'Tis the devil's pair of sutures, ma'am. See? Nearer. D'ye see? There's two converging lines. D'ye see, ma'am?" And he indicated their directions with the silver handle of an instrument he held in his hand, and serrated at the edges. I'll be bound." And he plucked off 2 or 3 strips of plaster with a quick whisk, which made poor little Mrs. Sturk wince and cry. "Oh, dear, sir!" "Trepan, indeed!" murmured Black Dillon, with a coarse sneer. "Did they run the scalpel anywhere over the occiput, mum?" "I truly, sir, I'm not sure," answered Mrs. Sturk, who did not perfectly understand a word he said. "The doctor's hair has not been cut behind." Poor Mrs. Sturk, expecting his recovery every day, would not have permitted the sacrilege, and his dishevelled queue lay upon his shoulders. With his straight surgical scissors, Black Dillon snipped off the sacred appendage before the good lady knew what he was about, and cropped the back of his head down to the closest stubble. "Will you send, if you please, mum, for Dr. Thingamy?" "Dr. Toole?" inquired Mrs. Sturk. "Dr. Toole, mum. Yes," answered the surgeon. He himself went down to the coach at the hall door, and in a few minutes returned with a case and something in a cloth. From the cloth he took an apparatus, like the cushioned back of a chair, with straps and buckles attached to it, and a sort of socket, the back of which was open, being intended to receive the head in. "Now, mum, we'll prop him up comfortable with this, if you please." And having got it into place, and lowered by a screw, the cushions intended to receive his head, and got the lethargic trunk and skull of the artillery doctor well placed for his purpose, he took out a roll of sticking plaster and a great piece of lint, and laid them on the table, and unlocked his box, which was a large one, and took out several instruments, silver mounted, straight and crooked, with awful adaptations to unknown butcheries and tortures. And then came out another, the veritable trepan, resembling the homely bit and brace, but slender, sinister, and quaint, with a murderous sort of elegance. "You may as well order in a half-dozen clean towels, if you please, mum." "Oh, doctor, you're not going to have an operation tonight?" gasped Mrs. Sturk, her face quite white and damp, and her clasped hands trembling. 20 to 1, mum," he replied with a slight hiccup. "We'll have nothing of the kind, but have them here, mum, and some warm water for fear of accidents, though maybe 'tis only for a drop of punch we'll be wanting it," and his huge thirsty mouth grinned facetiously. And just then Dr. Toole entered the room. He was confoundedly surprised when he found Black Dillon there. Though bent on meeting him with hauteur and proper reserve, on account of his damnable character, he was yet cowed by his superior knowledge, so that Tom Toole's address was strangely checkered with pomposity and alarm. Dillon's credentials there was indeed no disputing, so they sent for Moore, the barber, and while he was coming, they put the women out of the room and sat in consultation. End of chapter 87. Recording by John Brandon.